Heck yeah. That was awesome. Heck yeah, there he goes, the Iron Gatriot. That was amazing.
Justin Martindale, everybody.
Heck yeah. Unbelievable performance. Thank you so much. Everything come out okay, Iron Patriot?
Yeah, we're just fine.
Fantastic.
I don't know if you guys know this little bit of factoid for you, but this is the first episode of Kill Tony that's ever taken place during Black History Month. So, yeah. I got a lot of tweets from my female N-word about that today.
Oh!
I don't know if you guys.
Oh, wow. Very good.
You may have seen me retweet them.
You call girls Nancy's. That's very old-fashioned of you.
Very, yeah.
Real quick before we jump into it, we are at the La Jolla. Kill Tony comes to the La Jolla Comedy Store on the road for the first time ever on March 1st. So San Diego, if you're listening to this, it's going to be March 1st, and tickets will be available online probably by the time you hear this. So it's going to be very soon. It's going to be March 1st at the La Jolla Comedy Store, the first ever Kill Tony on the road. So very exciting. Also, that's it. This is Tom Segura's t-shirt. That's available at tomsegura.com.
Yep, tomsegura.com.
Special birthday shout out to Marie.
Yeah.
Waterboxers in the house, everybody.
Yeah, I see that.
My favorite person. He's a fan of me, but I'm a fan of him.
I retweet him all the time.
Very good. Yes, exactly. All right, so let's get it started. You guys ready? Kill Tony 36, motherfuckers. And just as always, it's super duper special. In no particular order, your two guests go like this. Truly one of the first people to ever take me on the road with them or work with me. One of my favorite people, one of the funniest people here at the Comedy Store. It's Steve Trevino, everybody. And also, coming with him, from the Big Lebowski, from Seinfeld, another one of the best comedians in the fucking world, Tom Segura, everybody. Dom Herrera, welcome. Steve Trevino, good to have you.
Tony.
Heck yes. I know. It's always too long. Actually, it's just been a couple days. I did your podcast the other day.
I miss you. That was really gay. The gay trip?
Right, yeah. Like, what?
I can't be gay in one so I couldn't get that kind of shit. Yeah. I go to the gay gym hoping to get raped. That way at least I know I have a nice body. You know what I mean?
There you go.
I tried. See, it's not on.
It's on. It's this weird belly room is being crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
Can you guys hear us?
it's only
All right,
super clearly.
No, we hear you. We just don't like it.
Do you guys want to drink? Josh is going to make a run right now.
Josh, y'all have a beer, bud? Do you need beer?
Put your hands together for my fucking guests. We're going to have fun tonight, guys. These two guys know comedy big time. Patriot, you got any questions for our guests?
I'm doing a little research, yeah. And Steve, you started comedy in Texas, right?
Yep, Texas.
And you came to Hollywood, you had a writing gig, and opened up for Carlos Mencia, right?
Oh, let's keep that to yourself. I'm still trying to shake off the state, buddy.
Well, I heard you on Mark Maron's podcast.
Yeah,
talking about Carlos jokes from you. Has he contacted you since then?
No, I haven't. He doesn't talk to me much anymore. He doesn't talk to anybody fucking much anymore. Apparently. I just like the way that the questions are coming from your dick. Yeah. Yeah, that's for the voice box. So yeah, it's a good question, Patriot. How about anything for Dom?
You've been in the Big Lebowski, Seinfeld, Golden Girls, Everyone Loves Raymond, The Late Show, Tonight Show, Conan. So my question to you is, what's your favorite breakfast cereal?
Say it's Mr. T, please.
Special K. You know, I actually stole material from Carlos Mencia. Nobody would believe him.
Fuck yeah. There's a jinx on that one. That's a great move. So you guys know how the show goes. I'm so happy that you guys made time to come on this because I trust your opinions up there with, I mean, absolutely fucking anybody.
Thanks for inviting us to Monday night's jam. I slipped into my schedule because I love it.
You are the best. Even Comedy Central said you're one of the top 50 comics.
Top 100. I was number 79.
Oh shit, I really blew that one.
No, let me tell you. I'm not bitter, but fucking Cedric the Entertainer was 78. And how can I compete with an entertainer? I mean, all I am is a stand-up. He entertains, he has people over, he has a nice spread.
Oh,
Solid
man.
point. That's a solid point.
That is great.
I was
So-
voted top 10 of comics in Red Report in Texas.
Oh, that's a very important
Yeah,
list.
I was number 9.
How big is that tip though?
There's about 2,000 people there. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
My mom was on the committee to vote. That's how I got number 9.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, bud. I like that.
Awesome. So you guys know how the show works. As always, over 30 comedians signed up tonight for the opportunity to do 1 minute of stage time in front of our lovely guests, myself, and the show. We try to help them out or talk to them, find out information about them. They go from comedian to guest on the show. As soon as the minute's up, and you know your minute's up when you hear that sound of the kitty. Aw, how adorable. That's when you know you've hit a minute. Now, don't go longer than that, or else she'll be running the light. You'll bring out the angry West Hollywood Bears. Wow. He is extra angry tonight.
Holy shit.
He really is furious. So, I mean, we try to teach the people, you know, you got to do your time and get off.
That's part of being a stand-up.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, all those little lessons. And right. Can you imagine that?
I'll let you tell him.
With no further ado, what do you guys say we get into it? Here we go. I have a bucket full of comedians. 2 of my favorites
Please
with
pick
me.
Dane Cook, please.
Hey, Coach, just stop by to do a quick night.
Just a tight 90. No, sir.
I was number 79. Don't forget it, motherfucker.
I won't. I'm sure you'll remind me a couple more times.
Well, here we go. Your first comedian goes by the name of Tracy Greenwood. Wow, right there in the front.
This is mistake number 1. Is this thing on? That's not gonna happen.
Can't turn on the microphone. There's a button on it. Is it? Okay. Here we go.
He's gonna talk in.
Sorry about that. Okay. Well, actually, in my daytime job, I was an attorney, so I Michigan, so I but I worked with a guy who used to bring his phone. So I came up with a public service announcement to tell people. I didn't like doing that. And I wrote it in the phone. Don't use your phone on Chrome. Don't put that image in my phone. Text you, text you, tweet me some tea, and don't call me or force the scene. I think that my concern is legit. I just don't like your shit. So if I hear an echo or a grunt, you know, some things are just better.
That's it?
Wow, okay. 37 seconds. That was a lot of poem. It's, okay. So, you don't do stand-up. This is something like you're trying out right now. Is this your first time on stage?
Second time.
Wow. Where was your first time at? Wow, see, that place just puts anybody up. That's the difference between the comedy store and the improv, by the way.
You pay for a class, you get to go up at the end.
Oh.
All your material like poem based, or is it? Do you have jokes? Like
I have jokes, yeah. Can I hear a joke?
Sure, I have a joke about being a father.
There you go.
Tell it.
The great thing about being a father is you don't have to be very good. Just be very positive. Set your sights really low. Just be very pleased.
That was more of a statement. Maybe a tweet. That could have been a solid, pound inspirational. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Thank you.
You know?
That would be great on a calendar of father advice.
Yeah. With a kid, you know, something like that.
Absolutely.
I'm not a laugher, but I'm going to tell you, you have me crying.
Thank you very much.
I have a little bronchitis. I was wheezing. And I think Cedric the Entertainer did that rhyme on Def Jam in '93. I'm pretty sure they killed Murder.
Like, you have to bring him up.
That's actually original. That's not
The Def Jam where
That's totally original.
Are you thinking about doing this for real? You want to?
Absolutely.
It's hard to say anything. It's your second time on stage, so
right.
the only advice I have is fucking keep doing it.
Yeah.
Maybe make it funny.
Right.
Yeah, probably make it funny. That's some good advice.
On stage, I'll tell you this, just that you nip it in the bud. You want to do poems? That's great. You gotta hunt. I mean, if you really want to be like a poem type of comedian, it's gotta hit hard. You gotta raise the stakes. You gotta start rhyming with crazier words. You know what I mean? Like, you really gotta go for it. And what I'm basically saying is, if you want to do stand-up, I don't lose the poem.
Yeah, because you don't want to get. That's my first time.
That's what I was trying to get to. Don't do the fucking poem.
Yeah,
Jeff Ross wants his poem back.
Yeah.
That's what
I mean, like,
Don said that.
Dice Clay is a good example of doing a poem right, even if it is like a nursery rhyme or something like that.
Even you stole it from Otto and George, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a fact.
It wasn't even his.
My inspiration was Attila the Stockbroker, who was a
Well, if you're going to do that way, you might want to start off at the poem side because stand-up comics will just start beating you up.
Right. When you say you were inspired by Attila the Stockbroker, is that an actual stockbroker or is that a comedian?
No, he's a monk poet.
But not a comedian.
Right.
Nobody was very funny.
I think you're very likable.
Yeah.
I think you're very likable. I think that you, I like how you started out with the mic not working. That was great.
No, I couldn't.
That tight tuck t-shirt, hilarious. Tight tuck, buddy.
It works with my body type.
No, it doesn't. Let's hold on. It's your second time on stage, guys. You know, who's the fucking host of this show, okay?
Yeah.
No, it's okay. No, he inspired me. I do want to hear what.
Well, when you said your name was Tracy, I was sure it was going to be a woman. And you're not, but I do appreciate your breasts.
See why I let that happen. Yeah. You don't want to wake the Patriot. The Patriot only thinks evil thoughts, so you probably
should have just sat down. First, should have counted your shit and sat down.
But I'll tell you what, Tracy.
It looks fat in those jeans, though. I'm going to be honest with you. It looks huge.
Everybody at home is watching.
One of my favorite things about this show is getting to watch people really finally, whatever you've been through in your life, the fact that you're finally now taking a chance and trying to chase a dream that is so hard to accomplish, yet so fun and unorthodox to try. It's so fascinating to me that you're doing it now, and that's great. So if you're into it, work hard and have fun and knock it out.
I would kill the poetry side.
Yeah, don't do the poetry.
If you're into the poetry side, go over to the poetry shops and just kill them all. Be the star.
Be the funny poet.
Yeah, be the funny poet. Yeah.
But also, look, man, for you to get on this stage second time in front of us, that takes balls, and that's half the fucking battle.
Exactly.
To have the balls to walk on stage.
And then have the balls to do a poem in front of us. I mean, holy shit.
That's insane.
Truly,
Wearing a Whoopi Goldberg shirt, too.
Whoopi Goldberg.
This is
on the fire.
I'm sorry. Wow, guy, I'm embarrassed. I didn't realize. I've been having trouble sleeping. If there's any way you can get me that phone.
Thank you so much.
Can I plug my podcast? No, you can't.
Plug your podcast? They can find it if they follow you on Twitter. It's @WFascination. He's on Twitter. WFascination.
Tracy, ladies and gentlemen.
Tracy Greenwood is second time on stage. Is it a poetry podcast? Poetry-based podcast?
Poetry podcast.
Oh yeah, everybody listen and find out. You heard him.
Sit down, man. He's cocky.
Yeah. That was cocky.
You're cocky now that you sit down, motherfucker. Huh? Put that cocky up here.
Oh, this show is fun, Tony. You said it was going to be fun.
No, I mean, we're just getting started.
Crushing dreams. This is awesome.
Let me ask you guys something. Do you remember maybe like a joke or something you did when you very first started stand-up comedy? Maybe you regret and like you're a little embarrassed that you did. Can you share it with us?
True story. No. The joke that I hated that I did, that I really fucking hated.
That you did.
I did what I hated was
Yeah.
joking and making sick to my stomach. I know the guy stood up and told my ex, I hate you so much. Drop dead. This was the only one. I told you it was terrible.
But you remember those things. I mean, there's jokes that I did 5 years ago that I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking?
I don't even like your new stuff.
Thanks, Mike. Wow. Motherfucker, don't clap so hard, guys. Don't clap so hard. I hope you stick it out, motherfucker. I hope in 5 years I can remind you about your bullshit poem.
Hell yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. We are playing with fire.
Both of you guys.
Wait, did you answer that?
Well, you know, here's the first joke I ever wrote.
Yeah.
I go, my father used to take me and drive me around the nice neighborhoods. And my father would go, look around, son. One of these days, if you work hard and stay dedicated, you can cut a yard like this. And I was 9, right? I was 9 when I did the joke, and it used to kill.
Wow.
And then I started doing comedy again as an adult, and I was like, let me dust that fucking gem off.
Right.
And it just, yeah.
I think you said the joke you hated. I mean, the first joke I wrote that I actually liked was...
No, I did say joke. Yeah. Joke that you were embarrassed that you did on stage.
My father comes home when I was in second grade, never cheated on my mother, cheated on me. Kept all the kids after school. They did it too. They played well. One day he came, he says, look, I gotta love you. I met another kid.
That's a great fucking joke, man.
I was an extra.
I think Mencia's doing it.
I was an extra in all my shows. Not to brag. And I wrote that. That was the other one was, I asked this girl out. I said, I never seen you.
But I will say that, you know, you look at like a pro, like God, your delivery now is just, you can say fucking anything. And it's so funny, you know?
Even in second grade, I had to go.
But you know what I mean? Like, it's your cadence, and you learn to kind of get that. And your second time on stage,
There you go.
Yeah, that's
really
weird.
solid point.
Number 79.
Yeah. I'm reminding it.
3. I mean,
That one, Tony, I'm out of here. I'll wait for fucking Doc Barris.
do that show. All right, here we go. Your second comedian tonight goes by the name of Steve Cochran.
No way to say
I already like him though. Steve Cochran.
Alright, it's great to be here. Fucking sweating already. I was thinking of joining a gym, and you can tell with that decision wound up being. I look like the world's biggest eighth grader up here right now. Not doing it, but not doing it. I take a tour of the gym at least, which was a awesome waste of my time. She took me to the spinning room with all the cycles. She said, you can go at your own speed. You don't have to feel bad if, like, Louis Armstrong is on the bike next to you. I thought that was interesting. Sense of life changes. Some people are going a little too hard. Going a little too hard. When you're working out and you got dick veins running through your whole body, let's skip it. You know what I'm saying? Eat a fucking burrito already. I'm over here. I got to peel off my shorts. I got waistband marks, just dimpling in. It's like a mold for macaroni, pretty much is what it is. You just glue it in. The belt. Next workout, you peel it off, you have a little snack. It's good.
Wow, he stopped talking. That is one angry bear.
That is
Couldn't wait to come out.
You ever think of doing poetry? You've been doing it a while, haven't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
And you did the right thing. You moved the microphone to the side. Smart. Yeah, like Martin Maron. Yeah.
No, I'm just sweating.
Make yourself comfortable.
Nervous?
Really tired? You're that tired after 1 minute?
More nervous.
And that strong minute. I was fine. I was fine in 30 seconds. I couldn't catch my breath at 45.
I love the faint shit. The belt thing, as being a fat guy, I'm totally down for that whole idea. You can also have some idea of like maybe having different belt buckles gives you different kind of fat tattoos. You know what I mean? Like I got a moon, you know.
Are you really going to the gym?
No, I did enjoy it.
I would have probably opened with the dick things.
Okay.
You know, especially when you got like a minute, fucking hit them, man.
Yeah.
You know, you got usually a 7-minute set. So come out strong, fucking hit them, and then you got them, and then you can kind of do more. You got a lot of premise, you know, a lot of. Let me tell you about the gym. Well, motherfucker, tell me about it. You know what I mean?
That's
so
right.
come out, get them on board. You do a minute and a half, you have 4 times a second. Right. Right. And then you can run to like 15 seconds. You really got time.
Yeah. At a minute and a half, you probably need an inhaler.
Probably in the way of
Get exhausted pretty quickly.
I like the whole thing, guy. The hair, you know, keeping the Jufro, even though you're losing it in the front there.
It is. It's going bad. Yeah.
But you know, that's something you can talk about. You know, you walk on stage, people see that immediately and fucking talk about it.
Yeah, if you have curly Jufro and you lose it in the front, is it easier to do like push it towards the front cover up? Instead of like
Well, the real problem is the top dries faster than the rest of it, so it looks like I have a mullet for like an hour after I get out of the shower.
You can do something with that, you know, like the redneck Jew, you know. You hate yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, you know, you look at your appearance, kind of talk about that real quick. I think you did great. I was impressed. Not impressed enough to take you on the road.
Where are you from, Steve?
DC, mostly.
How long have you been in LA?
Just past 5 years.
Hang out here at the store much.
I come by on Mondays. I don't spend a whole lot of other time here. I feel kind of weird. It's like just hanging out.
That's part of the process.
I guess so.
You just gotta fucking hang out.
Yeah. I guess it's
nobody's. It's like you put it the best, didn't you? You said it was like Fight Club.
I did. I agree with that.
It's like Fight Club. You sit on the porch and people say you suck.
Yeah.
And then they finally invite you in the house. You just gotta fucking hang out.
That sounds fair. I guess it was more of a comfort thing than anything else. I didn't feel
Gotta get out, yeah.
around all
But it's hard, yeah.
Well, that's the thing. You have to make yourself comfortable in whatever it is that you do. You gotta try to make friends or try to find something or whatever. Find it exactly your favorite liquor or pot or whatever the hell it takes to numb the pain and you get through it.
And that's the cool thing about the Comedy Store. You know, it's open until 2 a.m., so you can do other spots and then come here right at the end of the night and hang out.
Yeah.
You get to know people, become a part of it. I mean, you did a great job.
Yeah.
I don't know what he has to say for
Yeah, you definitely have. I mean, it shows the 5 years. I mean, how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 4.
Right. Okay. So my question is in that gym joke, do you say that you didn't join, or do you say that you were testing it out?
I
What do you
said I was
say?
going to join, and you can tell what the decision was.
Yeah, you're really not. I don't see fat when I see you. I think that's big nipples, terrible thing to do.
You're not out of shape enough to do that joke.
Okay.
It's like somebody doing a fat joke that's not that fat. Like if Tracy had done it. I thought we were being honest. Just kidding.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think you're a little bit on the chubby side, but not enough to really be able to sell the. I think you can tell what that decision was. Like, I think it's funnier if you just say that you tried, right? That you took the tour.
And what you saw on that tour.
Right.
Everybody that went to a gym, you get the bullshit tour, you know. Just something that you're in bad condition because you're not fat.
Yeah. Okay.
You're right.
All right.
Whoops. Every time.
That works.
Whoops. Took the words right out of my mouth.
But I definitely, like Steve said, I'd start with the dick vein thing. Then you're cooking with fire. You already have momentum going into anything else.
Yeah, right after that.
I like the belt idea that you had too. Was the different,
That cookie cutter shit.
those are the two big punchlines in the joke.
I didn't really get the Louis Armstrong reference. He's dead too. You know that, right?
Yeah, she meant Lance Armstrong.
Got you.
Now it's funnier.
I can
Right.
see the parallels between Lance Armstrong
Fucking hilarious.
Tweak some words to make that work better.
Yeah, make it a little more obvious. She fucked that up.
That's one thing lately I've been noticing that, like, in my head, I think I'm already being obvious, but you actually have to dumb it down a lot.
How do you
Like,
think
I know the hardest thing is dumbing it down because it pisses you off. Like, you should get this. You should be at least on the dumb level that I am, because I'm a retard. But no, like most of your audience are even dumber than what you think.
Like, even if you said Louis Armstrong, he's black, and then you kind of let him into, he's black and has both his balls, something like that.
Yeah.
So you let the audience know who he is. Because when you said it, I didn't immediately go, oh yeah. I think it's great.
Steve Cotronio.
Cotronio, thanks.
Thank you so much. He's on Twitter. He's on Twitter at Steve Cotronio, Cotroneo. Heck yeah.
This is fun. I didn't have to rush it. That was good.
Yeah. No, it's fun to start off with the Tracy Greenwood. You get that out of the way. The guy's just starting, It's good, Tracy, because, I mean, the $1 million question, when I said you're new at this and you go, this is my second time, that means that's like the complete get out of jail free card.
Right.
Sometimes there's literally been times on this show where I go, okay, great, well, you're just starting out. They're like, I've been doing this 13 years. And that's when I'm just like,
you should kill yourself.
Right, exactly. It's just like, yeah. So, heck yeah.
That's a good thing about your set. There's nowhere for you to grow. Started, you know what I mean?
Right.
You have to get better from there.
Definitely starting from the bottom. How'd this set at the Improv go?
Oh, this is not great for a podcast.
One person came exactly perfect. That sounds about right. You gave that one person a ticket. Perfect.
Which, by the way, for young comics, that's the worst thing. Like, when you're a young comic, you want to invite your family, you want everybody to come see you. That's the fucking worst.
The bringer show shit, just skip that,
just
guys. I don't even believe in that concept. That's a scam. That's a guy trying to make money off you guys. Do not fucking do that bringer show shit.
Yeah, it's better to do any open mic.
Not that I'm old. Get off your high horse.
Heck yeah. Did you ever do like an open mic with musicians or anything?
I didn't do I was an actor. I was already in college. I wasn't that material. We had material.
Right.
That was the biggest, the hardest thing for me to do. Like, I didn't have improv.
Absolutely. That was the exact same thing. I mean, I was totally amazed. Obviously not the first night I was here, but the second night I was here when I saw them again, I was like, yes. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, well, one of the first people I saw was Pablo Francisco. And he tricked me.
And you think there's no way that he could do that.
Made all that shit up.
Right.
So the next day I go, I gotta hear what he said this day, that's the trick of it. And then I came back to see him and I'm like, wait a minute, motherfucker.
And then if they can
But it was
make
still
you laugh,
brilliant.
right?
Yeah, it was still brilliant, still laugh, but I mean, then you realize that every fucking motion that you did worked out somewhere,
You add it and you notice quickly, like a real good one, in my opinion, is Al Madrigal. Like, you can watch Al one night, and then the next night you'll see him do the same thing. It'll be bigger. It'll be better.
I don't mind that, but what I mind is the fake laugh.
Laugh at yourself, kind of like that.
Yep.
Sometimes
That's my number one pick, right?
Sometimes it's real.
It's real. It's
Yeah, sometimes but I usually get a laugh from somebody in the audience. And sometimes I'll say something. Yeah, I mean, no, I'll say something, and then somebody will react to the audience that'll make me laugh.
Right.
Like somebody will lose their shit or they'll fucking pull their glasses off.
Because I have a lot of fun on stage because I love looking at girls' faces when I say things. That's my favorite
Right,
thing.
you enjoy what they're
doing. Look, let's see how disappointed she looks now. Blah, 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 blah. Hit me hard.
I was at a show in Knoxville the other night, not to brag, and this woman,
Humble brag.
I was asking them the difference between hillbillies, rednecks, and hicks. And she said she was a hillbilly, and as we went on in the show, and I'd never seen this before, got a standing ovation in the middle of the thing. I'm not gonna do it justice. But I said to her, "Are you married?" She says, "Yes." She says, "I'm here with my brother." I said, "Well, now I know what hillbillies are. They're fucking their brothers." And they fucking stood up and clapped for her. I said, "I can't follow you."
Follow the audience member.
Yeah, I can't follow Angela to hillbillies.
When natural.
I can only take it back.
Dom, I love your face. I can look at your face all day. You have a great face.
Yeah.
It's very comforting.
It's big.
You.
It's big and it's sad.
It's sad.
Sad and drug, a lot of steroids. I could never kill like this.
You must slay pussy though, because you are a charming guy and you have a charming face.
I get chicks that I should never get, but it never happens.
God bless. Yeah.
It's the best.
I
Exactly.
can make them come just doing setups. Look at these two. You want a piece of this, don't you?
All right, your next comedian tonight is Kevin Jones.
Kevin, where you at, bud?
I'm pretty sure these are all new names so far. Wait a second. I do believe Kevin Jones just missed his spot, which means he's blacklisted. Very good.
Did you do that? Wow, that was pretty damn good.
Hey, by the way, for all future blacklistings, you have to recreate the car alarms from the one that's been on since the 80s. Like that.
That's the British one.
That's the British one.
Well, Kevin Jones is blacklisted. He'll never. He's not going to be on the show.
Which, by the way, that's a horrible way to start your comedy career by signing up for a fucking open mic and not showing up.
Yeah,
That's horrible.
Exactly. How about Jessica Blankenship?
This is a dude. I'm gonna be pissed.
I see movement. I see movement in the audience.
Oh, here we go.
She is Jessica Blankenship.
Hey, so I realized that I'm not fit to be a parent. I live in a small camper with a big dog, and usually she's a really good roommate. But the other day I came home from work and she shit all over the floor. And instead of cleaning up or a bottle of water or clean towel or circular water. So I can imagine if I had a kid and she got sick, I'd just pour a bottle of water on her. If she got sick in the backseat of the car and she gets clean enough and wait for her to clean it, I'd probably end up asking her to teach me how to do that. Just, I really don't think I should be.
That's it, 56 seconds. Jessica Blankenship. I can really tell you're brand new, right?
Okay, rule number one. Grab the microphone stand and move it out of the way.
Yeah.
That's rule fucking number one. You walk on stage, if you're not going to use it, grab it, move it out of the way.
And another dead giveaway was that I noticed you slowly moved back throughout the entire minute. Slowly but surely.
I love the premise.
Going away from the audience.
I love the premise of the joke. It was a really good premise. There's beats there. You just gotta find what joke.
You know what I love? Yeah, I know. But it's real. That's what's good. Keep it real. The thing I love is I would love to see a really good professional do that. How much time do I have?
Yeah.
How much time do I have left?
In a minute set. I'll take a 30-second light and you give me a. And then another one at 45.
She did it.
Blinking at 45.
Second encore.
You definitely just need to start going on stage more. You definitely can tell that your stage presence is very shy. And like if you sell it, you can probably work with it, put some tags in it, lighten up the mood a little, make it a little bit more sillier, less depressing. If you really live in a trailer, you seem like you're right out in the middle of a stone movie or something like that, like robbing things.
Yeah, well, that's what makes you great. I can tell that you've been you're punished and abused.
Right.
Which no, that makes for great comics.
Yeah.
It really does. The more pain you have, the fucking funnier you'll be.
You know what I mean? And you can tell that you fucking, yeah.
It's true, and all that definitely gives you perspective. And so, I mean, you gotta, if you're interested in this, then you gotta be knocking out open mics, because what the open mics do is they just burn away that muscle of how you kept looking down at the stage, how you're slowly moving to the back of the stage, and all the little fundamentals like moving the mic stand. That's what all those open mics are.
Personally, I thought it was great that you walked up here with a nice premise.
Yeah.
You had the right idea. You did the comparison between the baby and the dog. I thought you were on the right track.
Right, doing it. Your material is not the problem whatsoever. That's a great problem to have, is for it to just be the on-stage stuff. So you already have the right idea.
Yeah. And you have a lot of shit that seriously shit into the shit that we're not used to. The world that
You live in a fucking trailer.
tank, or like farting in a thing while it's raining with a boyfriend in there, because there's not much you can really do.
Yeah, there's all kinds of shit.
Yes.
I'm from Texas. I've met several.
I guess it's just, to me, it's regular. It's not
But that's what it is. Your life. You talk about your life. You know. I mean, when you're with your friends and you're at a party and you're talking about your life and they're laughing, you got to bring that on here.
Yeah.
You can park your house in a handicap zone, so your house is wicked retarded. You can go into a lot of different areas.
Yeah.
I had to unhook the porch the other day to fuck. It's funny.
Yeah. I have a little bit about how I have to include
The getaway house.
the getaway house.
What did it look like? It was a fucking house.
How many times have you done stand-up? Have you been working at it, or what is it?
Maybe once a week.
There you go.
I mean, have you ever had sex at your house where you have a donut on your house? I've got
a little bit more hate about the house, about how
But this once a week shit's gotta stop.
right.
You can't do it once a week.
well, I have a job that
You have to figure it out. Stand up's an everyday fucking thing. You gotta figure it out.
Yeah.
Whoa.
If you fuck a black guy, you have to put the emergency brake on.
That's just racist.
All right.
That's just racist.
Yikes.
Because he's going to pound you. You're going to run out of hell.
Oh. Jessica Blankenship, everybody. Thanks, Jessica. How fun.
Got a dumb down.
Great premise. Interesting stage presence that can easily be fixed by doing it more often. You've never known anybody who lived in a trailer, Tom? You said the only trailer you've ever been in is a trailer.
I've actually thought about
It's not
buying
really a
one.
joke. It's just true.
I've thought about buying one of those silver trailers because I'm never home. Why don't I just live by the beach?
Live on
Let's keep it. What? No. Oh wow, one of the lights
One of the
just fell off the.
Patriot is falling apart.
Oh wow.
Yeah, seems like something that's wasting cheap time.
Well, I'm sorry. I have a lot I do every week. I think the upper body is starting to look
should
pretty
call me when the show gets a little bitter. And when you can afford a better costume.
Wow, you do a great Patriot impression.
I think Amazon Prime's doing a perfect job.
Amazon Prime.
All that stuff from the computer to the front door in less than 2 days. Your next comedian, another, I believe, new name. Put your hands together for Brian Vestal.
Hey guys, so my first date was also my first concert when I was 14, and it was Boyz II Men with Montel Jordan opening. That is true, and my mom said, because I asked the girl before I asked my mom, "Do you have a date?" My mom said, "Yes, but I'm coming with you." So true story. My mom bought a seat, sat right behind us, and read a People magazine until the show started. And then when the show starts, everyone stands up. My mom says, as loud as she possibly can, to everybody around, "Why is everybody standing up? We paid for these seats. We should be sitting in them." And proceeds to get everybody within arm's length to try to sit down. That was the first and only date I had with a girl
girl named Rachel who had ball bangs, and that's it.
I'm waiting for the Montel Jordan or the Boys to Men thing to come back into play.
Yeah.
And was the audience all black?
No, it was pretty much like whoever was into hip hop at that time. So I guess a bunch of 13 and 14-year-olds.
How old were you?
I was 14.
So you were literally a boy becoming a man, and your mom
Did Boys
had
to Men.
Boys to Men.
Yeah.
But you're with your mom, so you're really not fulfilling the prophecy after all.
No, not at that time.
One could say that when you're watching Montel Jordan, you are thinking, this is not how we do it.
No. But he did say the party's here in Sacramento, and everyone lost their face.
Just laughing hysterically because there's not a party in Sacramento.
How long have you been doing it?
This is my second time.
Ever on stage?
I do a lot of sketch and improv.
Yeah, you're an actor or something.
Not stand-up, so I'm trying that this year.
Well, what's amazing is that it's really interesting how blatantly great your stage presence is, because even Dom, and I agreed with him when you first came up, the way that you moved the mic stand and started talking, you leaned in and said, "This one's a pro." And I mean, not like he hadn't heard the fact that you right.
No.
But
Tell me he was on stage.
right,
We have that whole Jay Moore thing going.
right, a little bit.
Don't be rude.
You're like,
Yeah. Wait. Jay Moore, when he's successful or now?
That was funny.
Yeah.
Why didn't you say that when you walked on stage?
Don't do that fucking story, do jokes like that.
Yeah, that was funny.
I literally haven't written anything yet, so I was like, I'll just do
I know.
Very comfortable.
Let me do something I remember. Let me go back 20 fucking years
Yeah.
and bring up a story about my mom. That's what you remembered? What about what you did yesterday? Where did you go? Where did you eat? Where did you get that bullshit t-shirt? You know what I mean?
But I mean, this is one of the few white games that doesn't have like pit stains here, so it's like if I get hot, I won't look like I don't know how to do laundry.
The idea of sitting people down, I think that's very, like, everyone has been there, where you're sitting at, like, a boxing match at UFC or something, people are standing up, you're just, like, sitting there, like, come on, if I can stand up. So there is something there you could probably play with, or you can just do something else.
Well, and the embarrassment of having your mom on video. You know, your mom's going, sit down, everybody, Mom, I'm trying to finger bang here in the evening.
Right.
I like the idea of your mom scoring. You know, your mom scored some guy, she goes up and loses it anyway. You don't get fucked. Your girlfriend thinks your mom gets.
Now we're talking.
That's right.
That's a great one. That's fucking funny because you go out.
I look back at mom's making out with one of the
Yeah, whatever song it is, the end of the road or whatever.
right.
Yeah. Just
Well, you're really pretty.
Have
So
any,
that's good.
He said if you don't have material, just like tell a story that you know. So just trust it.
I think that's what people. I think you're a little bit. You just stop the. I know it's saying it probably too much, but I think just off that how you responded to that Jay Moore thing alone, I think you're funnier than that story. So I agree. I agree with Steve. Right, and you can always punch it up. But that's a story. I mean,
fucking lazy.
Thank you. It's in my iPad or iPhone notes to do comedy, so that's the first thing to do.
Are you going to continue to do it? Or?
Yeah. I plan on coming as often as possible, at least every Monday night here and other places.
Awesome.
Where I get up. Do you smoke weed? I stopped today because I have.
You stopped today?
I stopped today because I have a job interview.
I stopped today because I'm out. You know what I
I
mean?
need to get it all out. So I picked the day to stop smoking weed to stand next to this guy. And I could, if I was so high right now, I could just go for like 20 minutes on
I have the best weed. You really fucked up. Pick a bad day.
I know. You're talking out of your crotch.
But I like the whole fucking white boy, you know, thing you got going on too. I mean, whatever those are called.
Khakis?
No, the shoes.
Oh, Sperry Topsiders.
Yeah, those
Yes.
fucking gay.
I don't own a boat. I just wear
Oh,
them.
but you have a good look. You know,
Thank
good
you.
look. You have good stage presence.
Do you live in the valley or like Dawson's Creek, or where do you live?
Up on One Tree Hill.
Elbows place.
There you go. Brian Vestal.
Thanks, guys. Good name.
Second time on stage. So we've had 3 out of the 4 people. Second time. And less than 10 people. Less than 10. So, popping a lot of somewhat cherry. So it's not really popping the cherry. This is like that second tire. It's still nice and tight with the blood. Anyway, oh, I know this guy. Very funny one-liner comedian. Put your hands together for the one and only Gabriel Killian. Guy's got fucking jokes over here. Rapid fire.
Sells his voice loud and strong.
Yeah, talk, you motherfucker.
I was watching some porn online, and much to my surprise, I came across a 40-minute video featuring my girlfriend back by 6 black guys. Jesus. Oh man, ridiculous this. I was so fucking pissed. God, just girls don't believe me anymore when I tell them I'm a light-skinned black guy. I have to start saying light-skinned. They don't believe me anymore either when I say I'm black in the waist down. It's true. It's the price I pay for a signature program. I used to think that urban legends were beautiful basketball players.
Nailed it. 58 seconds.
That was
That's funny.
Fuck yeah.
Your voice was stronger this time, but you're very quiet and shy on stage. You're wearing a hood and a hat.
yeah, but you know what? I kind of like it.
Do you?
Yeah, I kind of like the kind of, whisper into the thing. Got that raspy voice thing. You're hiding behind the hat. Mitch Hedberg, I used to work with Mitch and Braggy. And I asked Mitch one time why he covered his face, and he said he had stage fright. And Mitch said that's why I grow my hair out so that I can put it over my face because I'm afraid to see it on stage. And that just kind of was the allure of him as well. So I kind of like it. Quiet. You have to listen. You want to hear Joe.
Yeah. It makes people listen. Puts them on the edge of their seat. It's a great psychological trick.
I didn't know you were light-skinned black the whole time I knew you.
It's Armenian. Do you have any jokes about being Armenian? Alright. Do you have any jokes about being Armenian? No.
Oh, come on. That's hilarious.
Right. Nothing, huh?
Nothing. There's got to be
roll, but I never told it. Short.
As opposed to the other ones.
I'm half broken, half Armenian.
Half broken?
Half broken, half Armenian.
Yeah, don't see that Armenians.
Was that Iron Patriot?
Sounded like a full Armenian to me. I think you did good, man. You did a lot.
Here's my first time on stage.
How come you don't do other places? You sign up, you said earlier, you mentioned to me before the show that you signed up for the last 17 weeks in a row that you didn't get on. Yeah. You're saying you haven't done this show for a month. You really get nervous, huh?
You are so shy. What if I kiss you on stage?
Do it. Do it.
I'm going to kiss you on the lips.
Oh, shit.
A little tongue.
Wow.
A little tongue.
Yeah. Pull on that dick. Let's touch tips.
This is a Kill Tony first. Wow. There you go.
Now, what makes you nervous on stage? Like, because I can tell by your hands you're like going like this and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
the way that he
Who
breathes.
cares about these stupid faces? Who gives a shit?
It's weird. I don't feel nervous on the inside. My body feels that way.
You get like jittery.
Especially because it's been a while since
Do you ever look at audience members in their eyes when you're on stage? Does that part freak you out a little bit?
I don't usually, because most of the times I go downstairs. Yeah.
What do you look at? What are you looking at when
I
you're on
had the
stage?
flappers main room, and I was looking at them.
Right in their eyes.
Is that a club?
I I admit I barely look at people's faces. I gaze through them or I gaze around them, but it looks like I'm looking at them, but I really barely ever look at them.
I look right at them. I look deep into their eyes, and I command. And because it wasn't always that way. When I very first started, it was sort of like whoever the fuck Jessica Blankenship was looking straight down a lot. I was a lot like that. I had a bad habit of looking straight down, and since I started in the original room, I had a bad habit of looking out that window on the right side. So I'd be looking down and then out the window, almost not at all did I look at the audience. And I'm talking my first couple weeks. But one thing that I started doing immediately that I'm now super glad that I started doing, because now I can get a feel and a vibe in the middle of a set, or the beginning of a set, or the end of a set for the tone, how they're feeling, what they want, because I'm literally looking so deep into their soul, I sort of know what they're thinking at the time. So if you wanted to, you could really do that, and I'm sure that would help with your stage fright, is to make a point to really make eye contact with people. Because looking at the ground and looking at the lights and looking at the ceiling, that's cute and all, but why not make it worth something?
If I bump a couple of days in a row, nervousness is gone.
I mean, if you keep writing, fucking one-liners the way you do, it won't matter. Just fucking boom,
And you'll be getting laughs, and you'll be like, oh shit, I'm getting laughs.
Right, and once you get that, put your best joke first. That way you get that laugh out of the gate, and then you feel more confident. If you get silence out of the gate, fuck, now what?
You've absolutely got to be going on stage every night. I've heard your jokes before. I just brought you up as the one-liner guy. It still works.
Yeah, the fire joke's smart, man. It's a good joke. Yeah, that's the price you pay.
You got a knack for writing those one-liners. Get in the game, man. Stop pussyfooting around and do it, because your jokes are way too funny for you to just be doing once a month or whatever the fuck.
God's alarm's going off. He's gonna take his pill.
But is it bedtime? Is that your sleepy time alarm? Sleepy
I think you did great, man. That was
Yeah, awesome job as always. That's Gabe Killian. He's on Twitter at Gabriel Killian. That's GABRIELKILLIAN. Killian.
Disagree with the thing about it.
Yeah.
Because I see guys that have seen Steve play, guys that don't put down.
Mitch.
It's funny.
He's not looking down much anymore.
I was saying that literally, I said I use it to know sometimes where to go, but I'm talking about his stage fright. Right.
That's what I was And what they're saying is if you guys would get together and you do one good comedian.
Well, thanks, Steve. I do wish I could write jokes. If I could only somehow find a way to make a living out of doing that.
I agree with Sherrera here.
No, yeah, totally. I was telling you about the stage fright. It's something that I know helped me. It was just real. I remember a few weeks in, I was literally just staring at people, which is a bad extreme, but I was trying to break the habit of looking down and right. So fuck yeah, we're really getting to the roots of shit tonight.
Let's burn.
Yeah, we're flying through it. Funny is. Your next comedian is Mike Roberts. Mike Robertson. Mrs. Robinson.
I know. Simulation theory, guys.
All right. Hey, I'm just gonna get straight to it. I've been divorced 32 times, and nobody knows but me. And my wife doesn't know. It's all in my head. And I walk past her in the living room, look at her on the couch, smile in her face. She doesn't know. I had to realize one thing first, that she's crazy and I'm slow. The reason I'm slime is she treats me crazy. Alright, that was so the reason she treats me like slime, the reason she treats me. Oh, you guys making me laugh at myself. Alright. Let me go back to it again. I've been divorced 32 times.
Straight to the bear.
You know what it tells me that you're laughing? Your thoughts were funnier than the actual words you're saying.
In your head, you're like, oh, this is gonna fucking kill.
And Whatever you were thinking, you should have told us.
Yeah, exactly. That was a simple case of just not saying what you were thinking.
Where do you work? You're a manager at Target or something?
What do you actually work? No, actually, I work at Xerox.
Xerox,
So,
yeah.
that's still around?
So you nailed it. Big
Yeah,
corporate.
yeah,
Right.
Yeah, every corporate.
Yeah, I can see the slacks, you know, the tucked in shirt, the whole thing. It's just you're black. I didn't think you had a job, but
I'm one of the few.
what?
There you go.
How long you been doing stand-up?
I'm
Tell the
very
truth.
recent. I used to do it back in the day in the 90s, but I'm just not getting back to it in the last 6 months.
So how often have you been going up the last 6 months?
I've been coming out a lot, but not getting a lot of time.
Once a month? Once a week?
Yeah, about that. About
Right.
It's hard, man. It's gotta be. You gotta try to get on stage too much.
I would recommend Haha Cafe and places that charge you $5 to get on stage because at least it's guaranteed. As much as that sucks, but that's why you have to pay it. Because if it's not convenient for you to wait in line and not get up and stuff like that, you have to pay the $5 just so you can get the mic time and play your shit out.
I always tell comics too, and you know, a lot of comics go, I don't want to host. That's the best spot. If you can go to an open mic and host it, that's the best spot. Because that means you're getting on stage that night several times as opposed to sitting in the back, not getting on stage and waiting for your stage time.
How much do you hate your wife? Sorry, how much do you hate your wife? It seems like a lot. I'm getting a vibe of a lot.
There's a percentage of it, but I don't really hate it.
How long have you been married for?
19 years.
That's your opening line.
Yeah.
I've been married 19 years. Painful.
How's it going? Do you have kids?
I have 3 kids.
How old
Yeah,
are
you
they?
have a wealth of material.
They are 9th grade, 11th grade, and you just talk about that shit nonstop.
Yeah, the fact that you work at Xerox, there's got to be funny stuff in there, right? Is that what you said, Xerox?
Trying to get people to stop emailing.
Copycat. Fucking camera suck. Oh my god, that's so great. Right, just flipping it, telling the truth, because there is something about what you were saying about the 32 divorces and this and that. Basically, what you were saying was that you don't like your wife.
Every time I walk by, right, but you have the balls, you don't have the balls to do it.
Every time I walk by, I picture her in the electric chair.
Right.
Just
I don't know about Hug, she's black. That's just racist.
This was one of the most racist episodes
She
of
might
the
not be
show.
black.
She might not be black. She might. If she's white, that's a whole nother fucking shit you could talk about. How she improved your credit. You know, I mean, fucking something.
Iron Petria, what you think about this?
I wanted to be a homeowner. Oh shit. Well, I couldn't see him from front, but I thought it was funny he worked for Xerox because he's an exact copy of Brian Moses. I just saw the backup.
It's an inside joke. Very inside reference. So inside, not a single.
Good for you, man. You're doing it. You're doing it.
All right, good
Heck
job.
yeah, Mike. There you go.
Thanks, guys.
He's on Twitter, believe it or not. His Twitter handle is @KingMikeBoogie. You got that handle, huh? You're King Mike Boogie. Wow. You got it. Heck yeah. Mike Robertson, everybody. Hell yeah, man.
Prints out his tweets.
Keep doing it. Yeah. I thought the only comedian that copies was Mencia.
That's not true. There's a lot of jokes. That's a big problem, by the way. Big problem.
I don't know if there's a lot.
There is. There really is.
A lot?
I think there is. I found a guy the other day that was stealing my shit. And wow. And if you know my shit, and if you know, it's true. And if you know my shit, it's very like hard to like just come up with that type of shit. You know, it's very like creepy and horrible. Yeah, I just said my shit was horrible.
There you go. That's crazy. Did you talk to the guy?
Yeah, called him out.
Did you really? What did he say?
Denied. I don't even remember.
His name's Brandon Jeffries, everybody. Not the guy that's killed. Your next comedian.
Your next comedian.
His name Brandon Jeffries. There he is. Lots of new people on this house.
So I'm 29 years old and I work 2 shitty dead-end minimum wage jobs, you know, because I dropped out of college, so I painted myself into a corner there, you know. And one of the problems about working these kinds of jobs is working with other people who are fucking like gave up on life just like me, you know. I try to keep it pretty positive. I don't complain a lot, you know, but every now and again I'll have like a small gripe, you know. And somebody will be like, have to correct me. They'll be like, you know, Brady, just be glad you at least have the job, you know. Just be glad you can show up one foot out there. Like, I fucking hate that mentality, dude. It's like, this person's aggressively settling for life so hard that they try to bring you down to their level. That's like the equivalent of saying, like, I don't like fucking rat shit on my Cheetos, but at least have an afternoon snack, you know? Or saying, like, my wife's slowly trying to poison me with cyanide on my dinners, but at least I have a warm hole at night, and like a warm meal at night, and somebody to love me. I kind of fucked that one up, but that's all I got. Thanks.
I counted 9 you-knows. You can't do it. You can't say you know. I counted 9.
Yeah, that became such a big problem that it like gave me off for a couple of weeks. Like it was that bad. That's why I could focus.
Yeah, it was pretty freaky.
I had hammered out, man. It's a lot different when you actually get up here.
Of course. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've just been doing this like open mic in Riverside for a while, and it's just like music, poetry, and then they let me go up. So that's the only one I've really done so far for a couple of years.
So this is your first time not at an open mic.
First night at a comedy exclusive open mic. Yeah, first time not in Riverside.
So great, exactly. So it's like in Riverside it's basically like saying and going because that's how they talk about it, right?
Maybe I just don't notice because I'm in Riverside.
You got me. I
think it's just a nervous thing, man.
But I like your energy on stage. Like you have good energy. You went up there and you were like into it. It's just that driving me fucking nuts.
Yeah, honestly, the second I heard the 4th or 5th one, I wasn't even paying attention to it.
You were about 20 seconds in, just to let you know.
I think you should be the comedian.
Oh, buddy, I'm seeing t-shirts, cool koozies.
What's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the word VCR?
VCR, video, whatever it stands for.
Brandon, nobody's ever going to make it to what you're even talking about until you get rid of your ear.
Right. I noticed like everybody's kind of tuned the fuck out.
About the 6 people laughed, because they were like, holy shit, I'm having this.
Right, and then they also laughed because they didn't know what you were talking about. So at that point, you had set something up, and we sort of knew that you had attempted one, and then you said
You're like, no, we don't.
No, we don't know, man. So it sort of made it funny because they're like, we don't know.
So what are you, Mexican? Black?
Yeah, I'm
Great
black
question.
and white. Unless you think I'm like Mexican or something. Speaking Spanish.
Talk about that. First thing you don't say, talk about what you look like.
And I'd also talk about how you sound white as fuck. Like
that is
super white. Riverside's not next to like the ocean.
Not at all.
But you sound like a surfer.
Yeah.
That's weird. What is the deal with like riding boards like that makes you talk super white? Like no matter how you're black or Mexican, if they ride a board of any kind, it's very like, hey, what's up, man?
I just like to hear both of them, like somebody else that is like him talking to each other,
No,
No,
yeah, I know. Do you know? Yeah, I know.
You didn't know, now you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So the there is way too much to get past, like even what I'm
Totally. No idea what you.
Seriously, I had no idea. I was just focusing on how many times I said
Because I was at 9.
When you listen back, when you download this later and listen on, no. Seriously, you need to because it was really crazy how many times I said
All right.
Oh yes.
Here's the thing. I like the idea of working two minimum wage jobs. The fact is, that takes a lot of character.
There you go. So you are Mexican.
Listen to your podcast at work too.
You know what I like about you? Everything.
And
But I think there's something really good admirable because you can make more money not working. You know.
Well, and the fact that you went to college, didn't want to work hard to get through school.
In the long run, I'm working.
But in the long run, you're working 2 jobs. I agree with you.
And you have a great perspective. It's totally true. In the very beginning, I almost forgot about this. I'm like, whoa, this guy's owning it right now because you were in it. You're like, I have 2 minimum wage jobs. I'm a lazy fuck. Whatever you said, like you were truly in it. You were owning it.
Expecting you to go off on that.
Yeah. And then it went a whole different direction. So just know.
The whole what?
Oh, that's funny. No, but you got something.
Yeah. So don't quit.
Good job, man. Just
that
focus
goes-
on your notes. Seriously, that's all you have to do.
Don't quit goes for fucking everybody.
Right.
Period.
Right.
Even you, Tracy, don't quit.
Yeah.
Just hate to say it to you, but don't quit.
And Brandon, that's got to be just like, it sort of seems like a theme of tonight is, the things that these open mics are great for is eliminating shit habits right from the get. So you don't need to come to the Comedy Store. You can take care of that at your Riverside open mic. Whatever you do, if you get it down to 8 to 5 to 3 per minute, great.
Fucking 8. If you get it down to 8.
Right. But you got to start now.
Yeah.
Brandon Jeffries, everybody, is on Twitter.
Hey, and by the way, Iron P-Tray, you can't step outside if you want to cool off for 3 minutes because you're allowed to move and do whatever you want. You can sit down.
You can fly.
Yeah.
Yeah, take off.
We're almost done.
Heck yeah, we're actually going to move on to the part where we get our 2 regulars on stage. Every week we have 2 amazing regulars that have been writing a new minute of material every single episode, if you know what I mean. It's always fun, it's always exciting, and we're going to do it again right now. Your first comedian tonight, your regular, you know her from the Kill Tony podcast. She, just as like the other one, will be in La Jolla March 1st. Kill Tony on the road. Put your hands together for Kimberly Congdon, everybody. Here she
You know what I
is.
mean?
So I was reading up on nature versus nurture today. I thought it was pretty interesting. A bunch of moms had opinions. One lady said, no child is born evil.
When I said it's not in the essence, because when I speak, the one thing I may change my behaviors, and I may change as a result of my bad decisions, certain realities in my life, but I never change life. I never change my beliefs. The Guinness rose remains. The Hadas remains. Because those things remain. Build the ego to its Nicaragua, but at the same time, there's programs of conservation. I distill a day away from American kitchen, it isn't but for myself, because we arose, because we had us, never taking, never coming, there's a change in the influence. We'll stop up here. But again, you can see the power of these words. This entire soul, this Tshuva isn't the key to optimism in life. Because if you don't believe this, if you don't subscribe to this, then the truth is, life is right in the present. Because every day is filled with dramatic mistakes. If you don't accept this ideology of Tzaddik, it's not just Tzaddik, an ideology of Yiddishkeit. And at the end of the day, I make mistakes, and essentially I've locked myself into an ongoing downward spiral. I believe in the inner rose. I believe in the inner Hadas. Changes everything. unfortunately, that the Rothschild grant is huge for person to back that and these partial feedback because it elaborates all the tragic scenes. There is the sentence get that human generation says my summation. They must be better generation than humans. In contrast, the different experiences stand for each your identified with the best knowledge. So my point is here again, your identified is probably part of the moralism of what reflects just the power of change. The power of change. No matter what the individual has done, no matter how badly he's disciplinary, personal distinction, it's always his 11:30 given the possible Shia Kishoshan Amin Hopi, like a rose extends rose extends like this. He says, había veces like rose represents the energy of the rose of the rose. The Papa is about pain. So the Rebbe says something so beautiful. The other Rabbi, the right hand's talent, and when he can do it, the right hand's talent, five lines in it. The other Rabbi, Ats Hashivos, Sensei Sela, Achar Shishama Adam Jewish Legacy. The Rebbe is going to talk about certain concepts real quickly. But say his name is so beautiful. The Rebbe says in many words that the yeshiva's foundation is built on Hashem. This is manifest, especially in its acronym of sin. The acronym of sin. He says, Shahare, it means Shoshana, she is really important. Hashubi goes from Shoshana to Shoshana. The Rebbe says there, this is so beautiful, that there are different types of roses. Some roses grow amongst roses. Some roses grow amongst thorns. The beautiful rose is the one that does not grow amongst roses. Because beautiful roses are the ones that grow amongst thorns. This is what the Rebbe says. Hasmi goes over here to Zohar. Shoshana Shiba'aleveha. Keres Kol Shar Havarti Ba'olam. The most beautiful rose, the most fragrant rose amongst all of the roses in the world, Einorak Haki Ba'olam is the one which grows amongst thorns. The one which grows amongst thorns. The Rebbe says that the truest fragrance is found when you're surrounded all by thorns. The truest fragrance is when you're surrounded all by roses. The truest fragrance emerges when the rose is surrounded by thorns and still manages to produce roses, which is a true incredible and beautiful idea. So the Rebbe goes into these ways. Maybe I saw Halala Son, what in Shiva Tzimanamer, Shevali Tshuva Adi, Guru the Kavoso, and this is taken from the Zohar. It's very much known for beautiful concept like this. The Kala Tshuva are a spiritual space that is much greater than sensory. Now, again, obviously, this notion of a tzaddik cover is so it's there's no such thing as sin and justice. But you understand this point. Someone who struggles, so let's say here's another perfect thing. Someone who is constantly struggling with thorns and still manages to preserve his clothes is so much greater than someone who just always goes from season to roses. Because those who see so I know you know this context part though.
Wesley Curry, dog. This is all up in my shit. We used to be good friends.
Really, the essence of life, you want to push Aaron, you shouldn't see the place in this world. You struggle. You struggle. When I am mentally struggle, when I say Ribono Shel Olam, there are so many thorns. And the thorns are always coming. Think about external adversity. I will say, I think, there are moments in life, Halavai, you have bracha, but then there are no external adversity. But there's always internal adversity. And the internal thorns are the struggles, right? And then I see people who are roses who live amongst the road. And I'm always surrounded by the thorns, right? And I'm always surrounded by the thorns. But often I'm going ahead and often getting picked by the thorns, right? putting up on the board, I'm really causing a problem. Anything today I avoid the word, tomorrow I get stuck on the word. Yesterday I got stuck on the words. And the Tzaddik says, just understand two things. Number one, your rose is always there. Your rose is always there. The rose is never withered. The rose is never dies. This goes back to what the Tzaddik said 2 days ago. What we learned 2 days ago. Where he says the reason why Jesus is peaceful is because faith never impacts the relationships. Sin never impacts the core identity of who you are. That always remains intact. There's no changes because the rose is always there. And what I could Baruch Hu is building in your life is not Omar Shoshana based on Shoshana. So the truth is, there's beautiful roses amongst the roses. The real challenge in this, and the real success story of roses is when you hear Shoshana rose today. You can hear a rose amongst different roses. You could observe a beautiful rose while battling the world's condition every day. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, says to David, he says, take a look at the left of Rabbi. So now you got to take this concept. You take this concept and really expand it a little bit. So look at you guys. The Al Ya'ala on the left hand column, you're very happy because you changed the color. The Al Ya'ala ala Das, Sheikh Diet says, someone said, I'm sidestepping a little bit some of this other thing, which is Mashiach. Now, we're going to come back to Mashiach also, but remember, the really start of this whole conversation is that the level of conceptualization
What's up, babies?
that the dog
It's the first of ER 5786, Saturday, April 18th. But who really knows which fucking day it is? No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Elevate, Elohim, Chaim, but this one was always outside. Really? Really, Lily?
So that was the springboard for this conversation. Members,
3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 130, Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh, was born.
there's a national conversation, a personal conversation. It's the same conversation. The conversation of change.
We've been doing this bitch for 113 days. This is coffee and Kabbalah, Kabbalah and coffee. Really? Yes.
One moment,
Everything's up.
one moment to observing the next moment. That's the national conversation. On the personal level, the same thing is true. That I can be a Shoshana among the rose, even though it is surrounded by the thorns. The Rebbe says something amazing. He says, don't think, Al Yala ala Das.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection. And hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tichia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, folks. Well, welcome back to this sort of traveling, let's call it a circus. 5-ring circus? I don't know. 5-ring circus. There's a pretty cool thing here. Let's get back into this. Let's start by just, again, as we try to do every time, let's just recap a little bit so we're all on the same page. And that page, of course, here on the left is a picture from Sefer Razio Hamalach, one of the most famous books of Jewish magic ever written. You're seeing two different kamayot. These are amulets for various kinds of things written in angelic language. So if you want to know what the language of the angels looks like, those are two examples of angelic language being written out there. Now, what they say, I have no idea. You have to ask the angels. I don't know, you can write Michael at olamhabad.gov, and maybe he'll write you back. He doesn't seem to write me back. What we noticed last time about Jewish magic, and we did sort of a big romp through Jewish magic, is that Judaism and magic have had a very complicated, very long relationship. And I say very long relationship because, as I pointed out last time, the earliest document we have of the Torah is a magical amulet recovered from Jerusalem and the Ketiphinom tombs there, and written on silver. You can see it in the Israel Museum. So the very first documents we have of the Bible are magical amulets, probably. So if you want to say that Jews don't do magic, well, they must not do Torah too. So it's a non-starter. So they've had this very complicated, very tortured history of magic, where on the one hand, it's very clear that the Bible and the people that wrote the Hebrew Bible have a very uncomfortable relationship with magical practices for lots of reasons, theological reasons obviously included here, right? The idea that you can affect supernatural causation. If you can affect supernatural causation, then who needs a God? It kind of makes God redundant, right? God becomes like a thing that you really don't need. If you can like make it rain, you can make yourself fall in love with people, or make people fall in love with you, or make pennies from heaven. Who needs a God when they can win the lottery on their own through magic? And all at the same time, right, we see that Jewish magic has persisted all through the centuries. We see it again all the way back to Ketiphinom and all the way down through now. And as I pointed out, right, when I say all the way down through now, my bottom point really obtains here. In the Haredi community, in the community of ultra-Orthodox Jews, we see magical manuals still being published to this day. And also, of course, in the liberal Jewish world, there's an entire world of practicing Jewish witches. And other folks who identify as Kohenites, who are also very interested in things like astrology and magical practices. And so we see that the Jewish magic has really thrived down through the ages, and unsurprisingly, it's mirrored local magical traditions. So we see that Jewish magic often looks a lot like the magic of the area that they're living in. So we see the same kinds of magic in the Greco-Egyptian period. We see Jewish magic being practiced in the Babylonian context with those cool incantation bowls. And then as we move through the Roman period and the European period, we're going to see that Jewish magic will often borrow from the local cultures, but also influence those cultures as well. And that will be especially true in the European context, where Jewish magic has had a disproportionate impact on the development of European magic. That's why if you ever see those magical squares in most books of magic, European non-Jewish books of magic, there's some Hebrew there, right? Well, it's not because they like Jews. They were perfectly happy to see Jews sent to whatever dreadful fate they were sent to. But they did. The Jews had
secret powers, magical powers, and they were perfectly happy to use them. As we saw, Jewish magic ran the gamut, right? It ran the gamut from curses, because everybody gets salty, right? Cursing people's like your thing, right? Divination, who doesn't want to know the future? Love magic, because who wants to go to sleep alone? But again, we should be careful, right? Love magic, consent is a value we have around here, and of course, love magic isn't about consent. We have grimoires, which are medieval Jewish spell books that contain a wide range of Jewish magical experiments. In fact, in medieval times, Al, you'll appreciate this, that the word experiment actually derives itself from the medieval Latin word for experimenta, which were magical spells. So the word experiment actually has its origin in the technical word for a magical operation. And the word experiment actually comes from that. So if you look at medieval magical manuals, they'll say an experiment for invisibility. And what's interesting, right, is that those invisibility spells would be tinkered with to try to make them work better or work at all. And so when modern science, that so-called new science, came along, they just adopted that language. And so it's interesting to see that, again, the boundary between even language, between magic and science early on, pretty vague sometimes. So we also see amulets, right? Amulets are devices used to call various kinds of, either to receive positive energy from the stars, stellar influence, or repulse bad energy in the form of things like demons, Shaden. So we see amulets. Astrological magic is also very popular. Sefer Radio Hamala, what you're looking at now on the screen, was a big part of angel magic, astrological magic. We have demon capturing bowls. We have the creation of living beings. We talk a lot about that tonight as we get into Sefer Yetzirah. The golem is probably the Jewish monster par excellence. I imagine most folks here have heard of the golem. Of course, that myth comes from the Sefer Yetzirah, which we'll talk about this evening at length. Of course, we also have angel summoning in the whole thing. So Jewish magic really ran the gamut. So again, what I really want to drive home about the process of Jewish magic is what I said last time, is that people who want to tell you that magic is Jewish, there's no such thing as Jewish magic, well, they got some archaeology to talk to. Right? That's my basic argument. You can say that this is not a thing and that's not a thing. You can say it's not acceptable in your community, fine. But to tell me that Jews didn't do it for 3,000 years, you're just badly informed. I don't know what else to tell you. The scientific, archaeological, paleographic data tells me that you're wrong. And if you want to just sort of put your fingers in the air and go la 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 la, Jews didn't do this, well, have fun being wrong, because it's very clear that Jews did. So now again, whether your community accepts it, whether go to Oak Park over there, and whether they are okay with it, or Borough Park, or go to Crown Heights and see if they practice magic, I don't know. But probably, again, Menachem down the street, he's up 12 in the middle of the night doing some weird stuff. He might be up to some magic, right? And he wouldn't be that weird. And if you think about this from a historical perspective, the fact that there are magicians, sorcerers operating in Jewish communities all over the world in history, any community that doesn't have one is probably the weirdo community. That's probably the weirdo community. The one that doesn't have one, right? The much more likely outcome is the two. So Jewish magic has been here, it will be here, it's not going to go away. And by the way, that's true of magic in general. Magic is more popular now than ever before. Right? So for better or worse, it's here. So tonight, we're going to do it, folks. We're going to get into the very first vestiges, the very first layer strata of the Kabbalah. So we're going to do it. We've been talking about this distinction between Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. We're not going to hit that. We're going to begin to get into the world of Kabbalah. But to do that, we have to introduce things a little bit from a philosophical angle. And that's because while people often think of Kabbalah as a kind of mysticism, and people think of mysticism as somehow opposed to science or opposed to philosophy, those kinds of oppositions just did not exist in the late classical world, and they certainly didn't exist in the Middle Ages. So we have to loosen up our categories a little bit here, right? Because we often think of these things existing in opposites, right? Science doesn't like mysticism, mysticism doesn't like philosophy and science can't really get along. And so if they're all fighting, and this is the way this is our world, right? It's not theirs. Their world is a much different world than ours. And the first thing you have to do is kind of, take your modernity hat off and put a different hat on, whatever that hat is, big or whatever. And so we have to understand that in the late classical world, the relationship between philosophy, mysticism, magic, religion was very complicated and very mixed together, right? So drawing a line between one of these and the other of these is just really not possible. And so what we have to understand is that Judaism has always had a very weird relationship with the outside world. Always a very weird relationship, right? Because on the one hand, Jews want to maintain their cultural, religious distinctiveness. And on the other hand, well, the outside world's kind of cool. They got Greek science, and they got like TV, and they got Xbox, and all this stuff, right? So there's all kinds of things about the outside world that Jews want to admit is cool, and yet at the same time, we don't want to. The bad A word. You know what the bad A word is? Assimilate. Assimilate, right? This is the bad A word, right? So there's this idea that Jews do not want to assimilate, but they always have to some degree. And even when they don't, that non-assimilation is actually a response to assimilation, right? You're never outside that logic. So with the relationship between ancient, late classical Jews and Greek science. Because the Greeks had a lot of stuff figured out, folks. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, whether they were right or not, I don't think they were. The Greek model of the world was a far better model of the world. It explained, at least at some level, why the planets did what they did, right? Greek science, Greek math, right? I don't know if folks here have ever done a geometry class, right? But when you prove to yourself that Pythagorean theorem is true, it's magical. It's magical. When you see mathematical proof of something, you're like, damn, that's really true. That's for real true. Not like I made it up, like I had a fever dream about it being true, whatever. That's true. And it can't be otherwise. The Greeks pioneered a lot of this stuff. Now, it's not to say the Greeks invented everything, right? The Pythagorean theorem has been known by the Babylonians in the form of what are called Pythagorean triplets well before Pythagoras, right? Pythagoras linked heavily on the Egyptians for a lot of his mathematical knowledge. As you might imagine, the Egyptians knew a thing or two about triangles. So, again, the Greeks had things going on, right? And the Greeks were the big pioneers of what we might now recognize as something like empirical science or theoretical science. Now, what's really important about this is, right, Jews have always had a sort of pull relationship with Greek science. But what increasingly begins to happen is that Jewish philosophy begins to be deeply influenced by two distinct forms of Greek philosophy. Now, these two forms of Greek philosophy, we have names for them now, right? We call them Neo-Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism. Now, I'm going to do a lot more with Neoplatonism next time when we get into Kabbalah proper. But tonight, what I really want to focus on is a school of Greek philosophy that we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism. Now, you can imagine how many Greeks called their philosophy Neo-Pythagoreanism. The answer is exactly zero. No Greeks called their school that. Right? Everyone just thought they were being philosophers. But there are two things that are really important about what we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism. Right? They don't be put off by the name. It's one of these $4 words to make philosophers sound smart. Basically, what we're talking about here is two things. One thing we're talking about here is the influence of Pythagorean philosophy. And Pythagorean philosophy is the same philosophy that any string theorist probably will believe in today, and that is the world is fundamentally mathematical. Right? Not describable in terms of math, but math. The world is mathematical, right? And so that's the main thing, right? That the structure of reality, fundamental structure of reality is mathematical in nature. Again, this idea probably is more popular now in some forms of contemporary physics than it ever has been. The second thing that's worth noting about this is that for the Neo-Pythagoreans, the union with God was possible. One could be like God, right? God, singular God, right? Because the Pythagoreans are all about like everything going back to one, right? And so they really thought that fundamentally things are basically one. And so the idea was you could be like that too. You could unite your consciousness. You could unite your being. You could unite your nous with the divine. And as you can imagine, those two ideas are going to be part and parcel of a great deal of what becomes mysticism in the ancient world and, of course, in the modern world as well. By the way, what the image you're seeing on the screen here is an image from a Pythagorean or Neo-Pythagorean basilica that was actually discovered in the 18th century in Rome. It's recently been reopened. I've always wanted to go there. It's perfectly preserved. This is where Neo-Pythagoreans hung out in Rome. It's basically completely preserved. It was only discovered on accident, and so it's really neat that you can go into these places where these guys were like hanging out, talking about numbers and stuff. And it's actually preserved in Rome. They allow a very small amount of people to go in there. So next time I go to Rome, I'm going to try to be one of those very small group of people. So let's combine that, right? Let's think of this idea with some ideas from Judaism. Now, Judaism, as you probably know from the book of Genesis in the Bible, Bereshit, that the ways that God makes the world in Jewish lore and Jewish mythology and Israelite mythology is that God speaks the world into being. That the existence is a speech act, right? God says, Yehi or, let there be light, and Vayehi or, there was light. The very act of speech causes being to come into existence. And thus, right, if God speaks Hebrew, which of course Israelites thought, Jews think that God does, that's the language of God. In fact, that's what we call Hebrew Lashon Kodesh, right? Lashon Kodesh, that it is holy language. Then the very reality of Hebrew is that Hebrew itself has magical power. It's the case that the language itself is special. It's metaphysically powerful. It's quasi-divine. Because if God speaks it, then it can't be just a bunch of random sounds, right? We make random sounds, dog, right, or whatever, right? We think of sounds as being random, but God's speech isn't random. God's speech is the opposite of random. It's ordering. Because in the ancient Israelite imagination, remember back from the first talk, that part of what goes on in the ancient Israelite mind worldview is that God is ordering the world out of chaos. For the ancient Israelites, it's chaos versus order. So what does God's speech do? It orders the universe. And this is unsurprising, right? Because grammar, if you've ever studied some grammar, you've been tortured by some grammar, you know the thing that's torturous about grammar is that it's orderly. That's what's hard about it. It's about learning the patterns, and learning when there's exceptions to the patterns, and why there are exceptions to patterns. It's orderly. And so language as an act of order is how God created the world. There was nothing, tohu vohu, chaos, but then God spoke and it ordered it. So Hebrew has this kind of power. You see this very early on in Israelite, you might call it linguistics or ontology or the metaphysical language. But there are two ways in which this plays itself out. The first, of course, is that language is magical. This is unsurprising, right? If you imagine a sorcerer, the one thing every child knows about what sorcerers say, right, is abracadabra. Well, you might think that's just nonsense gibberish, but it's not. It's Aramaic. Abracadabra literally means in Aramaic something like, I create as I speak. Now, think about that for a minute, right? Abracadabra, I create as I speak. Well, if a magician is uttering that, who are they imitating? God. Because God creates speech. So on the one hand, we have language is magical. You can do magic with language. We've already seen that with Hebrew being used in all its magical practices. But if you can speak that magical language, it's not just that you can do magical powers. You have magical powers. You are also imitatio Dei, imitating God. You're being as if a God, right? Because God can do it through language. Well, if God speaks that language and you speak that language, you are kind of being quasi-divine. And so, insofar as one can speak that language and conjure things into being, you can imitate God, but also you can become unified with God. Because in the same way that God creates through speech, you create through speech, you are imitating and being like God. This is the theological equivalent of fake it until you make it. Right, folks? This is you becoming united with God by acting like God. And by acting like God, one becomes unified with God. See,
So you can see how this circuit is beginning to get closed, right? And how the role of Hebrew in Israelite theology and the role of Hebrew in the action of doing sort of mystical stuff, right, allows one to engage in this mystically powerful language. The image here to the left that you're seeing is from Abraham Abulafia, founder of the prophetic Kabbalah, who we'll get to in a couple of weeks. These are meditation wheels by which one can, in fact, change one's consciousness by, and by changing one's consciousness, I mean elevate one's consciousness to be unified with God via prophecy by meditating on specific words in the Hebrew alphabet. It's from manuscript of Abraham Abulafia, not written by him, but of one of his texts. We'll get to him in a couple of weeks. The first time we see this idea of imitating God by using language to create things is in the Babylonian Talmud. And this gets back to Al's point, right, where Al commented that on the one hand we have the rabbis and everyone else. Well, here's where I want to disrupt that. Because in the Babylonian Talmud, we have the rabbis doing the exact same, the thing that you said they didn't do, right? You wanted to draw a line, and here's what I'm saying: the line can't be drawn. So we have in the Babylonian Talmud in two different stories, which are probably mirroring each other, being told by two different rabbis in Tractate Sanhedrin, where we have both Abaya and Rabbi, two very prominent rabbis, discussing death penalty cases, right? The Tractate Sanhedrin, as you may know from the Babylonian Talmud, is all about death penalty cases. And one of the things that is a death penalty case is sorcery, kishuf. You're not allowed to practice sorcery. And so what is constitutive of sorcery, right? So they say there's all kinds of things that are constitutive of sorcery, right? But creating illusions isn't. You're allowed to create illusions. This is the rabbinical idea that you can do stage magic. In fact, kishuf, I think in modern Hebrew, actually indicates stage magic. Right? What is allowed? This is positively mind-boggling. Right? Such was formed by Rabbi China and Rabbi Shaya, who spent every Shabbos Eve in studying Hilchot Yetzirah. We'll talk about what this is in just a minute. By means of which they created a third grown calf and ate it. So they studied Hilchot Yetzirah, right? This literally means the doing of the Yetzirah, right? So if you want to have a book about the laws, like Hilchot Shabbat is how to practice Shabbat. It's the laws of Shabbat. Hilchot Yetzirah is the laws of formation. How do you make something? Well, what did they do? They studied it, and on the eve of Erev Shabbos, on the Shabbat Eve, they created a third grown calf and they ate it for Shabbat. They made a calf. They made one. Rabbi said, this is even more dramatic. Rabbi said that if the righteous desired, they could create a world. Now, this translation is hiding something. This is the translation from Sefaria, but the actual translation in the Aramaic says they could create a world, just like God. They could create a olam. Now, that is positively mind-blowing. That if you were righteous, you could create a world, right? But you have inequities, so you can't. Now, Rabbi created a man, right, and sent him to Rabbi Zerah. And Rabbi Zerah said to him, right, spoke to him and said, he received no answer, right? He was mute. And thereupon he said, you're a creature of the magicians. Actually, in Hebrew, Aramaic rather, it says, you're one of the company, right? Like, you're one of those guys, right? In Hebrew and Aramaic. It says, go back to the dust, right? And Rabbi Chanina and Rabbi Shah said, and also spent studying Sefer Yetzirah, by means of which they created a third grown calf and they ate it. So in the Babylonian Talmud, again, the central work of rabbinical Judaism, there is no more important book in rabbinical Judaism than Babylonian Talmud. We have rabbis making people, making calves. So the distinction between what's magic and what's orthodox at this point has to be fully broken down. Because I don't know about you, if I made a person, right, from dust and then sent them to you, you're going to be like, well, if it ain't magic, it'll do until magic gets here. Damn. Like, again, if making people ain't magic, I don't know what is. So what we have in Babylonian Talmud is the idea that somehow they're studying some book, some text, and creating people.
creating people. Now, again, the person's mute. There's no doubt about the fact that he's not a perfect person. They're mute, right? Which would have been thought of as a disability in the ancient world. Again, ancient ableism aside. What we have here is an image of creation by some kind of study. Further at Barrel Foot 55 base, we have the idea that Bezalel was chosen by God to be the architect of the Mishkan, the tabernacle. Why? Because Bezalel, I have the story not because his name is Bezalel, but because it's a great story, but because Bezalel knew how to join the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So again, listen to that in the Babylonian Talmud at Barrel Foot 55 base, that Bezalel was chosen because he understood how to combine the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So already by the Talmud, we have the idea that the heavens and the earth were created, the Olam, the cosmos were created by the combination of letters. And here again in Tractate Sanhedrin 67-65 base, we have the idea that you create if you're righteous. If you're righteous. I'm not that righteous, thank God. Now, what's this text? Right, what's this text? Sefer Yetzirah is, without a doubt, the most enigmatic and important book of Jewish mysticism prior to the Kabbalah. There is no more important book prior to the rise of the Kabbalah in terms of Jewish mysticism than Sefer Yetzirah. I'll go on to say also later, Sefer Yetzirah is canonical. It's scripture now. In the Orthodox world, you can make arguments based on it. It is a kind of Jewish scripture. We're not like the Christians. The Christian canon is basically closed. The Muslim canon is definitely closed, right? The Jewish canon kind of is open. Stuff gets in, right? And from community to community, right? Things get in. And Sefer Yetzirah has certainly got in. I would consider it to be part of the Jewish canon, right along with the Bible and with the Babylonian Talmud and the Sefer Zohar, etc. What is it? What is a Sefer Yetzirah? It is a text produced sometime between 500 and 1,000 of the Common Era. It's very brief. It's only about 2,000 words long. And it's a speculative text describing the method by which God created the cosmos, or the Olam. I'm going to use the word Olam because I prefer to use the cosmos. I think it has connotations that are a little bit maybe too modern. And when I say Olam would include all of the physical world we now know of, described by the standard model of particle physics with 25 particles, 4 forces. But the Olam is a much bigger angle about what that would include angels and demons and all kinds of cool stuff. So at any rate, the Sefer Yetzirah describes in very, very brief words, right? They're only about 2,000 words on an average recension. We can talk about recensions later. There are 3 or 4 different recensions of the Sefer Yetzirah that have come down to us, and there's a debate about how they came down to us. What we have is a book describing how the world was created, attributed to none less than the patriarch Abraham. Why Abraham? Because there is a line in Genesis where it said Abraham made souls, right? That Abraham created souls. And the idea is that because Abraham created souls, the only way he could have done that is if he had access to Sefer Yetzirah, and therefore that's proof for the traditional community at least that because Abraham could create souls, that he was also in command of the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, when was this book written down? The short answer is we have no idea. We just don't know. Sometime before 1,000 of the Common Era, right? Now, the debate goes that sometime between the 2nd century and the 11th century, 800 years or something. We don't know. It's very difficult to figure out when this book was written down. I tend to agree with Zahi Weiss, who I'll have his name in his book in the recommended readings at the end of the lecture tonight. I tend to agree with Zahi Weiss that it was produced in the 7th century, maybe the 8th century, but it doesn't really matter for the purpose of this class. We're not going to get into the weeds about when it was written down. However, you may be interested in when it was published. Here on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the first edition of Sefer Yetzirah published in Mantua, I think 1562. I could be wrong about that, but I think it's 1562 that was published in Mantua. But we have a first edition copy here. One of these copies, by the way, sells for about $60,000. So if you have $60,000 lying around, you want to buy me a gift, feel
feel free to pick me up a copy of the Mantua edition of the Sefer Yetzirah. So, what is the Sefer Yetzirah? As I said, right, it's a book describing how God made the world. Now, what's also important about the Sefer Yetzirah is that it's the first time we hear the word Sephirot. Now, this is a word that, for folks familiar with Kabbalah, this is a word you probably have heard before, right? Sephirot is one of these words that is a mainstay in the world of Kabbalah. Now, there are two things that are important about this word Sephirot. The first thing that's important about this word is that no one knows what it means, right? The root of the word, the shortish of the word is SFR, which in typical language Hebrew means to count, right? It just means to count. Now, if you want to make a verb, if you want to make a noun out of that, right? Typically the noun would be mispar. And mispar actually does mean number. That's the Hebrew word for number. Mispar, misparim, right? It's a word for number. Well, the writer of this text doesn't go that route. They invent a new word that we've never seen before. And that new word they invent is sephirot. Now, what they do is they take the word sphira and they add an oat to it, a feminine plural ending, and so we know it's in plural. What makes this word even more weird is that it's always accompanied in the Sefer Yetzirah with the term belima, the adjective belima. Now, the word belima only occurs once in the entire Hebrew Bible. It's a lapach legemenon, which means it only occurs once. And it's weird. Well, we know that beli, right, means without, and ma means what. And so it seems to mean without what. Now, what we have is a word made up, sephirot, which kind of means number, and without one. So literally we can translate it as number without one. Now, if you put that into the actual text, it makes no sense. Whatever the author's trying to do here, whatever they're trying to describe, a literal reading of it doesn't make sense. So, what are the Sephirot Belima? What do we mean by the Sephirot the first time they appear in all of Jewish literature and all the history of Jewish mysticism? Well, the one thing that we know from Sefer Yetzirah is they are not divine emanations. Now, I know that for folks who are familiar with some Kabbalah, right, you've seen the tree of life, right, with the dots, right, and then God goes from Keter to Chokmah, Bina, right? 10 things. We'll get to that later, right? And that's the tree of life. Those are the Sphirot. Well, in the Sefer Yetzirah, it's not that. Whatever it is, it's not that. They are not divine emanations. We'll get there tonight. In a minute. They're not that. What are they? No one knows. No one knows. The going guess, and I say guess, right? Because I really do mean guess. The going guess is that this is being influenced by Neo-Pythagoreanism, right? Neo-Pythagoreanism. Remember, Neo-Pythagoreanism, mouthful, is all about this number stuff, right? Remember, it's all about number being reality. Well, one of the things we know about Pythagoreanism is that one of their sacred symbols was this thing called the tetrachus. You're seeing it on the screen here to the left. The idea of the tetrachus, right, is the idea that from one monad you give rise to two monads, right, plus, right, so these 2 plus 1 give rise to 3, and these 3 plus 1 give rise to 4. You add all this together, right, you get a base 10 counting system. And from a base 10 counting system, you have basically the origins of the number system, and then from there you have the origins of arithmetic, etc., etc. It's a geometric way of describing how numericality itself comes into existence. Now, I know that sounds really abstract. That's because it's really abstract, right? But we know this from the Pythagorean world, right, that they also thought there were 10 of these, right? There are 10 of these tetrachus, right? The tetrachus was a 10-node system. Well, guess what we know about the Sefer Belima? There are 10. And the text is really clear in the Sefer Yetzirah. 10, not 9, 10, not 11. Exactly 10. I think, that what the Sephirot means are the basic structure of a decimal counting system. That what we have here is a decimal counting system. Why? Right? Because the symbol of 10 represents completeness in the Pythagorean system. And 2, the Sephirot are also always described in relationship to the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet.
So for the Sefer Yetzirah, the world's created by two things, three things. God, right? Using the 10 sefirot and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, combine them together, creates everything else. So you have, well, you imagine it, right? What do you have? You have all the numbers, all the letters, combine all the numbers and letters together, and you get a universe. One can imagine that the 10 Sephiroth are the 10 countable things, so the base 10 system of counting, plus the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. They are the palette by which God painted the world into existence. So, in Sefer Yetzirah, they are not emanations of God. They are numerical structures, which when combined with the alphabet, are the substructure of reality. Language and math. Right? I think that's what's going on in Sefer Yetzirah. Now, if you go ask someone else, they'll give you another story. So you know the story, right? I think that's what's going on. And I think that I base that upon, if you read other Neo-Pythagorean literature, they make the exact same argument, right? So I think that's what's going on here. Now, what we get in Sefer Yetzirah is a description of several successive stages the universe went through, right? Just like we tell the story now, right? We had the Big Bang, we're hearing inflation, right? And then we have the world that we have it now. And eventually we'll have the black hole period and proton decay or whatever. Right? There are successive stages in the universe. Sefer Yetzirah also describes successive stages in the universe, how they come into being. Now, we can't get into the weeds of all that tonight. We just don't have enough time to do all of that. We can spend an entire 8 weeks just on Sefer Yetzirah. But what's really important is that the mature part of the universe, right? The mature part of the Olam is governed by what the Sefer Yetzirah calls ketzivot. Ketzivot are limits, right? Limits, they're extremities. Again, that, by the way, limits, extremities, is Pythagorean language. They're translating this Pythagorean language, in my opinion, into Hebrew. And ketzivot are these kind of limits. Now, what do those limits look like, right? Well, there are fundamentally 3 dimensions, right? 3 dimensions. Well, I say 3 dimensions, right? They're actually like 6 dimensions, but this is what they are, right? They have 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending. We have 2 dimensions of space, right? Or dimensions of, so 2 dimensions of time, 2 dimensions of space, above and below, and those include the 4 cardinal directions. So above and below, right, are the cardinal directions, and then in those they split off into the other directions. And then along with the 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending, and the 2 dimensions of space, there are also 2 moral dimensions, right, good and evil. This is a pretty interesting way of thinking about reality for this time period. And again, I think that someone with a background in physics, like Al, can appreciate, right? That they're already imagining reality as having dimensionality. There are these mathematical ways of understanding the nature of reality that are describable abstractly as what we might call dimensions, what they call ketzivot, or limits, or extremities. This is followed by a very intense and very somewhat strange analysis, and yet still scientific, of the Hebrew alphabet itself, in which the writer of this text groups the Hebrew letters into 3 groups based on the articulation of the points of the mouth. So when you make a mem sound, it's a ma, it's using your lips, labials, right? When you make a dalet sound, it's da, dentals. When you make an aleph sound, right, a ayin sound, right, those are gutturals, right? Those are articulated at different points. And so it's a kind of quasi-primitive, right? When I say primitive, I don't mean backwards, but I mean ancient form of linguistic analysis, right? So they're analyzing language in terms of where these things get articulated in the face, in the mouth. And then finally what happens is the letters are all set into a correspondence. And the way that the writer of Sefer Yetzirah imagines the cosmos, right, or reality, is it really has 3 layers. There's the Olam, right, the whole big Megillah, right? There's time. Time is the movement of the Olam, right? And there's the human being. And the human being is the center of it, right? Because they are something that exists, and they are moving through time. And so the human being, the nefesh, the soul, right, is the nexus of the cosmos and time, right? And so they understand this. So what you get in the Sefer Yetzirah is a very identifying to members of the zodiac, right? Shana, time, right? And then also letters are combined to describe the cosmos, right? Various parts of the cosmos. And they also describe various parts of your body. So your liver, your heart, your head, your eyes are set into correspondence with the various letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Because again, God spoke the world into being, and when God said ayin, right? Folks have this right? The word ayin. Ayin is a Hebrew letter, and guess what ayin means? Eyes, right? God's not joshing around here, folks. When God said ayin, eyes came into existence. And what is sight? What is sight seeing? Sees light, right? So we get this system of correspondence. So the Sefer Yetzirah is a very rigorous, scientific, philosophical, metaphysical analysis of how reality came to be. There have been several different periods of time. I just want to talk a little bit about how those periods of time have worked themselves out, right? So we have a few different periods of time in the development of Sefer Yetzirah, right? The earliest period of time is when it developed. And the truth of the matter is we don't know anything about that time. We don't know exactly when and how it was developed. We think it was probably in kind of a Gnostic, theurgical, magical Greek, Syriac world, but it's anyone's guess. The first time we see the Sefer Yetzirah emerge is in philosophical scientific commentaries in the 10th century, right? So the 10th to the 12th century, the leading Jewish minds at the time spent time writing commentaries on Sefer Yetzirah. And they did it to try to show how this accurately describes the fundamental structure of reality. Now, again, when the Saadia Gaon, just to give an example, right? Saadia Gaon writes commentary on this. If the Saadia Gaon, the leading authority in all of the Jewish world at the time, feels the need to write a commentary on this, well, by God, that's scripture, right? If he takes it seriously, you bet your ass you're going to take it seriously, right? And it's not just him. It's Danilo, it's all kinds of Barzilai, lots of people. So we have these scientific commentaries of the 10th to the 12th century. And then the book becomes magicalized. Because if it describes how God made the world, and if righteous people can make their own worlds, then this might be a roadmap to making our own stuff. And so it enters into its magical period, specifically in Europe with the Sassi Ashkenaz in the 11th and 13th century, right? And then eventually it's synthesized into the Kabbalah in the 13th century, and eventually it makes its way into modernity. We'll get into a little bit more of this other, more recent stuff in a bit. Now, of course, the Sefer Yetzirah is most heavily associated at the level of magic with the golem. I'm sure most folks here have heard of the golem. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the golem, but the golem, of course, is an artificial humanoid made from clay animated by magical means, specifically by techniques found in the Sefer Yetzirah. The earliest descriptions for the production of a golem are found primarily in the 12th century in the commentary on the Sefer Yetzirah written by Eliezer Verms, a German Ashkenazi rabbi. And he writes how to create a golem using various kinds of magical techniques, meditation techniques primarily, combining letters with vowels over and over and over again in a form of mystical meditation. And one can transform clay into a human being through these mystical meditations. And so the golem becomes this sort of artificial human. By the way, the word golem actually does appear in the Hebrew Bible once, I think, to describe an unformed fetus. It's actually sort of the word for fetus in the Hebrew Bible. It's an entity that's not quite human and not quite not human, somewhere in between. That's why, by the way, in the Hebrew Bible, that if you kill someone, you're subject to the death penalty. But if in the middle of a fight, a man hits a woman who's pregnant and calls her to miscarry, he's not subject to the death penalty. Because the thing inside her is a golem, not a person, right? So the rabbis are actually very clear about what's a person and what's not. For them, unborn people, right? Unborn entities are golems, not people. That's why there's a death penalty case in that matter. Which is something I think is weird. I don't know why more fundamentalist Christians and people don't really. They're all about reading the Bible. Read the damn thing. Be about it. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Read the damn thing. So anyway, the golem, right, is how this idea came about, right? Because if God can make things and I can make things, well, I can use speech to make things too, and the golem becomes the quintessential legend for this. Now, you've probably heard the golem of Prague.
Just as a myth-busting thing to ruin your night, the Golem of Prague was invented by a 19th century German writer, a non-Jewish German writer, and ascribed the whole idea to the Maharal of Prague. The Maharal of Prague never made a golem. There was no golem legends prior to the 19th century in Prague. Now, don't go shouting that very loudly if you go to Prague, because they'll throw you out of a window. That's, Prague hospitality. Because they make a lot of money on tourism, on the whole golem thing. But Maharal of Prague never made a golem, never was interested in golems. If you read the Maharal of Prague's actual writings, he would have been very opposed to things like that. He was a pretty tinted to by the book kind of legalist, actually. So that entire legend is invented in some ways by whole cloth. Although the Golem movie is very important, what's also interesting about the Golem movie, I'll just mention here just briefly, is that the Golem movie as we have it is actually a prequel. It's a prequel. The original Golem movie and the sequel have both been lost. They're lost movies, sadly. So if you ever go see the Golem movie that we have is a prequel to a movie that's been lost. And the sequel, which we also know was made, has also been lost due to two of these movies that a lot of, as you may know, a lot of film back in the day was printed on things like nitrocellulose or whatever, like really, really combustible film, and even a spark could burn the whole thing down, and so a lot of these movies were lost. So if you ever see the Golem, just know that you're watching a prequel to a movie that was very popular that's been lost now. So the invention of an artificial humanoid, and further, like the last thing I'll say about Sefer Yetzirah is that dozens of commentaries on this little book have been written in the centuries since it's been written. Sefer Yetzirah is probably the single most commented book after the Bible and the I should be careful what I say about that. There are dozens of commentaries, I will say that, on Sefer Yetzirah, and Standard Edition has at least 12 commentaries attached to it. And so the Sefer Yetzirah in the traditional Jewish world is a highly, highly, highly commented upon book, and it is, in fact, to this day, I think would say it is a canonical book of Jewish scripture. As we get into Europe, right? As we get into Europe, in the world of the Ashkenaz, and we're going to run a little over tonight, but I think it's okay. I won't try to go too far over. As we get into Europe, we get into the world of the Ashkenaz. As we've been in the Middle East for a while, right? We've been in ancient Israel, ancient Palestine, we've been in ancient Egypt, we've been in ancient Mesopotamia. The focus begins to shift beginning in the period of the 10th and 11th centuries. That has a lot to do with what's going on in the Middle East with things like the Mongol invasions and some kind of crackdowns, at least at some level, in terms of things get a little stricter in the Islamic world. And so the intellectual centers begin to shift to traditional Jewish parts of the world in Europe, Ashkenaz being one of them. Now, people have these bizarre ideas that all of European Jews are descendants of Khazars that converted in the 9th century or something, and that all European Jews are not really Jews. There's all the kind of bizarre anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Jews have been in Europe for thousands of years, right? Because Jews have been traveling with the Romans the entire time, and wherever the Romans established trade places, Jews went. Like lots of people went. Greeks went, right? People forget that Massalia, Marseille, on the very south coast of France, was a Greek colony, right? Set there to do trade. So trade and movement of populations happened all through the Roman world. People forget that one of the capitals of the Roman Empire was Trier in Germany, right? That blows people's mind, but Constantine the Great was born in Trier, in what is now Germany, the birthplace of Karl Marx, of all people. So Jews have been in Europe for centuries. Now, what goes online, right, is that beginning in this period, right, Jews come to the forefront of learning other kinds of things, not just trade. And in Ashkenaz, around the turn of the millennium, maybe a couple hundred years after the turn of the millennium of 1000 Common Era, we have a very weird esoteric theology developed that is called the unique cherub circle. And the unique cherub circle introduced the idea that God and the world can't be directly connected. Why? Well, it's simple philosophy. If God is infinite and the world is finite, then the distance between the infinite and the finite is always going to be infinite. That's a theological problem. So what do? You need something to link the worlds.
you need a bridge, something that's quasi-finite, and something that's kind of quasi-infinite. And what they introduced was the idea of ha'atzala, right? Ha'atzala, that God flows out of God's self, and somehow the flowing out of God's self bridges the gap between the infinite God and the finite world. And the thing that bridges the gap for this group of people was a thing called the unique cherub, right? The cherub is a kind of angel, as you probably know. And this unique cherub bore the glory of God. That God's glory had a hidden inner glory, right? Right? It's like imagine the inside of the sun, right? The inside of the sun is full of like energy and intensity, but we never see it. What do we see of the sun? We see the outside layer, right? We see the outer glory. And the outer glory, right, of God, the outer kavod, flows out and becomes a kind of special angel, a unique cherub. And that special angel is an atzala, is an emanation, a flowing out of God, right? And that bridges the gap between the infinite and the finite with the unique cherub in the middle. Now, we don't know much about this group. Right? This is a very strange group of rabbis there in Ashkenaz, in Germany, and we're still doing research about them. But it seems like they've been introduced to the idea of Neoplatonism, and we'll talk about Neoplatonism next time. Right? We'll talk about it later. Now, what ends up happening is that infused with this idea of ha'atzala, of emanation, the Sefer Yetzirah gets fused to it. So the idea is, well, it can't just be one thing. Right? Maybe it's 10. Maybe there are 10 things standing between the infinite, utter transcendent God and us. And maybe between those things, there are 10 things. Because Sefer Yetzirah says there are 10. 10 Sephirot Belemah, right? So maybe the ladder has 10 rungs. Maybe the ladder has 10 rungs. And that idea of the ladder having 10 rungs is taken up in the first Kabbalistic text of history, the Sefer Bahir. This is, folks, the first text of Kabbalah. If you want to start studying Kabbalah, this is the text you start with, the Sefer Bahir. This is the first printed version you see here on the left-hand side. This is a midrash, right? Midrashim are texts in which the Bible is used as a stepping stone, or diving board, better, right, to riff, right? Like, folks, you like jazz, right? You like jazz, right? One of the things that, go to a jazz show, right? Coltrane might start a riff, right? And then Monk might pick up, right? The drums. And then someone else is going to pick up, right? And then they're going to riff, and they're going to riff, and they're going to riff, and a variation of a theme, right? If you want to think about what Midrash is Jewish jazz. It's taking a riff and going with it, right? Commenting on it, legends, weird stuff, strange ideas, right? Don't read this, read that. Turn the letters around backwards, read it that way, right? It's riffing, right? It's improvisation on these ideas. Midrash is Jewish jazz, right? So, what we get in the Sefer Bahir is a work of Jewish jazz, Midrash. It was very popular in the Middle Ages, right? But this Midrash is really interesting for a couple of reasons. One is because it's ascribed to a first century Jewish scholar, Nehunya ben Akana. Now, Nehunya ben Akana didn't write this, but it's ascribed to him to kind of give it a little gravitas. Further, what's also really important about this is it's very clear that whoever wrote this is doing some really, really interesting theological, philosophical mysticism. They're riffing on this material, on the Bible, in a way we've never seen before. Now, did they make it all up? Were they part of a larger tradition? Was there a community of people doing this? This is the one work that survived? We don't know, right? But what we do know is this text introduces the core concepts that become the foundation for the Kabbalah as we know it. Now, these midrashim inside of, there are 200 of these inside of the Sefer Bahir, they are not united in any stretch of the imagination.
In fact, the story goes right is that the writer must have written them all down, and then the story is that they threw them into the air, and every time they landed, that's how they got edited together. The editing seems random, right? Now, there are passages that do seem contiguous, and then they kind of titter off into seemingly random commentaries. But there are a couple things that are very crucially important about Sefer Bahir. The first thing that's really crucially important is Sefer Bahir combines Sefer Yetzirah in the unique cherub circle. The Sefer Bahir says there are emanations of God, right? There's again, I heard folks ever like boiled milk, right? Or like better yet, you ever seen like go to a wedding where someone's pouring champagne over on one glass, and one glass sits on like two glasses, and two glasses sit on four glasses, right? They're pouring the champagne flows down all the glasses. Well, imagine by pouring the champagne, the bottle never got empty, right? That's what the separate are. It's God pouring God's self out. So because God is infinite, God never becomes empty, and the world becomes full, right? That's what the emanations are. So Sefer Bahir does two really important things in this respect. It combines the 10 Sephirot of the Sefer Yetzirah with the idea of emanations. It says, yes, God emanated in 10 forms, distinct forms. There are 10 distinct emanations, and it discusses them at length. Now, Kabbalah, as you probably know it, everyone knows it, if there's nothing else that makes Kabbalah Kabbalah, it's that. There are 10 emanations. They relate to each other. They are various aspects of God. God's mercy, God's judgment, God's glory, God's victory, God's beauty. Right? That's a core component of Kabbalah. We'll start getting into that stuff next time. Right? So that's the one thing, very important thing that Sefer Bahir does. It combines those two ideas in one system for the first time. Secondly, right, what Sefer Bahir does is it introduces the idea that God has a feminine form, the Shekhinah, right? Now, the idea of the Shekhinah goes all the way back to the Talmud, right? But never does God have a feminine form. It's just that the word Shekhinah is feminine grammar-wise. But in the Bahir, the Shekhinah is described as a lady, almost always in the same kind of language being used to describe other women in the medieval period. She's actually described as a matronita, right? It's a Latin term that becomes an important term in medieval court legal work. So God's presence in the world becomes feminized. Again, if you know nothing else about Kabbalah, you know that the Shekhinah is the feminine presence of God in the world. Lechadodi. Every time you've ever been to a Kabbalah Shabbat service, you've sung Lechadodi. It's all about welcoming the Shabbat bride, the Shabbat bride, who is God's feminine form. This idea appears for the first time in the Sefer Bahir, right? And again, the language here is full of courtly language. We think this text is being written sometime in the early Middle Ages. Although there are people like Ronit who actually says that it may have been in Babylon. It's really hard for me to tell. Frankly, those folks are such brilliant scholars that I'm just going to defer to their ingenuity. What's also important about the descriptions of the Shekhinah in the Sefer Bahir is that she's almost always described in these really weird terms as an exile, that she came from the land of light, or that she's a princess from a faraway land. And scholars, at least of an earlier generation, and I think even some scholars now, and maybe even me, detect that in Gnostic literature, we'll talk maybe a little bit more about Gnostic literature in the Q&A afterwards. There's an idea in Gnostic literature, this is a form of heterodox religion that existed back in the ancient classical world, where there's the incarnation of Sophia, of wisdom, and she makes a mistake. And she creates this hideous ruler god who creates our physical world, and our physical world is trapped, right? But she's the incarnation of light and brilliance and wisdom, right? And she's always described as being from another world, right? And some people think, right, especially in earlier generation of scholarship, maybe even some folks now, think that the Sefer Bahir may continue forth a tradition or drag into the Middle Ages some Gnostic ideas. We can talk more about those later if folks are interested in those Gnostic ideas. But there seems to be some kind of quasi-Gnostic character to the Shekhinah as she appears in the Sefer Bahir. The last couple things I'll say about the Sefer Bahir as we wrap up for the night is, one, the Sefer Bahir describes divine power as a kind of tree, or as kind of fullness. Now, that tree language is going to be obviously very important, because if you've ever studied Kabbalah, the one thing you'll know is that the Sephirot are often arrayed in what's called the Eitz Chaim, the tree of life, and that tree language, right, that God is a kind of divine tree, also appears in Sefer Bahir, and it describes God as having roots and limbs and buds and flowers and leaves and things. There's kind of a fullness to God, which also seems to maybe have its origins in very ancient Gnostic schools of thought. Also, this will be important as we get later on into Kabbalah proper, is that for the Sefer Bahir, evil seems to have a life of its own. Now, in traditional Judaism and in traditional Christianity, evil is thought of as a privation, right? Augustine, I'll just give an example for the Christian tradition, right? Augustine says that evil isn't a thing in itself, right? Evil is a lack of something. It's a lack of God's grace. In the same way that heat is a thing, cold isn't. Darkness is not a thing. Light is. Darkness is just a term we use for the absence of light. Cold is the term we use for the absence of heat. Evil is just a term we use for the absence of God. Well, ancient Gnostics believed that evil was very real. It had its own existence. And there are sections in the Sefer Bahir that say, yeah, evil existed on its own. It was out there all along. God kind of tamed it, but not quite. And what we'll see when we get into Proto-Kabbalah next time is that evil is going to be one of the overwhelmingly interesting things on the part of the Kabbalists. Where did evil come from? Because, as you might imagine, Jews living in Europe in the 13th century are going to do with a lot of evil. And they're going to be very interested in where evil comes from. And the image that the traditional Kabbalists will use is the very image you're seeing here on the left. That evil is the sparks thrown off the anvil as God created the world. Right? Just as when you create a knife, you have to pound the steel. As you pound the steel, it throws off dross. Well, when God made the world, it threw off dross. And that dross, for the early Kabbalists, is evil. And it's always been here. It's always been here. And that image of the blacksmith hammering at the anvil will be an image we'll see repeatedly when we get into Kabbalah. Well, folks, we are there. We have now crossed the threshold from the Merkabah Hechalot world. We are now into the world of what I call the Proto-Kabbalah. Now, what I want to just reinforce as we wrap up for the night is that Kabbalah was not born all at once. As you can see, these ideas are developing. We have the Sephirot from the Sefer Yetzirah. We have the emanation sequence from the unique cherub circle. We have it synthesized by the Sefer Bahir. We're going to see that later texts further synthesize ideas from the Sefer Bahir. Kabbalah is a development. It's a development. So it's really important to understand that when people talk about the Kabbalah, they're not quite right. What we should talk about is Kabbalistic development and then schools of Kabbalah. Right? Now we'll see, we'll get into this later on as we get into Kabbalah, we'll see this a lot more clearly. Well, finally, I just want to point to some additional reading. I know that folks love to do, folks like to get into this stuff, and I know that literature on the Kabbalah can be a little, it can be a mire, right? It can either be really, really technically sophisticated, and you have to learn to read 15 languages to figure this stuff out, or it can be like a lot of hooey stuff that people just make up out of their mind. But these texts are all really solid. I mentioned earlier, right, that Zahi Weiss, I think, has written, I think for me, one of the best arguments for the early history and development of the Kabbalah. So if you really want to get into the weeds of how Kabbalah, about Sefer Yetzirah, rather, how Sefer Yetzirah developed, I think Zahi Weiss has a really great argument, in my opinion. The Peter Heyman text is the standard edition now, critical edition of the Kabbalah. You can get an ILL, that one usually costs like $800. So you're not going to get it from a university library, but it is the standard analysis of the Sefer Yetzirah. The Aryeh Kaplan, which is the standard one you get on Amazon, it's okay.
He analyzes the Sefer Yetzirah from a Lurianic, Kabbalistic perspective, which isn't bad or anything, but I think it distorts the text.
Good morning, Mr. Price. How are you?
Yes, good morning to you. How are you?
I'm lovely, thank you. Just enjoying the day. How about you?
Okay, that's what I was doing. I get ready to take a shower and go get my medicine. I should take my medicine with so, yeah.
Excellent. We'll go do that. And I'm here when you want to talk.
Okay. See you soon.
God willing.
And for Sefer Bahir, Joseph Don has a really great book on both the early Kabbalah and the Unique Cherub Circle. That Unique Cherub Circle book also is an IOL. It's very expensive. And we'll get to the books of contemplation here next week. And also, Aryeh Kaplan has a nice version of the Sefer Bahir. That, again, comes to the same caveats, right? He's a Lurianic Kabbalist, and he brings a specific Lurianic interpretation to the text that, again, it can be confusing. I'm not opposed to Kabbalists doing Kabbalah. I mean, Kabbalists should do Kabbalah. That's their bag. But I think that often when beginner people pick it up, it's like, oh, this is what it means. I'm like, yeah, not really. It's not quite that. It's more complicated than that. So again, I don't want to fault a Kabbalist for being a Kabbalist, but it's not academic, right? It's not an academic text. But it is easily accessible and widely available online. Well, folks, next week we turn to the early Kabbalah. We're going to be looking at some developments in southern France and Spain. We're going to be looking at how the earliest strata of Kabbalah developed. And then after that, we turn to the most monumental text in all of Jewish mystical history, and that's the Sefer Zohar, right? The Book of Illumination. My child is named Zohar. If you want to get an idea about how important this book is to me and mine, I got a kid named Zohar. So I take it pretty seriously, and so we'll get to the Sefer Zohar the time after next. But next time we'll be dealing with developments, philosophical, mystical developments in the earliest stages of Kabbalah in Europe, in the very earliest stages of Kabbalah at all. So we'll turn to the early Proto-Kabbalah next time. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free,
Some of you were stoned as fuck, some of you were reactive. I can tell you still. I'm guessing you two are stoned as fuck. But yeah, can't even believe, how did I know? Welcome everybody, happy Monday to you. I believe this is episode 37 of Kill Tony. Happy to be here, another Monday in a row, a lot of fun stuff happening. I just finalized everything today. We are going to the La Jolla Comedy Store on March 1st for the first ever Kill Tony we set a record, one of our, actually I believe it's a record, 39 people signed up tonight for the opportunity to do a minute chat with us and our very, very hilarious guests we're going to bring out in a sec. What's happening with you, Brian Redband?
I've been a little disappointed. My masseuse is not here. I invited this nice little 20-year-old Korean.
20? So, how could she not get into the comedy store if she's 20?
I got her name. Yeah, it's weird, man. Like Asians, now they're fake, but yeah, a lot easier for them to get fake IDs. Not going there. I said too much.
Oh, because they all look the same.
No, I didn't say that. But it was really easy to do. It's amazing.
That's so sad that your mistakes picked me.
Yeah. It sucks.
Hopefully the story will end up having a happy ending. She'll end up being
It's that one right too.
Exactly. Set it up, I'll knock him down.
We should bring up a friend of the show, friend of Death Squad, Missy Martinez, has been in the hospital for the last 4 or 5 days. She has a gland infection in her mouth. Her face is all fucked up. She looks like a chipmunk.
So hit up her Amazon wish.
Yeah.
Throw her some love.
Fire yourself.
She made her stand-up debut on this show and killed. She's hit her twice. She's destroyed both times. Very specifically. So shout out to Missy X Martinez. Always cool, fun person. What else? I had a big audition today that I can't talk about, and it went
So exciting though.
And it went so well.
You know what might happen though? We can't talk about what it is, but if you get this, we're gonna have to figure out what's going on with Kill Tony. We're gonna have to
figure out everything.
We're gonna have to have a Tony replacement.
Well, if this thing happens, Kill Tony is gonna be bigger than ever.
Right.
We could do. We're gonna be at the Staples Center. Sorry, Monday Night Raw. You're gonna have to go to the forum. Kill Tony's at the Staples Center this Monday.
Yeah, that's very exciting.
Yeah.
March, you could probably talk about it.
Yeah, I have 2 months until the callback for this thing. And so I have 2 months to prepared, but if I get it, man, it's fucking game over. I swear to God, it's the craziest thing. If anybody that knows me knows how braggadocious I am and how badly I want to talk about what I did today. It's unbelievable. But I can't talk about it. That's how the universe works. Why would you do something so cool that makes your head rise, but you can't fucking talk about it? It's insane. Anyway, happy how things are now. I'm content even if I don't get it because I have so much fun here on Monday nights. And, for those of you that follow the show, a few weeks ago, our head of security for 34 episodes, the Iron Patriot, quit the show. Said he got too big for the show, that when Comedy Central wants to have the show, that he'll come back, that he'll be waiting by the phone. But until then, he quit the show. And so what we decided was that we were going to start having replacement Iron Patriots each week. We had the Iron Josh, we had the Iron Patriot, our friend Pete, and this week's no different. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you our first ever African American Patriot. It's the Dark Patriot, everybody. Throughout the beams, here he is. Yeah, the Dark Patriot. Yes, that's exactly it. It's Black History Month. How you doing today, Dark Patriot?
I feel slow.
Now, did you take the bus here? The Iron Patriot used to take the bus here because he had a big uniform that he couldn't sit down in.
I decided to ride with my Mervis.
Oh, interesting. A little bit of an inside reference. Mervis is, you remember Mervis is the stand-in Patriot, the backup Patriot.
You know what I mean?
Probably. And he had a bigger microphone than he had. Patriots. Our first African American Patriots bringing the feedback. I absolutely love how your fro sticks out of the top of the helmet. If the original Iron Patriot with his racist antics was still here, I think he would literally blow a fuse. Is that really how long your arms are? You're like, your arms are almost touching your knees. That's like really it really is unfucking believable. How is that possible? No way. What is that optical illusion that's taking place right now? Do you have really long arms, Willie? Any Dark Patriot? Almost.
I just had very long legs.
Wow. Fuck yeah. I like African American Patriots. Now, one of the things that the Iron Patriot used to do is he would sing a song once in a while, and you actually sent in a little ditty to us. Was there something you wanted to sing tonight?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, well, are you ready? We'll hit the music for you.
Yeah, let's go.
Right, let's see what this is. The Dark Patriot special. Oh, shit. Very mobile. Oh, I guess we'll try the instrumental version of this one.
She says I am the one.
You've always told me what to do. right. Stayed in the pocket. That YouTube version of that karaoke song was a little misleading. Fuck yeah. But hell of an effort. One more time for the Dark Patriot. Well, amazingly enough, the format of the show isn't even about our head of security. That's just an added bonus. What we really have here is a bunch of comedians that signed up for the chance to do a minute on the stage. I always have two of my very funniest friends join me to help me along with that process. This week is no different. Two of our favorite guests that we've ever had on the show. Two of the funniest comedians that I know. Put your hands together for Mike Lawrence and Fahim Clark. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Mike, you're back.
Thank you. Give it up for Tyler Perry's Tron, everybody. I love the fro because it looks like what Maya Angelou would look like if she was wearing that. I know why the Oxford sings.
Thank you, Mom.
I appreciate that. Oh, God. I worked at McDonald's for 7 years. Every time he talks, it just sounds like an angry customer.
Customers robbing your McDonald's.
Easy to have. It's funny, too, every time you call him Dark Patriot, it just gets slightly more racist. Like, every time you say the word Dark Patriot, that's one more time you have to go see Rabbi. Just so you know. It's already better than the old one. The old one, I saw the old one walking here, and it might have been one of the saddest things I've ever seen. Like, walking on the freeway. That's it. Like, the two iconic LA moments are someone face up drowning in a pool, and a guy in an Iron Patriot suit walking at 7:30 p.m. Like, as beautiful as the sunset is, that's how ugly he was walking here.
Yeah, it's always a very sad waddle that he put on.
Yeah, that's really sad.
I've had so many requests on Twitter to have you guys back on. I'm so glad that. So glad.
Two requests.
Dark Patriot, do you have any questions for our guests tonight? Classic Patriot tradition is.
I prepared for this. I did.
This is Dick talking because I thought that's or is the
Fox. I didn't know that you started comedy very young. How old were you? Can you tell the audience?
I'm 31.
That's surprising.
And can you tell me why the Iron Patriot wears Nike shoes? Like, I'm more of a Reebok guy.
How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
8 years. Yeah.
With a media mind, because you started when you were 15.
Different Mike Lawrence.
He's using the Wikipedia interface in his machine right now. It's giving you false information.
That's a good question. Do you have one for Fahim?
I do. Fahim, you dance a lot. What do you think of my performance that I just did with Michael Jackson?
You're limited in space, so you did good. You had movements. You jumped in a little early.
It turns out prescription medicine saved him from having to see that. So the medicine did work. That Michael Jackson overdosed.
Oh yeah. MJ would be rolling in his grave.
Was that too obscure of a reference? Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson fans out there.
It's true. You're like the iron pedophile up here. It's great. It's fantastic.
It's funny when you're like, I've got this gig and I can't talk about it and it's gonna happen.
No, I know.
Defense attorney for Woody Allen. Like, what?
So if I get that gig as Woody Allen's defense, I mean, that's just a great chance.
Because the prosecutor has the easiest job. He literally just has to go, look at him. I'm done.
I know, that really is interesting to me. Like, I always think, maybe Woody Allen, maybe the wife's lying. Maybe that's just a way to get back at him for hooking up with the Asian. But then you look at an HD picture of Woody Allen, and you're just like, this guy's a fucking pedophile.
Well, it would be something, if he gave the opportunities to Asian women in films that he goes in the closet, like the world wants. It's great, everyone just sighed, but then like one person ripped up their notes like, fuck.
It begins. Pussy so great.
It's imagine Woody Allen just talking to like little kids. His wife's like, when will this be over? He's like, soon. Soon.
Awesome. Well, you guys know how the show goes. We have a bunch of comedians that signed up for the chance to do
Please
1
tell me
minute.
Henry Rollins is getting on. I love your early works.
There is a guy that looks exactly like Henry Rollins that comes by here sometimes, and it's just some coked up doppelganger. But it's really interesting to. I've seen people just. Is that you? Somebody bet you $20 that wasn't Henry Rollins, and you took it from handing you.
What is that on your? Is that Frankenberry on your arm? What is that tattoo? He's like, respond to that, motherfucker.
And while he showed it, he also flexed his bicep. Like, do you really want to fuck with this tattoo?
And then afterwards, he's like, it actually is Frankenberry. I'm like, why did you say this for your daughter? Because I'm a liar.
Well, guys, you guys get to do 60 seconds if you're picked. You know that your 60 seconds is up when you hear the meow of the kitty. Oh, how adorable. That means your time's up. Don't go much longer after that, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Yikes. That's more tense than last time. I don't recall.
Yeah, we did.
That West Hollywood bear is likely able to get married now. He's still angry.
It's actually angrier for some reason. It's very bizarre. So let's do it. You guys ready? Then get this thing started. Episode 37. Our first ever African American patriot. This is exciting. And your first comedian is Brad Sachs.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Last year was good for me. I got engaged to be married. Thank you. Who else fucked up their life last year? Just me. Yeah, I said to my fiance, hey, can we make a sex thing before we get married? She was like, absolutely. Why you? Like, she's casting. Yeah. I've been engaged for a year now. I love to see my fiance. About a year ago, you know. Now, 1 year later, if I'm driving home and I get home tonight for a Marcel's tea trip, just around the block, guys. Thank you. Oh, thank you, guys. Wow, just sick. That's awesome. It's like the haircut and the anger. It's like you look like a music teacher who really fucking hates their job. Like someone fucking plays the trombone one more time. Heads is gonna roll. Like, what was it angry? Was it? Yeah, I mean, it went from jokes to you just really hate your fiance and what your life has become. Like, does she listen to podcasts? I hope not. She's like, we're a year in. No, it's not that bad. Sometimes.
It sounds horrendous, man.
She's funny.
It wasn't even that way. The last thing you said wasn't even a joke. You were just venting anger.
If she's willing to marry Art Garfunkel, maybe should reconsider.
Wait, is this a girl that you met in Ohio that you came out here with her?
Oh no. It's like I go to the open mics to make fun of her, and she goes to her Narcotics Anonymous meetings to make fun of me. And that's how we stay together.
So how long have you been dating her?
We've been dating over 4 years. No, about 4.5, 5 years.
How long have you been in LA?
I've been here going on 17 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been here for a while.
Okay. Why are you engaged to her?
Really? No, safe, buddy. He's like, why are they questioning the hate speech I just made? Why exactly do you hate the Jews? Well, you know, sometimes they spread. No, I do love her. She's wonderful, and she's been wonderful for my life.
It really is like a Hitler situation. Like, I feel like if we pulled Hitler out of this bucket, it Holocaust. He would just do material to the Holocaust. I'm not saying I hate the Jews, but I'm saying that when I see one, I just drive around the block for a few minutes.
So to take a last name Sachs, I would not judge so harshly.
If you're watching this at home, you can't tell because the camera's like behind you, but you were winking at us when you said that you loved her.
She's at her job waitressing at Denny's right now, going, Brad loves me, and this keeps me going on. China is an abyss, and I'm Sandra Bullock trying to get home in it.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Do you really, really think that you should marry this chick, or do you think that you won't have another chance to get somebody as cute as she is?
Where do you go?
Serious question. It's not meant to be funny, that little blonde cokehead girl. Just relax.
No, I mean, I think I could find someone else, for sure. Big city, LA and everything. But I question if marriage is for me. I just don't know. It's scared if it's for me. It's just not for me. I'm being honest about this. Not really.
So you're just gonna go.
There's nothing wrong with that. I know that you didn't open mic the proposal when you're already open micing the divorce.
So, do you have a date set for this wedding?
For the wedding? No, not about a year. About 1 year.
1 year from now?
1 year, probably in March next month. No. Did I think about it right now?
Does she speak English?
Yeah, we're engaged. I mean, I bought her a ring and everything.
Does she speak English?
She does speak English.
Is her favorite country United States?
She was born in LA, right here in West LA.
Oh, wait a second. I think I might know what it is. Is she the sugar mama?
No, I mean, she does better. She does a little better than
Is she supporting you doing stand-up?
No, I mean,
You have absolutely got to dump this bitch.
No.
She's listening to this, crying her eyes.
She's right. She says, I bet you go out there every night and you just talk about how you don't want to marry me. You'll find your bits about snuggies. Listen, she's very supportive. She's out to take them all the time. This may be the longest relationship you're in. We're teaching you about commitment. That's good. No, I truly think it's just hard. I don't think I just turned 40 and I'm like, there's just no way I can be with one woman for the rest of my life. I just don't think it's. You mean you can't be with one woman for the next 15 years? Right? For the next 6 months?
Yeah. If the one woman's gonna kill you in a few years, then I say it's probably not worth it.
You definitely need to talk to her about all this because I think so.
It's a great twist. It's a great twist.
You know what? She does not. She's so even-tempered and calm, and that's the good.
What's the most negative thing about her? What's the thing? You're writing because now all of a sudden you're backtracking. Or maybe she's not gonna find out about this.
Did she like the Red Hot Chili Pepper Super Bowl performance? Because if she did, leave her. That's a deal breaker.
Totally.
I don't know. I don't know
What's the best thing about her?
Here's a good question.
How many times a week do you have sex?
That's one of the things where there's not much sex. It's not. That's the problem. I'm more of a sexual person. A sexual person. There's
Once a month?
well, it depends. It's a complicated story. There's a lot of There's so much going on. They already saved the date for when they have sex next.
Next month.
I don't want to. I feel very guilty taking up all the comments.
I love that you keep great podcasting, I'm sorry to tell you.
So you're going to do something very soon? I mean, because obviously you're supposed to tell me.
You know what? I don't know. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not jeopardizing anything. I'm just viewing my thoughts. That's all. I want to. I try to be honest. I mean, you come up here and on stage, you need to make yourself as vulnerable as you can. And I can't live my life if I can't be honest about my thoughts.
You know, the greatest thing would be if her name was in this book. If she was the Dark Patriot.
Brad,
Yes.
what about this material? We should well, that's the thing, is that either you really like her or you really don't.
Right. I mean, I do a lot of material that's not as. I mean, it's more funny than I really do.
Constructively, one thing I will say is once we started scratching the surface and finding out what's really going on, that's far more interesting than I go around the block, take my wife, please.
Yeah, right. For sure.
Real shit.
This is real shit.
That can be mined for
Yeah, right.
of course, it's more specificity is generalization. And a lot of it was wired in there. I mean, a lot of it we talked about. You should be talking about how, I mean, you're barely getting laid once a month now, and you're not even married yet. And that's a premise that people can't cover. You're engaged, and you're barely getting laid. Right? That's not
It varies, but
right. I'm sure it stinks. There have been tens of thousands of people that are listening to this right now.
It's okay. Does she make you happy? Are you happy when you leave?
Look, she really does.
Well, here's the thing, comedy never will. Comedy will never do that. I'm engaged, man, because this will never fucking fulfill you. You'll always be sad and angry and depressed. You got somebody that loves you.
I totally agree with that.
I wanted to see what he would do if he clapped.
Yeah, the meter would clap and it would start an electrical fire.
And then one tear just comes out of the.
Does she not have enough Guinness for it?
No,
Guinness Quiz.
Oh, no.
Brad, I would delve into all that real stuff a lot more. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
Instead of beating around the bush. Yeah, exactly. I would write down all the stuff that you don't want her to hear.
Right.
And do that shit fun. And then have her hear it before your wedding.
And do that same 60 seconds.
Los Angeles.
And do that same 60 seconds to your therapist tomorrow.
Seriously. There you go, Brad Sachs. He's been on the show. I'm also going to give out his fiance's Twitter handle.
Big Booty No Sex. That's why am I doing this at hotmail.com? That's depressing because I've been in that situation. I dated a girl for 8 years, moved out here with her, and immediately when you live out, you see all these beautiful women, so she gave me an ultimatum. Like, look, we've been dating for 8 years, we gotta do something now. And so we got engaged, and I just remember being in the same situation, like, I'm not going to do this. There was no difference between how I felt like a week ago until now. I'm not excited about this wedding at all. And I was like going to just go through with it, man. I was just going to do the same thing. I was just going to do it because I didn't want to break up. It would be easier just to do it, get a divorce later. And so, what is the deal with all these ugly people thinking like pretty people, all right? If someone accepts you, fucking take it because it may not happen again. All right? But the landslide will bring you down.
You can also say that every single ex-girlfriend usually is always an improvement over the girl from before. And if you ever go the opposite way, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, it's tough.
But also realize that if you're 31-year-old bearded man with stained glasses and you say, I'm going to go see the Lego movie, and the girl says, that's cool, have fun, that is a glass slipper that will never end you. And you better fucking put it on.
I'm almost 40, and this is who I was with. Right? You're like,
See, that's why you don't get married.
you're the,
That's
you're
right.
the biggest 12-year-old ever.
Does that one Woody Allen's daughter?
Too soon, too soon. Good meeting everybody. Move along from this love story. Thanks a lot, Brad Sachs, for bringing your shitty relationship. We're gonna get together for Teresa Sigmund.
She said with an argument you overhear at an Olive Garden.
Yes.
We all know how kids are honest. So my son, over practicing, I was practicing on the I was practicing oral argument, and he's asking me, Mommy, who are you talking to? I'm like, nobody, Mom. You're talking. Yeah. He's like, acting. Okay. And his neighbor on that's Europe. And he's like, running the sides going off like somebody. And my son goes, Mom, he's acting like you. And then he's doing the acting. And the European says, this is a homeless guy going completely crazy. My son won't mention it. I'm like, no, there's no acting. And he says, yes, what are you doing? And I don't want to know for privacy. I don't want to know for this. So I'm like, I'm doing acting now. And then acting. It's like acting like being a homeless guy is a lot more less worse than doing acting. I thought I just right. So then people from
She teaches dance at the same school Brad teaches at music at, so that's good.
Yeah.
We're getting an episode of Glee tonight. This is nice.
Therese. Yeah, how are you? Can you talk to the mic? Yeah. How long have you been doing stand-up?
No, tonight because I bumped into this place.
Oh, cool. Interesting.
We mostly just go funny Germans, and I just like to show that everybody's right.
Well, that was the closest thing we've ever gotten to an apology for the Holocaust.
I'm going to put the Germans. We're very sorry about that. And it's funny.
You're wearing some of their ashes on your scarf, so that's
At our church, they were doing. I mean,
when you say our church, are you mispronouncing Auschwitz?
Coincidence that they were doing in America's Adventist. They were saying they were praising. I mean, Christians were praising, God. And I was just like, I know. I just thought, and I'm a German. It's so ingrained in me not to do. And I just can't be doing my hand like that. Not even. And that was just not. That you can't see a German do that crazy thing. So I was just not doing it. They looked at me like, what are you? I'm like, no, not that hard. So I'm like, no. So yes, no.
I give that joke 99 bread love balloons out of 100.
I love that. So, how long have you were born and raised in America?
No.
Germany. For how long? How long have you been in LA?
Yeah.
There you go.
Who are like psychic?
What? You guys know a lot about the European leagues. You know what I'm saying?
On the beach.
Have you ever been to Red Mine?
What?
What? The VAT pot.
Okay, how do you pronounce Wilshire?
Wilshire. Oh my God. Wilshire?
We must go to the Wilshire. Wilshire is where Magneto's parents were birthed.
What is this? Wilshire. It's Wilshire. And when I tried to order pizza, it's like, nobody knows this.
It's the oven.
And I say it's between Sunset and Santa Monica. And like, you mean Wilshire? I'm like, it's Wilshire. So,
I go to my favorite pizza shop. It's on the corner of Wilshire and Wilcox.
Look, I know it's
medicine now, or you just running from the law?
Running from the law, running towards the law.
Very shy eyes.
The left on temple, fight. You guys should all go on Tuesday and search civil rights at the Board of Civil Rights.
I saw.
They hate melanin rich people. I always fight for you people. Say stop it. Melanin rich are being incarcerated. What? You say
Do you mean blacks are wrong?
I mean people that are being falsely incarcerated because of the same thing that us do, but they get in prison, we go to rehab. That's the difference.
Are you saying melanin rich?
Well, I don't like to say black because I don't think there's black people. It's scary.
Willie's first coffee on
She's a 12 years of slave conspiracy theory. I don't think if you look for the clues, it didn't happen.
Patriot's glaring at you right now.
Larry, he loves me.
Are you celebrating Nothing History Month?
It's not black. There's not such a thing as a black person. It's melanin rich. In our literature, black is associated with everything.
So, do you call white people melanin poor?
Yes, in fact.
Really?
Yes, in fact. Shoot. But they're also melanin rich, just not
Well,
poor.
this is just the racial slurs.
Well, that's just reserved for albinos.
I don't discriminate against race. I discriminate against stupidity. So that's a whole different picture. Race is if you can prove to me that race is something to do with stupidity, I'll look into it. As long as it's unrelated, somebody of any kind of like looks is not very important.
You gotta admit those melanin rich.
First they takes all our jobs, then they takes all our melanin.
Well, it's funny. We all try to look like that. We know we try to.
And she just takes that
We all try to look at fake tan. We all try to get poofier hair. We all try to do a lot of things that they have, but then we just kind of say, oh, that they're bad. We all try so hard, and then with man, they really try to be.
I think our time is done.
Teresa, it was
Once you go melanin rich, you're one happy bitch.
Wow.
I wrote this joke into my diary.
Man, those are definitely the two most interesting openers we've ever had on the show. This is like a fucking amazing start.
That was two really different types of sadness. That was
She really did apologize about the Holocaust for a moment. I don't know if you guys caught that. She goes, we are really sorry about that. It's so fucking funny. Oopsie. Oopsie daisy.
oops, I did it again.
Oh, he really didn't mean to do that. Accident.
Did I do that? That's the melanin rich character, Steve Urkel.
Put your hands together for Mike Roberts.
Hey, thanks for having me. How's everybody doing? Let's talk about college today. Anybody go to college in here? Yeah. College will make you do some stuff you never thought you would do. Like stealing hot sauce from the cafeteria. And you put it in your room and you dress it like it's yours. And where you get your toilet paper from in college. Wendy's. You get the yellow napkins.
in your bathroom. College was a trip for me from the beginning, though. My dad wanted to make it a road trip, so he made my mother drive so he could get his drink on along the way. And so we had this tragedy before I got to school where basically we had to use the bathroom. He was on her nerves all the way, on her nerves, getting on her nerves. She wouldn't stop, so he peed into a cup. Peed into the cup, threw it out the window, and went right into the back window and hit me in the face. Bad part about it is, or the good part about it is I had no shades. Bad part is I had piss on my shades. That was just so good. That was like the day the MGM line was being put to sleep.
Ingestion from that horse earlier.
But well, I don't know. How do we let them know the sex
There you go. Mike Robertson.
Yes, sir.
Did that really happen? The peace story?
No, it did happen.
Wow.
It wasn't quite as bad as it sounded. Only a few drops got on me, so but it did happen.
Felt like there was another twist coming. Like when you said the good news was I was wearing sunglasses, and the bad news was I had pee on my sunglasses. I feel like that was sort of like a known thing. I was expecting that.
Yeah, everyone expected there to be on I know, that was kind of on purpose, because you would expect it.
This was later, I guess.
There were so many, I don't know what to call that actually, but I knew you would know.
But there was so much useless information to get to that point that, like, him being a drunk, what did that mean to the story? All these different things that you kept saying about college and all that. What did college have to do with getting piss on the face and everything? It's like, you know, when the SATs, they always have that section where it's like, circle which part isn't relevant to that story. You should do that when writing jokes, because because you got cut off, right? You didn't get to finish because you had so much unnecessary.
And then also, you're expecting what should be relatable, but it's not like none of us have been in that place. So it's
I was also personally envious because I could never afford the amount of melanin you have.
It kind of costs, dude. It kind of costs.
did say that you use Wendy's napkins.
No, I did. You know, like, basically, when you run out of toilet paper and you're at a fast food place, you just kind of like get extra tissue to take home so you can have the tissue in your
I
mouth.
mean, this is a simple fix. I don't know if it makes it much funnier, but you said I. You know what I mean? Because that's more true than yeah, make it first. Maybe add something about how you wouldn't need as much toilet paper if you ate something better than Wendy's.
And that's true. You use Twitter, so you know that there's like a character count. Like, yeah, you know, they have so much space. Imagine trying to write that joke with a tweet. You know, like Twitter's really good because you have to try to get it yourself to get the point across. And that, like I remember last time you were on stage, the same thing. You had this very elaborate story, and then it kind of just like at the very end, I was like, wait. I was just paying too much attention to this story, and then you really didn't feel it.
The thing is, if you work really hard, you can be a great comic someday, but if you keep doing what you're doing, you can be an amazing NPR host right now.
Yeah, they're averaging about a punchline every minute. So.
Well, you know, I'm really like a storyteller kind of style. It's my style.
It's not more spoken word.
And I'm trying to like
Play to your strengths, you know. But go to the
I'm
top.
trying to figure out how to do it today.
But don't. Like, if that's your strength and that's what you're good at, then don't. Go to the
There are
story.
yeah, story
Go to the long advice.
but if you want to stand up, then you got to come with that. You know? Yeah. Definitely. What else happened when you got the piss on your face? There's piss on your sunglasses. Your face is covered in piss. What do you say to your dad? Do you say, Dad, I'm back in town?
Yeah, exactly.
What really happened?
So what really happened is we were in Alabama. It was really hot. And so we just got a new car. Unfortunately, the car didn't AC.
A new car. The AC doesn't work in the middle of the summer.
In August, and going to Alabama. So it was
Oh
hot.
my God.
So that's why
Why did you pick that car?
But you know what? It was kind of cheap. It was You guys might be melon and rich, but not enough to have an AC. It was supposed to have an AC, but it just didn't. Do you remember what kind of, was it a Wendy's? It was a, no, it was a big no. No, the worst. There's like 72 ounces of hot eggs. It was funny, he had ice in it, and the ice in the drink melted. Right. So, yeah. It was like water. So what did you say to your dad after the piss hit you? And was he upset that there was now piss in the back of his new car? Or did he really not care? No, it was my car, actually. It was my car, and they were helping me drive into college. So I had piss in my car. Really, it was like piss water in my car. So I thought that was fun. It wasn't funny in the moment, but every time I tell somebody, it's like a funny story. Well, I think it was funnier in the moment than it is now, actually. It's sort of hard to get that story across with a bang because there's nothing really coming. He's like, yeah, the worst thing, he's like, I've done this joke a few times in urban rooms. I've always had it with at least you had a dad, and then it gets really, oh God, I'm so sorry. I was raised in Florida, and it comes out sometimes. I apologize. This way. Just walk to the Patriot. I guess there's only enough room for one of you. That's a no, really. Really? Shit's out of control. If you're wondering who's the King Mike Bundy, I mean, I'm sure you tried Mike Lawrence when you were doing on Twitter. That's probably the first one. I'm so pissed about the person who has Mike Lawrence. He literally has one tweet, and it's, when are we going to go hiking, Sharon? It's so awesome. Yeah, somebody, and I believe it's like Uruguay or something, has the @Kill Tony. It's just a totally different language, so I have no idea how to even ask him for it. But I don't even know where he's at. It's just a little fun fact. I used to, I didn't have toilet paper once. You can call it things where his pads and chicken come on. Oh! Like a puppy pad? Yeah. There's like a dry raw chicken, so I saw a puppy pad. Oh, yeah, that's really, really nice. Yeah, that's, I mean, fresh. It was like, even then, it's the first person to get salmonella of the blood. Erica Langria. Alright, this is my impression of Stephen Brody Stevens is a strip club DJ. Alright guys, get out those dollar bills. Hell yeah, we got that 2-for-1 promo out there. 2 for 1, 2 for fun. Enjoy it. That's right guys, we got that promotional going on right now. It's the 5 for 3. You get 2 free lap dances. Love it and enjoying it. Yes! Alright, enjoy it. We got that ATM over there by the bar area. Hell yo. Hot, sexy ladies out there loving it and doing it. This is Christopher Walken in Spanish. Christopher Walken in Spanish. Guys, necesito más caldo. Más caldo. This is... Yo te digo, no tengo nada de respeto. Nada de respeto. He goes, hey, cook. Straight to the mayor on that. Straight to the mayor. That was straight to the unbearable. Well, I don't know what's worse, hearing a comedian do the 1000 Christopher Walken impression or the first Brody Stevens. That was a dick sucking itself. Yes! Loving it and doing it. Hell yo. Also, if you do an impression of someone so insider, you know, like not a lot of people would know who Brody is. Yeah. People know who it is. The impression's gotta be very good. What about that today's play? Dickory, guess that chica, chupando mi got. Everybody can do that. That's like Mary had a little lamb in their store. impressions. This is Rodney Dangerfield sweating. Oh, what do I tell you?
Yikes. Now, are you hoping to get those impressions like of inside people to the point to where you make them famous? The person that you're doing an impression of?
You're doing a great impression of a guy who comes up on stage in a shirt that says pothead on it. That is fucking nailing it. Did you make that yourself?
No, it's my buddy's shirt.
My buddy is Bill Cosby, and he sounds a little like this.
Steven's one, like, even though I know who he is, I'm just having fun. I know, and like, you know what I mean? I'm not taking this comedy section. You know, but relax. You guys are just like, you guys are all like, no, sir, you're doing it wrong. Like, who cares? I know, but what I'm saying is that it was a really good club DJ voice. I mean, it was dead on as a club DJ voice. I just didn't have enough. Everybody can do that once, you know, they want it. The only grody thing about it was the enjoyment, you know? Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. There was no grody in there. There was like one or two things to the whole thing. If you're gonna do it, do it. But like that was just like it's your book. I should have got high before I did it. That's all. Do you like this? Wait, you're not high. You're wearing a pothead shirt. The fuck? Really? Potheads of North Hollywood. I'm just representing. Oh, okay. Yikes. That's my gang. That's your gang? Wow. Right. What's all our North Hollywood? We smoke weed, we jaywalk, we throw a bunch of bad stuff. Wow. No, it had nothing to do with the real potheads in North Hollywood. We're bad dudes. We would have thought we wear vests like this. They're crazy. We're nuts. We would have thought your last impression would be worse than our last shit. I love what's on the lizard and caught in your throat, Tony. What's that? You heard me. What's that? Let me buy some time before I start calling you Spanish McFly. Yeah. Oh, settle down in the back. Oh, you're getting scared. You signed up for this. I'm getting scared. No, dude, we're having fun, right? You guys are throwing stuff at me. I'm throwing it back. Relax. Excuse me, we're like the nerdy. But what if Jerry Seinfeld threw it back? What's the deal? Can you do a Schwarzenegger? Schwarzenegger? No. Damn. Come on. All right, that's true. Wait, did you guys hear my Christopher Walken impression? It was like, yes, I heard. It was one line. It was supposed to be a joke. Guys, they took my cowbell. You think that's my closing bit? You had 60 seconds to tell me how many of that is joke. I'm doing 60 seconds on a freaking podcast, all right? And for people, they show what? That's their closing. What if they hear it? Oh, no. What if they don't like it? Well, that is what's going to happen. So. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to quit comedy tomorrow because of it. Because if you like this anymore. Didn't end up too well for you. You got a little bit nervous. I'm heartbroken, Tony. I guess this is the end of my comedy career. I should just pack up and leave LA. You're start walking. Your comedy career would have to start for it to come to an end. All right, Tony. It'll have to come to an end, I guess. Oh, that impression is as good as your other impressions. I'm pretty excited that I sound like that. Erica, you're pretty much completely unbearable. Erica, wait a minute. This thing is just having fun up here, so you didn't really. So when I was coming back at you guys didn't have anything for that. You guys were just saying the material. You said yourself that you don't do that on stage, so you can't. But then all the thing is gonna end my comedy career. No, you're just wasting everybody's fucking time for shit that you don't give a shit about. Dude, you think way too much of this podcast. I actually think this is gonna make or break my career. We're not saying that. You're not saying goodbye. So you're gonna get on the stage. show you guys. I'm gonna be a big star, you see? I'm gonna be a big star. I'm gonna be a big star. I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. I'm gonna make somebody. You'll see. You'll see. I'll show you guys.
They're still bombing, Aaron. They're still bombing.
Did we just get out the part where I want to apologize to Eric Mars and for shit statement and every other person who actually tries and fucking wants to be a comic. That was terrible.
Yikes. I'm pretty sure he just burned at least 80 bridges.
And got a sitcom on Telemundo.
Yeah. Didn't even get to make fun of him.
This has been a crazy fucking episode.
It
Man,
really
we're
was.
gonna need some Germans up in here. We need Germans to lighten up the mood and give them fun.
You only had a German to apologize for the Holocaust.
It's literally been, I don't think I should marry a girl. Kills the Jews. Is in my face. And Christopher Walken.
I mean, that was just the worst. Hey, what do you think we could have done to be a little bit worse?
I think it's going to turn out that we've been dead for the last hour. It's weird when Iron Patron is the only thing I understand in this room. Other than keeping...
I love it that he said you guys are taking this podcast way too seriously. Like, even if it was an open mic, just a regular open mic, and this wasn't being recorded, why would you want to suck and then be proud of sucking and then not pretend like you didn't suck? Just say I'm just having fun.
Yeah, and then just having fun isn't a defense.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't make it all right.
Yeah. On the screening. He did kill with himself.
And that weird grind thing at the end where you try to make it funny by like, oh, that was a joke, but it's like there's a part of that that's real. And I know because it happens sometimes where like you just fail so terribly at something that you try to like exit on a joke, which you kept trying to do over and over again, but there's no real good exit after all that. Yeah. Your next comedian, who knows what's going to happen? Sydney Payne, I don't believe that he or she has been on the show before. Eli Jacobson, everybody. Blacklisted. I don't know what to do.
If you like Eli Jacobson was just going to be that guy with a cocaine.
But yeah, Patriot, you finally put the black in blacklisted.
I'm ready to be if that guy was Philip Seymour Hoffman's dealer, so you could hate him on two different levels. Shut the fuck up. Too late.
I love that you kept trying to guess what I was going to make fun of him as. Call me Spanish Marty McFly. It's like, no. Put your hands together for Jay White.
Sorry. That's okay. Thank you. I'm a swimming teacher, and it's a pretty good job, except sometimes it's real weird. One of my kids that I teach lessons to, he almost drowned, so his parents bought him the lessons. And it's really hard to teach a 2-year-old how to swim when he's already seen death. He does not care. I can't imagine raising this kid. Hey, what are you calling their sport, Mom? Oh, this is just all black. Yeah, Daddy, like the void. So, like, I felt bad for getting the poop gun. I didn't feel bad after that. was good. Before you, Eli Jacobson had the set of the night. That was good, man.
What happened in the beginning of that joke? Oh, I tried to say something about how fucking weird it was beforehand, but I fumbled the words. No, I mean like the first part of the joke. Oh, the first part of the joke? In the water, or what happened?
He almost drowned.
He almost drowned. Right. That's why I had to teach him lessons. Yeah, tired of me after that.
So all those all black he was because he was dead?
Yes.
You probably should say blue or something. Because I had no idea what you said black. Like when you drown, you turn black to blue, right?
Well, I was just I guess I was trying to think.
Like, you said the coin. Just circles, black circles. I get that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
It was a lot refreshing than the other guy. That was already what he said, split with the score.
And I was like, shit, there's no pool.
God, what's doing?
The iron walking.
Yeah.
But what are you having fun on stage now? What if Al Pacino was a swim teacher? Swim Johnny.
Like, legitimately, I would say I like the confidence, you have the cadence, you're making eye contact with us. It's like you look like you're comfortable up there. How long have you been doing stand up? 5 years. Okay. Yeah, very comfortable on stage. Jokes can be a little punchier, maybe not all the time. And just, yeah, you look comfortable.
How often have you been doing it in that?
Well, really, I've been like focusing on it for about first two was like a watch. The first 2 like 3 years.
I think once the writing becomes sharper, the comfort you have is on the hardest, one of the hardest things on stage. Writing is probably what is the problem.
It's like the word, like the ARF joke, like you just took an acronym and then said it, and there wasn't one punch.
Right. And I also, I get maybe it was just me, but I sort of didn't get any of the punchlines. I didn't get the black thing. I didn't get the part before that. I think there was one. Maybe, I don't know. I guess, yeah, they definitely need to have like some crisp. I don't even really know what the main frame of that. What was the front end of that joke about swimming lessons? Like, what was the beginning of it?
It's really hard to teach a kid how to swim when he's already seen death.
So he did die? He was officially dead.
Right. Well, there's a joke right there that you can, I teach I teach swimming lessons to 2-year-olds, so more like try not to drown lessons or something like that, And like if you're 2 and you almost drowned, isn't that closer to near birth experience?
So, I mean, it's also like you had your hands on more wet 2-year-olds than Jerry Sandusky.
Honestly, one of the weirdest things about teaching a 2-year-old is because you have to like hold them up in the water and you have to be touching their butt the entire time and like around. It's super weird.
There's probably a lot of pee in that pool too.
A lot of pee. Yeah. A lot. There was when the kid there was pee in the pool. We had to make these.
Let's talk about that shit.
There you go. Jay, it's almost interesting having just a completely sane person.
Thank you for saving us, lesbian Harry Potter.
Fuck yeah. Let's keep the fun train moving along. Here we go. Anything can happen. It's Armando Anto.
Hey guys, how are you doing? I was born and raised in France, and after all this time, I still don't know French. And that's because my parents come from a touristic place called the Middle East. And, well, it's interesting because since I started stand-up, people tell me that because of my French accent, I sound spaghetti.
and it's not very attractive to the terrorist. So it's not something that's working very well. Anyway, I took a lot of classes for my accent, and as you can hear, but I found a new way to do my accent, and it's called drinking. Alcohol is the solution, especially when you're young. But they'll never have it. And there's just some words that I can't.
You know what? This is one of those weird instances where I actually want to hear the end of it. So, what instances?
No, I am a writing teacher, so I teach the writing. I'm a writer.
Okay.
So I have a hard time pronouncing some words. So like when I ask a Czech to concentrate, I will tell you. All right, Jonathan, please focus. And that always sounds like
It's a French Cisco room.
You don't look French, you're wearing like Can you find out your jokes?
Yeah, you look
Like
so
a French
French. That's like if the Dark Patriot came up and was like, you know, I look nothing like a superhero. You're wearing the costume, I mean the striped short sleeve t-shirt.
Very French.
Yeah. No.
You could joke say where you don't look French. But you won't tell me that I have a French guy.
Well, you do because you have a beret on.
That was really American.
Nobody that's not French wears their hat
Anyone
like that.
who's American who wears that tilts it to the forward and sings for Smash Mouth. You know, American.
How long have you been in America?
I've been traveling around for the last 10 years. Yeah, I live in France.
You lived there all the way up before that, right?
Yeah.
Born there.
Yeah.
And what kind of Middle Eastern are you?
Persian.
Yes. Interesting.
So, I mean, there were definitely, obviously, this is, your second language and you're learning, and I can feel like at times there were some, barriers with that, of, communication, of, wordplay and all that. Well, I'm just being honest, like, the way, like, you would say things factually, but not, in a complete, funny, punchy way. Like, when the joke about, the audience and I are joking, they are not, like, that's how I sound. I'm not good at impressions, which we've learned is a good thing today. Actually, a bad thing. But I felt like at times there was, some kind of distance, and the more you do it, I applaud you. I can't speak any other language.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Second language, same as you. But it's much more reps. Like the syntax of what you're trying to say. Just the more you get it down pat.
I have a question for you guys instead of coming. I've done a set last Wednesday, exact same room. There were like 100 people. No stand-up comedians, no more. And I did my 6-minute show, killed. And so I just sort of lost because, well, I bring my violin over in my set.
Your violin.
Yeah.
Did you play that last week?
Yeah, I did.
How much of the 6 minutes was the violin?
45 seconds.
Did you open with it or close with it? Speaking of 22 minutes.
But if you see the video, like, it's for 6 minutes, you just laugh and laugh. And it was great. And every time I go to open mic or something, with stand-up comedians, expect the punchline. It's just sort of.
Let me tell you what, because a belly room bringer show on an average night, this is like a special format of a show that takes place in this room. Normally, the shows here, the audience, are filled with the biggest idiots in the world. Because they got dragged here by their friends.
have, fine trying to be supportive and stuff. So then you get a little weird audience. That's what comedy can be. This is what comedy is. And another question is like, I would watch like Louis C.K. and stuff. And then I would watch another comedian do stuff like that funny. Right. Now I find you guys way more funny than they are. So what's that? They have their own audience. Everyone has their own taste. Yeah, it's always that way. Not everybody's always gonna like everybody. Everybody's different. So are the comedians. So it's all about finding your own little people that you like. Nobody has the exact same top 10 comedians. And the thing is too, because I noticed that at times, and there's nothing wrong with it, but you were nervous, you would expect a reaction, and then there would be like kind of a sigh. And that's fine. I mean, it happens all the time. But the thing is, you should be performing as if you're on that belly drum show all the time. Right, and that's what the open mics are good for, is like burning away that fuel of, oh shit, they didn't laugh at that. Like, that's exactly what you want to get used to. Some people are, and a lot of comics, will avoid shows where you get no signs of it. If you want to do those breaker shows with something that kind of laughs, you're not going to get good if you just perform all the time. Oh yeah, I get it. Yeah, but that's comedy. So how long have you been on stand-up for? This is exciting. I think, my favorite part of that set, by the way, and I don't even know whether you were trying to be sarcastic or not, but was when you said, I've been taking French classes and you can tell they work. Right. But it actually is true at the same time. I can't imagine, like Vicky said, a second language. This is the hardest thing to do, in my opinion, with the normal language, to be able to change timing and cadence and beats and everything, especially just words. It seems like fucking nightmare. Like if my final we had to do stand up in French. Right. Impossible. You should talk more about that. Like the beats about French.
So then I would have heard
Your email is that your Twitter handle. Yeah, we won't put that out there because you don't want anybody fucking with you. Very good. Interesting fucking violin player, French, Arabic. Interesting. There's Armando Anto. Take somebody else. Hey guys, don't you have fun?
I want to apologize to the Afghans of the military. All right, bumper stickers, guys. We really got to think about these bumper stickers because you guys are putting these causes that are near your hearts on your bumpers. And you're driving around like assholes. I was driving behind a guy for 30 minutes. It's free Tibet bumper sticker. I don't know where Tibet is. I came to point it out on the map, but I want to fucking follow Tibet by the time he's texting me driving all over the road. I think I'm going to start a driving school where the driver's test. Based on the driver's score, you're one of the bumper stickers. All the shitty drivers can get a shitty 2016 bumper sticker. All the good drivers can coexist bumper stickers. And I think the world will be a better place. That's all I have.
Right. Awesome.
Saying you were in the military and then talking about bombing Tibet makes me think that you could.
It's funny because I'm anti-war after. You've always wanted to do
And you were there.
Yeah, so I served and I saw.
That's funny. Do you have bits about that? Is that an interesting perspective?
I've noticed that time and time again. Ever since I started comedy, I've noticed that it is probably the hardest thing. I've seen religion jokes go. I've seen so many. There's something so hard to make military, I've been in the military jokes.
Yeah, but once you have the cred of, I was there, then you're allowed to, because it's your perspective.
Yeah, and I understand that you want to talk about things specific that are unique to yourself and comedy. You know what I mean? Like bumper stickers, I'm sure that somebody has this joke out there. You know, I've never heard it. Right. Yeah, but I'll tell you what. I knew that. You're in it to win it. The fact that you made that Afghani joke right from the top, I mean, that's sort of like pro shit. You know what I mean? You acknowledge something that with you and your background, where right the direction you were going in, which is the military, you made the sorry about the Afghanis, and then you were in. Then you're playing with fire. I can tell that you're brand new by how fast you're going. Yeah, well, I was pacing up and down Sunset trying to get my minute in. Right. My original material was automatic toilets. Oh, interesting. Well, I couldn't get it under a minute, so I was like, fuck it. Or something else. I mean, but I'm actually going to be in a documentary about 12 years. On ice. So you saw drugs in the person you saw. I actually worked as a contractor for a drugs program. After 2009, from it, I started questioning it, started reading up on stuff, started getting different perspectives.
Test. Yo, dog, I'm just testing the camera.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. That works. That's the type of stuff. I mean, if you want to go if you wanted to go that direction, you could. But you can also,
There's nothing so appropriate about him following the French calculation. American things up here. Surrender to my punchline.
I'll be in France in 2 weeks. And
you're a fucking traitor.
Just what are you doing in France? Just, visit a friend. Adam, you just started in December, and I fucking love your style. I mean, I can tell that you're in it to win it, and you're probably going to be doing this for a long time. So congratulations. I hope you won there. Next time you're on, let's go on automatic. Unlike offensive security, this guy's an actual patriot. So, I mean, come on, you're wearing a pajama costume for a 6th grader. Try, man. Oh, Red Man, it's not on you. That's all Amazon Prime, by the way. That's
the saddest thing I've seen in shoulder pads since the Denver Broncos.
I give that joke a Seahawks 75 points. Super Bowl. Super Bowl. That's right.
I Wikipedia football until that joke.
Well, as many of you know, every episode we have 2 regulars that go on. They always bring a new minute every single week, and this week's no different. Bringing it together for your first of our 2 regulars, Kimberly Condon, everybody.
So I was thinking the other day, I was walking and a guy walked by me. I was wearing some leggings and he got a hard on. And then I got to thinking, boners are flattering. It's like they're saying, I choose you. Do you guys remember being really young and like doing some like Christmas performance at school and looking out and seeing your dad in the crowd and he gave you one of these? It's like the same thing, except it knows you inside out. One of my favorite hobbies is watching my high school friends fluctuate in weight via social media. It makes you feel good. Because, okay, so people have friends that commit suicide and they always say, they didn't show signs. I have no idea. People show signs that they're giving up on life. Like, girls become Mary Kay consultants, and guys get tattoos that say bless. That comes after.
No, she has a minute about bless tattoos. That was old. Okay. I already had some ideas. What was the first premise that you talked about? That's right.
Flattering.
Okay, I didn't understand that ending part. I think there's a little bit of something there with the flattering thing. Like it's almost like I don't know.
They've introduced you inside
It's
out.
like a compliment.
Yeah, I didn't get the inside out thing.
There's something funny too is the fact that like what if you're flattered by it, but then you realize that it just happens all the time, or it's for everything but you. You know, it's like it's not hard to get hard.
Yeah, I thought of that too.
Maybe that's exactly how it is. Like
I mean, I saw Philomena last week, and Judy Dench started crying, and I was kind of aroused, you know.
Judy Dench. I can't come without watching Judy Dench cry.
Damn right.
She cries in every movie.
Only 6 minutes of Shakespeare in Love, but it lasted 12. So.
And then the second part is the premise that I like the most. I think that makes sense coming from you. That sounds like something that the young female comedian who just dropped out of college would talk about, is watching your friends fluctuate in weight on Facebook. I don't really know.
I was going to add at the end of that, I talked about how the girls that were really hot in high school, they peaked too early, and like they wasted their sexy on their finger. You know, like they're still the same hotness, but like it just never increased. They just got really hot in high school. You know those girls who are like hot in high school that just stayed at high school.
Yes, I've been to Applebee's. That's expensive.
Maybe their Facebook movies like a hot dog eating contest without the hot dogs or something like that. It's definitely something. Yeah,
It's a good premise that can be really fun.
totally, exactly. I can't really think of much right now, but like it's almost like when you read their status update, they can put whatever they want as their status update, but you're looking at their profile pic and that says 185.
They're fat as a dick.
Right. Yeah, there you go. Or just look at everything and analyze Facebook and figure out where the fat joke is. Whether it's fucking, oh, I can just feel it being close. There's so much there.
Iron Blackie and whatever.
Yeah, I don't feel so bad now.
Did you have something? Did you have something to add there?
Well, I knew what she was saying about the fluctuating weight. I thought she was going to get more detective about how she comes to that conclusion. Like the status of things, like all the pictures, you have family, and blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean?
And maybe like maybe the pictures aren't of spring break in a bikini, but
All the pictures start being your shoulder up. You notice it.
there you go. Exactly. Yeah, that's got to be in the front
The
end.
angles are all the same.
Right.
Profile pic is a baby, just it.
Yeah.
Right. But when they were in high school or college or whatever, it was their full body. I don't know. There's a lot there. Charlie Hollywood, everybody. He's not good. I don't even know how to do it. We've been together for the always fun, always goofy. It's Sarah Weinshank, everybody.
I ate a Rice Krispie treat a few days ago. Mind-boggling. Who thought of these? What type of psychotic genius, guys, thought to mix Rice Krispies with melted marshmallows? Takes a special mind, that's for sure. I imagine it was like a poor college student that was stoned. Nothing was in their kitchen except for some marshmallows left over from Thanksgiving yams and a box of Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And he had this genius idea to melt down these mallows, if you will, and make them into an adhesive, much like Elmer's glue. And he did, or she did, and I'm thankful for him, you know? And what the hell? Okay, let me tell you this. Try to eat a Rice Krispies treat and have your gums not bleed. It is so, the terrain of a Rice Krispie treat, guys, is rocky. minutes ago. Threw it in there. And I'm full of regret about it. No, my gums have never bled, but I feel like it could.
It could be like if they started off with grape nut treats first, or some other cereals first. Like they just go right to Rice Krispies.
Yeah, well, then I wanted to do this thing about like Snap, Crackle, and Pop, the three guys, like being pissed off about Rice Krispie treats because they don't want their like respective sounds to not come out because of marshmallow. But I was like, is that too far? Like, is that too far?
You went with gums bleeding.
Yeah.
It's not like the Rice Krispie treats. There's like Snap, Crackle, Pops, like Coke song.
That's the thing is that when you say that, like, your gums have never bled, and that you don't even really know if people have, you said your gums always bleed in the jokes. If you're using like a generality and an absolute, then it has to be.
Well, like, okay, I've eaten Rice Krispie treat before, and they're like kind of like rough and rocky, and like they've hurt my gums. So I said that it bled, but that was an exaggeration.
So you like it.
Yeah, I basically lied to you guys.
I love the premise. It fits with everything else you're doing. I love the malo, if you will. All that goofy stuff that you do that makes you, that defines you. That was all in there. Definitely be punched up. Great premise. Great job.
I'm curious. This is the first time I'm seeing you. How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 years.
And then it's like when you do a character kind of on stage. Because when you talk to us, it's very different than your cadence when you do stand-up.
Yeah, like my cadence is how I feel, but when I'm having a bad day.
Or like Sebastian. The way Sebastian talks on stage is the way he is.
Oh, yeah, it
It's
is.
interesting to me because I still be on stage, but then there's some people who characters more.
That's why you her and Kimberly balance each other off. Kimberly's definitely
More her.
right.
I was confused because you started off like really indignant and angry about the Rice Krispie treat and why it exists, and then you're like, but I'm thankful for it. So which side?
Yeah, I know.
Are you pro Rice Krispie treat or anti?
I'm just actually confused by Rice Krispie treats in general. Like, what
Well,
goes
then
on?
that'd be the joke.
Yeah, get into that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Sarah Weinshank is they're both going to be at the La Jolla Comedy Store Saturday, March 1st. Thank you guys so much. At the Mike Lawrence, anything coming up that you want to promote? You, Fahim Anwar, at Fahim Anwar?
Yeah, nothing.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm at Mike Lawrence Comedy is my website, and Mike Lawrence, and yeah, I'm around. And we're all gonna get stabbed to death by the French guy tonight.
The Dark Patriot was Willie Hunter. That's at the Willie Hunter Show.
Will Hunter Show.
At Will Hunter Show, one of my funniest friends. At Josh Martin Comic, always helping us out. Thank you so much, everybody. Right, man?
Yeah, stay tuned for the longest, hilarious, most amazing, coolest show ever, the King Kong Show.
Cat. Cat. Cat.
issues on the intro, and I love that. That's when you know you're in for a crazy night. How you guys doing? Fuck yeah, it's happening. It's an electric room right now. I'm pretty excited about that. It's Kill Tony 38. I'm here with the great Brian Redband.
Jesus Christ, you can tell this is already a crazy audience.
Yes.
I'm kind of nervous from if you saw last week's episode, that was like traumatic.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
We had some aggressive foreign people. We had a complete meltdown from one guy. I mean, a true meltdown. It was the only time. What's it? 38 episodes times, we'll say 15, 20 comedians. But last week was the first time that a comedian ever freaked out so bad that he left out of that door.
Yeah.
He exited
Exit stage left even.
Right. I'm pretty sure that if that was just like a rooftop and not a stairway, that he still would have just jumped right out of there. He was up very quickly, no hesitation. Yeah, it was a crazy episode. A lot of fun feedback. A little bit of audio magic.
Yeah, we had a MP3 recorder that I have been using for about 5 years decided to go out in the middle of recording last week's episode. Thank God we had a backup. But not only did we have some of the craziest things happen, but like I even focused in on the MP3 recorder on the video, and it was showing it was recording the whole time. It's so fucking weird.
Could have been the ghost. Yeah, the ghost.
Now I get what Tennessee Tuxedo from the Ding Dong Show always talked about.
Yeah.
Ghost here.
So I spent the weekend in Traverse City. We have that was insane. I just had a comedy winter festival this weekend with Tim Meadows and Dave Foley and filmmaker Michael Moore. That was insane.
You're around a lot of snow. How was that?
It was we were inside. I mean, you just go from one place to the next. It's sort of bizarre. Like there's no really
I just forget that it's like freezing cold.
The people that live there are so used to it, it's insane. And that was always pretty much the first 5 minutes of my set. Was every set were these theater loads of people, and I would just keep asking them, like, what the fuck are you people doing here? Because I don't get it. There were some people that were riding this Ferris wheel that was in the middle of the street that was in the middle of this festival. I mean, it's like 6 degrees out. But anyway, it's always great when you get off that plane. It's fucking 75 and sunny. Anyway, so if you guys know anything about the show, you know that a few weeks ago, our head of security, the Iron Patriot, quit the show in a devastating move. He said that he got too big for the show, and that he wanted to move on to bigger things, and that when Comedy Central picks up the show, that he'll be waiting by the phone, which I'm guessing, all right, for those of you listening to the podcast, Brian just poured water on a doll, and now he is tapping its butt with a battery. People in the front row are loving this. And so anyway, since he quit, we've been replacing him each week with a different kind of patriot. Our first patriot had a speech impediment.
The Iron
Josh. Our second one was the first ever
Iron PDC.
Oh yes, Iron PDC was great.
And then last week
he was in a band called the Filthy Lobster.
Yeah. And then we had last week we had the first
African American.
Yeah, I almost said something else.
Also we had a surprise appearance by the first ever homosexual patriot, the Iron Gatriot.
Yeah.
And that was very exciting. Well, this week we are debuting yet another new patriot, everybody. I present to you our first ever Mexican patriot. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Cholo Patriot! Got a cowbell, ladies and gentlemen. Elotes, tamales, churros, tamales. Yes, you do have lights there. I love that. I like the bell. I love that cowbell. Yeah, that's fucking great. I love the bandana. You have your own take on this character. I really like that. See? Fuck yeah.
Is that a gun? You have a gun?
Oh yeah. She goes down.
That's a first. Right back into your holster. Well, it seems like there's naturally just a hole in that thing from perhaps you putting it on earlier, and then it.
No, we had a Black Patriot last week, and you ripped through it.
Oh yeah.
So it went crazy.
The African American patriots are. They'll poke a hole in your pajama. If you know what I mean. And I mean poke a hole in your pajama. Yeah, something like that. So you want us to? What are we calling you? The Cholo Patriot? Is that what you? Or
Just Mexican, that's fine.
okay,
I mean,
Mexican.
we already have enough shit stacked against us. Why fucking call me Joe?
Now, who is the Mexican Patriot? Who are some of your favorite comedians?
Bill Burr. George Lopez.
Oh.
George Lopez, yeah. That loco, George Lopez. Bill Burr, George Lopez.
Okay, well, it looks like you have a pretty extensive list. I think you're going to be perfect as a comedy head of security. So, oh, that's a good one. The yeah. Wow. Oh, that's very good.
Almost lost my balance.
This is great. Next week we might have a Mexican woman be the Patriot, and she could be the ironing Patriot. It's their mates. You get it, everybody? All right. I hate it when people make that noise. I'm sorry about that joke. I shouldn't have said it. So let's get this thing started. Thank you. Put your hands together for the Mexican Patriot, everybody. Well, let's get it started. It's episode 38 of Kill Tony. And every week on this show, I always have two of my funniest friends sit in with me as guests. And this week's no different. Two of my funniest pals, everybody. You know him from Last Comic Standing and his own Comedy Central 1 hour special. It's Chris Porter. And the winner of the HBO Aspen Comedy Festival, the host of the Test, Bert Fox. Wow. So awesome to have you guys. This is Kurt's third appearance on the show.
Really?
Yeah.
I gotta get things going on since I'm not so available.
Aren't you on TV?
I am, but I guess it's not enough.
No, you need to get on better
You
TV.
gotta be doing podcasts to really start connecting with the people.
It's good to know you've been busy on Monday nights is a good time to have off.
Shit, man. When you called, I said, fuck, I'm already here. I was already here, so it's good.
I got locked out of my apartment, so I'm here regardless. I mean, not that I wasn't gonna come, but then
Is someone in there? Did someone lock you
I don't
out?
know what the fuck happened. I left. When I left, part of the door handle came off of my hand. You'd think that would.
Did you leave angry? I mean, did you
No,
just rip up the door off?
No, I'm just strong. I've been in the gym.
Well, what happened? Did
Well, the
somebody
door
help
handle
you?
came off, and I was like, oh, I'll just put that back on, which I did. And I was like, problem solved. Left. Came back 6 hours later with friends going, let's listen to records. Big shit face. And they're like, cool. And then we sat outside my door for 30 minutes.
What about, like, did you give a
Was it
suit
your
or
door?
something?
Maybe you went to the wrong place. Maybe you were already shit-faced.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it looked like my place.
Nobody could help you at the
Well, the
complex?
super was there, but he's not real good with the English. So
Right, we had to rush him off and get him in his Patriot outfit.
I know you, man. I could have broken that fucking. Yeah, I know. Well, he was also of Hispanic descent. Oh, nice. So I thought of anyone, he was just going to pop the thing open. Oh, yeah, just. But apparently it's not as easy as a Honda Civic. Yeah. You need a Robert coat hanger. That's the only difference. Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad to have you guys. Some of you guys know the deal.
You did no research this week?
Oh, yeah. Do you have any questions for our guests?
Yeah, so I know Kurt Fox, mi amigo, goes to Los Compadres down the street, little restaurant down there.
Is there a problem?
Yeah, how do you take your margaritas? There's a special way.
Just take them with a straw and I suck them down. What do you mean a special way?
Because when I went there, I asked for a margarita. They said, would you like the Kirk Fox special?
I like it strong, not sweet. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, that's it. They have it on the menu.
Do they? Does it say the Kirk Fox?
Kirk Fox special.
Strong, not too sweet. It's Cadillac, but I don't want the fire in there. I don't want to catch fire.
Oh, Cadillac.
Yes, sir.
So that's a Grand Marnier, right?
You can call it that. I'm sure it's not pronounced that way in the handbook.
Probably not in France, right?
Like the Grand Marnier?
I think it is.
No, there's no
Marnier.
They'll deliver it. It doesn't matter how you say it. You'll get your...
Bring that orange shit that I like. That's what I say.
So you're a Mexican compatriot in there?
Yeah, Mexican compatriot, yeah. This is it.
I looked it up earlier. It's the Del Patriote del Hierro.
That's, yeah.
The Spanish Iron Patriot.
Butchered that shit, but fuck.
Grand Marnier and El Patriote.
You could probably sneak into America in that outfit.
Oh, yeah.
They wouldn't even see it.
You just sneak over.
If one guy did, they would sell like 1 million of those outfits.
When I think leading edge technology, I think Mexico. I don't know if you've been to deep Mexico, but nothing screams technologically advanced.
That does look leading. That looks like a good toy set from Tijuana.
Iron Man with a push light.
He's great in closets.
Yeah. You can hang him anywhere.
Patriot, did you have any question for Chris?
Yeah, Kansas City?
Yes.
What do you hate about it?
The way they vote.
They pulled me over in Kansas City, that's the only reason.
They pulled me over in Kansas City.
Were you wearing that outfit?
From there.
Yeah, I was wearing this outfit at 4 in the morning, and they're like, shit. Yeah, man.
Well, let's get this thing started. It's episode 38 of Kill Tony. You guys know how the show works. Comedians sign up for the chance to get 1 minute on this stage to get some kind of help in any way from us. And you know that your 60 seconds is up when you hear that meow of the kitty. Aww, so adorable. You should wrap it up right around then, because if you run your time, then you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Oh, wow. That bear.
Was the bear fucking an elephant?
I'm pretty sure.
The bear, was that longer than a minute? Like,
That's my kind of bear.
that's a long bear.
Yeah.
It's longer than your set.
The elephant gave a bear a minute. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he made an elephant come at the end of that. Anyway, so let's get it going. Your first.
Imagine if an elephant squirted. That would be fucking.
I mean, I would have never imagined it until you brought it up.
That's like a.
I want us to think about it a lot. Yeah. It's something that I don't want to ever
I'm
think
gonna
about.
go change.
Does he squirt on us? Is that what you're implying?
Oh, I don't. No.
Should I get back in the apartment? If you're thinking this shit, you've been outside too long.
Just say, well, the elephant coming. I don't think that was a real far stretch.
They should have a zoo where it's only animals that squirt.
They do. It's called the Spearmint Rhino. Thank you. I'll close on that one. I'm going to head out of here.
Well, we got momentum. Let's get our first comedian up here. And they go by the name of Gian Whitney. Coming from Jesus and Gullet.
So I realized I can't call my family when I'm feeling down. So one time I did an open mic and I just fucking bombed. And the next day I called my brother and I was like, James, you know, maybe I'm not funny. And he goes, yeah, maybe. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're only funny to like your family. I was like, okay, thanks. Can you put Dad on the phone? So my dad gets on. He goes, hi, Gene. How are you doing? I was like, I'm okay, but I got a speeding ticket. He goes, what? What? You are screwing your life up, aren't you? Son of a bitch. Are you in porno? I said, what? No, I'm not in porno. You need to come home, damn it. You need to come home and be a nurse. So now I don't call them. I don't miss them. They can go fuck themselves. Thank you.
Wow. Look at that, exactly a minute.
Exactly.
Fuck yeah. How long have you been out here?
I've been out here about a year. I've been doing this about 6 months.
Where are you from?
I'm from Indiana.
What part?
Southern Indiana, Evansville.
Evansville. I've been there.
Oh, really?
What a shithole.
I know, it's so
The
bad.
comedy club was next to a Chuck E. Cheese.
There's a comedy club there?
There was. It closed because it was fucking.
Is it the Funny Bone?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was terrible.
Yeah, I'm very sorry that you had to experience that.
Did you go to that?
I did. And one of my worst experiences, I showed up to do the gig, and there was a giant, like, Wheel of Fortune on the stage. And what's that all about? They said, oh, everyone here is in a raffle to win a ticket to the Super Bowl. And right before you go on stage, they're going to select the winner. And I said, you mean after? They said, no, before. So right before I go on stage, they give this guy the Super Bowl tickets, and everyone else is in a shit mood because they just lost. So dude gets Super Bowl tickets, fails. And I walk up, and I'm a dick, so I just went, what's up, losers? And it was an uphill battle from that point on.
So it's probably good that you started comedy out here and not there.
Yeah, no, you would have written a note to your parents about how you ended it, and that's why.
I like the fact that your dad just went right to asking if you're in porno.
Yeah, he worries a lot.
Did he not know? Does he think you might be? I mean, did he really ask that?
No.
Do you have a video on the internet that we should know about?
I don't know, do I?
I would know.
I hope not.
There's still time. You've only been out here 6 months.
Good, thanks, good. But no, he worries about me a lot, and he always jumps to the worst conclusion.
Porno's not the worst. There's a lot of money in porno. Yeah, just
Like if he jumped to, are you fucking elephants? I mean, that'd be a jump.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I think you're funny.
Who would he? Wait, that's just a sound effect this whole time? I thought we actually had a...
I like it. It was genuine. It was stuff I hadn't heard before, which is rare coming from a young comic. And, you could have gotten into it a little quicker. Just, you don't have to set up the whole picture. You just have to tell us what we do to get the joke. So you can just be like, my family are dicks. I have a bad set, and my brother's like, maybe I'm not funny, but, just get through it as fast as possible. Brevity is key to what we do. So it's just, what I try to do is I'll write out what I, like, word for word, and then I just take down all the words. So it's just bare minimum. Because as comics, we're conversational anyway. You're going to add the words. You're going to make it. It's not like you're just going to go up there and be like random sentence fragments. Like you're going to make it so that they can fucking understand it. So you just really remember the punchline and shit. Get to it as fast as you can.
Well, I always feel like I've got to set it up so they understand exactly
Well, you
what's
can't
going
read
on.
it. You did it more like acting, like almost.
Yeah.
Like you're not talking to me like if you told me the same story, you would tell me a different way than how you just did it.
Like it's like the way that you were talking to us right now and listening. That's kind of how you want to connect with that room. You just kind of want to tell them that story and then hit those punchlines, so that we're listening like talking to someone at a bar. That's what I think. I think it should always feel like, man, I was just talking to my brother. God, he just jumps. He's on my ass. And my dad got on the phone. Told him about the speaking ticket. I said, yes, I need money. It's just.
I need money for what?
Whatever you want to do. It's anything.
And you can reset that and tell them like you told us that your dad always jumps to the worst conclusion. And then you could even have more things rattling off.
So that's a good way.
And I'll also say this, even if you have a minute, I think you should always find your spot, take a breath, let the room adjust to seeing you for 1 second, say hi, and then just go for it. It's better to do like a minute Sorry, that was my penis. Every once in a while, I whistles when I feel I'm talking to a girl. But just a slow rise. Don't try and squeeze 2 minutes into 1 minute.
Squeeze 30. Just have 45 seconds of it. That's what I do.
It's true.
Like if I'm doing 30, I plan out 25. And worst comes to worst, I leave in 28 minutes.
What if sometimes when they're like, oh, you can't leave in 28 minutes, you have to do, you've got 2 more minutes.
You have to do 2
Then
minutes.
just stand there.
I don't know what. Don't let it work and squeeze
Squeeze
your happens. Yeah, I've never been to a club where they're like, you went 2
You're
minutes.
at 28 minutes stretching.
I heard a story once about a comic who was supposed to do 30 minutes and they only did 26 and they tried to get off stage and the person was like, you have 4 more minutes.
Oh, yeah, don't.
No.
No, it's one thing if you're doing 45 and you bail at 30, but at 2 minutes, listen, you know,
It's one thing if you're doing 1 minute and you try and get out at 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Like you fucking stand up for 10 more seconds.
But yeah, comedy club waitresses have drug problems. They want to get the fuck out of there quicker than anybody else. So it's like 2 minutes earlier, great, let's do blow.
For 6 months in, you're really comfortable on stage. Do you have like a acting or theater background or something?
Yeah, I went to acting school for 2 years.
There's an acting school?
There are plenty of them.
Yeah.
There's a lot willing to take your money. I went to Ada. She's called Bria.
She's a thief.
I'm a thief.
No, she is.
No, the chick girl.
Not a kid. She sounds great.
You have nice lips.
Oh, thank
There you
you.
go. There's Brian always has. Brian's the chairman of wisdom over here.
Unfortunately, he was looking right at me when he said it.
Gian, thank you so much. That's Gian Whitney, everybody. Her first time on Kill Tony. She's on Twitter at Gian Lenora. Well, what's that? What's that last name? What is that? Oh, what is that? Your last name? Leonora?
What's wrong with your last name?
Oh, yikes. Gian Leonora,
Just do
everybody.
it. You just change it like that. You just say, here's my last name and stick with it.
Yeah, first name, middle name for the Twitter handle.
My name, I've already told someone.
Are you sure she hasn't been on before? I swear to God, remember those lips.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe she is in porn. Maybe her dad's right.
I would know.
Yeah, I love the point that you had, and I think that's definitely something worth noting on this show because I feel like that's often something that I hear people say is, oh, I think I went too. Often the note is that people are going too fast. And there's nothing worse than trying to squeeze in a minute and 20 seconds worth of jokes and punchlines into a minute and having nothing hit because nobody really knows because you feel robotic. And so then we don't even get to really absorb the punchline. So it is very important to take your time on this. You know what I mean? Like a 45-minute, 45-second.
The truth is, I think even if you don't get to your punchline in your minute, you're going to have a minute on the chair, and you can even say, hey, here's where I was trying to get to.
I mean,
As long as it's a real conversation, I think
yeah.
in life you should just talk about it and say, fuck, I didn't even get to my punchline. Well, maybe you were a little slow. It's better.
That's what the bear is for. That bear comes out. Okay, your next comedian, everybody. Here we go. Amir Khalil. Amir Khalil. Coming from the back. Here he is. He's already wiping the sweat. I love it. Amir, everybody. Bring it to the Amir.
Hi, guys. I really did not expect this. I had a dream where Shaquille O'Neal is dressed as Kazam, the genie, and he said he's going to grant me one wish. I said, I want to grow 3 more inches, but not taller, I mean, down there, And so he laughed, your wish has been granted. And he disappears in a blunderbuss of smoke. And I said, whew, all right, thanks, Shaq. What am I supposed to do now with 2 3-inch dicks? You're looking at me like, I know what you can do with them. All right, that's my 1 minute, fellas.
That's 42 seconds. Fuck yeah.
Get back out there and do your 18 seconds. Not kidding.
All right, well, it's interesting.
Okay, well, let's start at the beginning. That's a good place. I like how you went right into it. You know, if they don't get that you're referencing your dick, fuck them. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to say, down there. Like, it just kind of feel like it cheapens it a little bit. Just let it sit there. Because if anything else, it shows confidence in the joke. Like just sit there and go, yeah, I just said, I like that. Yeah.
I think there should be more. I think it's like I'm waiting for there to be a Shaq thing.
Well, and I like the turn. I like the 3-inch digs like that. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Here was my problem with it, because I think you're funny, and I think you're smart enough to know that. But it was a joke. So when you come up on stage, it almost felt like you could have been doing a knock joke. So you have to find a way to make it not feel like a joke.
Okay.
I mean, it was like everyone thought a genie. I had a dream about him. No, you didn't.
Right.
So immediately they're like, "Fuck it, this is a real complicated dream he had." So it's tough to make that funny. So you want to make it genuine to yourself. Sometimes I wish I fucking could walk upon a genie and ask him for a bigger dick. Yeah. Then they'll be like, "Well, fuck, we all wish we could ask for something."
Right.
You know what I mean? Instead of saying, "Hey, I had a dream last night about Shaq," that's a fucking shitty dream.
Yeah.
If you're dreaming about Shaq, you should be asking yourself some deeper questions. Especially if you're dreaming about Shazam, fucking don't go to bed.
Yeah. That's worse.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I want therapy now.
Get up there and talk about your day. Something funny happened today. Like tomorrow you can do a joke about how last night I did a fucking shitty dream joke. Oh, you see that? You see how funny that is?
Thank you.
I'm glad you said it. I didn't want to say it. No, but he knows. He fucking knows. Right. Especially when you start attacking someone in the audience at 40 seconds in.
Thank you. That was great. Yeah.
But just talk about your day. You're funny. You're relaxed. Just get some material.
Okay. Yeah. I really did not expect to go on tonight. That was fun.
I love that you said that, but you did sign up for the show, and you know what I mean?
When you get in your car and you drive somewhere, it's like, fuck, I didn't expect to drive there.
Right. Like, I mean, I
You win an
understand.
Academy Award deep down, you're hoping you get on that podium. So don't come up and pretend you don't want to be here. We know that you're here for a reason.
Right.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Now, me personally, I do not want to fucking be here. I'm kidding. Comedy.
Thank you so much. That's Amir
Thank
Khalil.
you guys. Thank you, everybody.
Amir Khalil Comedy on Twitter. That's at Amir Khalil, K-A-L-I-L Comedy on Twitter. Fuck yeah. Kirk, you and I just did the Traverse Fest. You were there with me.
Yes, I was.
In
Traverse City, Michigan, correct?
Yeah, in a winterland.
3 or 4 days, I saw you every day. So
Yeah.
go on and tell them.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun, right?
There was laughter.
Heck yeah.
You drank at night, you slept during the day.
That's right. Drank very
I
heavily.
told jokes
Yeah.
at night. It's cold.
It's creepy when you go to a place that's on the East Coast and you're having that much fun, like the Comedy Fest, and you're around comedians, because all of a sudden you feel like you have a very serious problem when you're drinking at 5:30 in the morning.
First off,
but the night before it was 2:30 in the morning, but it's like you look at the clock and you're just like, God, I'm still having a blast, and it's 5:30. But
first off, Geography King, Michigan is not on the East Coast.
it was more of the
It is if you're drinking at 5:30 in the morning. Well, if you're drinking at 5:30 in the afternoon, Nevada is on the East Coast. If you're going to get that fucked up.
There's a time zone thing, right?
Yeah, it's East Coast. I like that.
It's about the 3.
So basically, you can be anywhere you want. It's still not on the East Coast. It's because Chattanooga's in the East.
But the East Coast has the same time zone as Michigan.
The East Coast, it depends on how far you want to go east.
I guess you're right.
Like, I'm about as far east as I'd like to go, so this is the East Coast for me.
You don't do regular Hollywood.
We'll be right back.
And it really is. I'm telling you. And this was the inside joke all weekend with Kirk. He kept doing that at the most perfectly timed moments. If you know anything about Kirk, he's a fucking timing guru. So he'll sit on something for a while. Anyway,
5 years. I've been stood up for 5 years.
I bet you have been. Because you kept hitting me with that. He made me literally, my knees buckled so hard at one point. We were walking back to the hotel.
Well, your knees are very
Big
tiny.
proof of it. I do have tiny knees.
They buckle
and fell in the snow. And Matt jumped in the snow. He was having so much fun at one point. But, a fun fact about the East thing, though, Chris, is that, like,
I've been there a lot.
Our perception, one thing that I've been looking at recently on these crazy learning websites is that, like, Cleveland, Ohio is farther east.
Learning website?
Yeah, that's it. I learned this on RedTube.
These crazy fucking learning websites. There's Pornhub. I learned how to not fuck.
Cleveland, Ohio is farther east than Tampa Bay, Florida.
Yes.
And Pittsburgh is farther east than, I think, Orlando.
And that was information you thought you'd never use.
Which is right on the almost to the complete East Coast, literally. But because it's a fucking circle, our shit's thrown off.
Fuck yeah,
I'm obsessed with this shit lately. Like, another one is Reno, Nevada, is farther west than Los Angeles. They're laughing. And
He showed it to me. I wouldn't believe it. He showed it to me.
It's insanity. So
go on your
look
phone
at
and
that
look. It's crazy.
because California goes like that. Anyway. Geography.
Why are there girls just surrounding you right now?
They're on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Just models galore.
It's out of my head with this fucking geography.
He starts rattling off capitals, and I'm almost there.
How you doing?
Pull my hair and tell me what's north of South Dakota.
How are you doing over there? I can't see you.
Good, man. I'm glad to know that. That's the best one you do. Good one.
Speaking of sitting on a joke, look at this guy, fucking 40 minutes in.
I'm just glad I got that information, Tony. Now when I take the citizenship, guess what? I'm going to pass it.
I love that.
Citizenship. Here we come.
All right, let's get another comedian up
You really want to get citizenship, keep that microphone next to your dick.
Yeah.
Your next comedian's name is Brett Banta.
My name is Brett Banta. I have 3 daughters. They're half Japanese. Their names are Kiyomi, Mina, and Aya. They're karate kids. Sweep the leg. But Daddy, where'd I hop? My daughters are always mispronouncing words. They'll say penis when they mean peanuts. And it's always when there's cops around. They'll say, Daddy, give me more penis. Now I just feed them almonds. Isn't that nuts? I have a twin brother. He has blonde hair, blue eyes. He looks like a movie star. I look like a POW. I don't sleep very well. I don't really brush my teeth. And I like crying out for help. Do anything for my twin brother. I'd take a bullet for him. Also have a half brother. I'd take a bullet for him too, but only from the waist down.
That is a minute.
Thank you.
That's usually when you would say thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Brett, I like your cadence. I think you have an interesting style to you.
I like your material. You look incredibly frightened. And I know that's part of being. How long have you been doing this?
Almost 2 years.
Okay. Well,
How often when you say 2 years? Like,
I try and get up like 4 times a week.
really?
No. Are you nervous though? Are you just kind of working that angle?
No, I'm nervous.
Yes. You look like you're in a video where you're telling people like how well they're treating you now that you've been captured by the enemy. Like that's the kind of demeanor I'm getting from you, and it's like your material's really funny. Like but it's you look so frightened up there that I don't want to laugh because I'm afraid you're gonna pull a weapon out.
Yeah, I feel like you have a bomb under that shirt.
Yeah, because you're just like, I mean, I'm exaggerating to an extent. You're just like, and it's like,
Start drinking.
I don't want to know.
I think that's it. I think that's a really one point is I've been sober right back drinking, but I don't bring everybody down. But I've always wanted to do comedy, and I got sober. It takes a lot to kind of get up.
Absolutely.
Right. Cough syrup.
But just
I love cough syrup.
stay, you're funny though. So I'm like, if I can tell you are funny, so take that with you on stage. You gotta kind of have this I don't give a fuck. You have an I don't give a fuck attitude.
Yeah. I have like a cold or I had the flu once. I went up and did open mic. My twin brother was like, I'll tell you what you should do. So, no, you don't have to apologize. But what I'm saying is, you're funny, and as nervous and creepy as you are, slow it down. Yeah. Because it's going to help you. Because you were slow that night, you had the flu. You were just chilled. And that'll help you breathe into communicating with the people. I get the hand out of the pocket, No, because I used to do it too. I mean, I still do.
It was the worst.
And it's a shitty habit, Once the hand's out, you'll start working on your posture. But you have good jokes. And if you slow it down, they're going to hit even harder. Because you're blowing through some of the laughter. And if you pause long enough, they'll realize it's okay to laugh without hurting you. Work on pause.
Right. Yeah, but it's slowing it down is also another way to show confidence that you don't have.
And I know it sounds weird, but like you have to be pretty deliberate, and like to you, it's gonna sound all kinds of fucked up, like you're talking to them like they're stupid. But you have to realize these people don't know what you're saying. Even though you think they know, they don't know the words that are about to come out of your mouth. So you have to give them time to take them in and figure out what they mean. And it might, and the way you deliver a joke, it might take them a minute to even realize, oh fuck, this not a literal. No, but it'll give them a beat. Because you're blowing through where laughter might be. Okay.
You have nice lips. There you go. An equal opportunity harasser.
Keep writing. You're funny, man.
Yeah, totally. Seriously, you are very funny. You really have 3 daughters?
Well, see, that's how good you are. We totally bought it.
But you know what's funny? What you should say after that joke is say, I was kidding. I don't have 3 daughters. The one that's fake will be the other. Use the other name. Yeah, just but just say, I'm lying. I don't have 3 daughters. And then what was the first name of the daughter? Yeah, Keone is made up.
Yeah. That's great.
That's why I have an apartment.
Yeah, and I would lose
I know how to work a
Do you have a real Japanese wife? Congratulations, that's awesome.
Did she help you get out of the POW camp?
Do you have another job?
Good, man. Just keep writing and
I love that Chris is asking for another beer to Josh, who's on the other side of Brett. He just wants a drink so bad while Chris is holding up his glass.
Listen, I'll have a beer too. This show's driving me to drink. Yes, sir.
I'll have another Hinchcliffe. And
Hinchcliffe.
It's a Crown
The
Royal.
fact that you're sober is driving me to drink, so that's good. Your set was successful.
The only thing I would lose with no hesitation is that's part of that thing. Like that noise that you heard when you heard that, like that's sort of what. That's silly. That's
but if you're not gonna sit in it, I mean, if you're gonna do it, fucking sit in it and just bathe in it. Yeah. That was awful.
Right. Yeah.
Because I do that shit all the time. I'll make a terrible joke,
The truth is, if they don't laugh, do it again.
Yeah.
Fucking let them know that they were right.
That's hilarious.
That's what I do. I'll tackle something 3 or 4 times until they really know that I think it's good. Then they'll realize they should be laughing.
Rabbi, I love your style. Thank you so much. Brett Banta, he's on Twitter at Brett J. Banta. One more geography fun fact that I forgot to mention earlier is that Detroit, if you travel directly south from Detroit, you end up in Canada.
It's 100% true. I looked at.
Not everybody knows that. Did you hear that noise that the crowd made, you son of a bitch? So no, you're wrong, Mr. Voice in the Darkness, hater guy. Everybody knows that.
Geography hater.
Yeah.
Hater of America.
See, that's the guy that tries to steal all my geography posts that I try to get. Your next comedian is Dan Lawler, everybody. Here he comes. I wonder if he's any relation to Jerry the King. It's gonna be Dan Lawler, everybody.
Hey, any more Jerry the King jokes, or we do those all last time?
Hi guys, how's it going?
Good, great. I'm gonna drop some knowledge on you guys. Check it out. Coffee was originally discovered because in South America, goats would go and eat the beans, and they'd start jumping around, so the farmers would know it was good. Bestiality was discovered because goats are damn sexy when they jump around. And so the farmers know it's good. Guys, that's the goat's fault. Because, you tried to deny a horny goat some dick. Not gonna go well for you. Labia, you know what I'm saying? Labia is actually both the plural as well as singular form of the word, like deer, So if one of your friends just mentions deer labia in casual conversation, they'll literally be talking about an infinite number of woodland vaginas, all right? It's a lot of deer pussy. It's possibly too much Bambi box to even consider, but just watch your ass, watch your labias. Thanks.
I gotta tell you, if you could get your material to catch up to your delivery, you'd have something. Because you have such great confidence, it's fucking your brain's working.
You didn't like the jokes, though.
You lost me.
I didn't hear. I'm not saying this to be offensive, but I didn't really hear a punchline. Like, I heard a lot of, you're saying funny things.
Funny words. And Kurt's absolutely right. Like, when
I was into it.
Vaginas,
You had a lot of good words.
Somewhat of a laugh.
You had a ton of funny words. They just weren't in the right order.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's like, I know everyone wants to be all shit, but a joke requires a punchline. That's just how it is. And in order to have a punchline, you gotta have a setup. In order to have a setup, you have to have a witness. And so that's just, it's that. And so, you're going somewhere. We just need to get there. That's all.
That's exactly what I meant.
And I know we only have a minute, and you may be going somewhere. If there's someone you were going with, is there a big punchline that we didn't get to?
No.
Yeah. So it's like we're on a journey, but we need a destination, and that's what a punchline is.
It'd be like, you could use that as a setup, but like that could be a long setup, and then the punchlines would need to come down.
Yeah.
Fucking, I was reading about coffee and goats. And there's a lot of fucking going on in Brazil.
Right now, I feel like
then you lead into something.
He made
Why
out
do
with
they fucking goats? Because they dance. They're fucking dancing because they drink coffee.
Yeah.
But I'm into labia. Do goats have labia? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, they do.
see, now that joke works. For $5,000, I'll give you the order of it. No, but you know what I mean? It's like, fuck, you have great confidence and a great voice. Just gotta tie it into something so it's leading something.
Yeah, I just sort of tied together two bestiality jokes to do the rest. So. But yeah, maybe they
Which isn't a sentence.
Well, maybe you don't need to tie two bestiality jokes together. You should just work on one.
Yeah.
Or have a bestiality chunk. And just work it all together.
Or a coffee chunk.
you decide what you're feeling.
Right.
I really think the coffee chunk would lead into the bestiality chunk.
Yeah, you always
Just
gotta have
from
coffee
knowledge.
before you fuck animals.
That's as well.
You want to be alert for that because they're kicking.
Oh yeah, the goats especially.
Yeah. I'm from Kansas. Trust me, I know. When you fuck an animal, you need to keep your head on.
And I'm from San Diego, so when you drink a lot of coffee, it's just two different worlds.
And then once the humans are drinking coffee, they want to fuck the animals more. So the two things just keep feeding into one another. The goats are jumping more. The people have more energy to fuck.
Yeah. I'll tell you,
Our job is to confuse you to the point where you don't remember if it was ever fun.
We're there. That's where we are.
I can tell you this: don't get a girl stoned or she won't fuck you. That's all I got.
Then the labia thing. I mean, so labia is plural for labia. So there's no such thing as labias.
Right, no, labia is
Oral play-by.
No,
Right.
but where did the labia come in? Because it sounded like you just threw it out there. Is it because it's a funny word?
Yeah, it's like a random just transition. Sometimes like
So your labia is your transitional word.
Yeah. Well, if when I do a longer set, I'll do like a little labia rap.
Labia is my safety word, which is really confusing.
In West Hollywood, it's not.
No, not in WeHo. No, you say labia, that's just a fucking buzzkill.
But I will say this: if you're going to have a transitional word, don't have one that just confuses people and makes them wonder if they missed something.
And we don't need transition. Like, we're in this MTV society where you can literally just stop a joke and start the next one. And the audience isn't going to look at each other like, where's the segue? I didn't know, where are we going? Like, they don't give a fuck. Like, as soon as you start that first statement, they're like, okay, now we're talking about bestiality now. Like, they're fine. You don't need to lure them in. You can just be like,
it's almost better to have nothing.
Yeah,
because now you know they're listening.
Yeah, like that was sort of halfway between the two different ways I would normally do it. I'll either do like a labia rap for 5 or 10 seconds, or I'll just say so labia and just.
Yeah, we just thought you had Tourette's.
Yeah.
I have a labia rap.
Is that
It's to Coolio's Fantastic Voyage.
You have a rap song about labias?
Yes, and it's to the tune of Coolio's Fantastic.
And you do too?
Slide, that's bad.
I almost passed out just then for some reason.
You do some rap?
Joke raps, not like real raps. But yeah, I'll do a rap now.
You look like a member of Drive-By Truckers. For the 8 people who know.
Hey man, you have a good delivery and you're confident and you're cool. Just just instead of a labia rap, just wrap up one of your jokes.
The joke.
What? We're all family here. Shit, I wish I had someone like me when I was you.
Maybe there's something in, mentioning
Cut
that.
you tomorrow doing a fucking labia coffee animal fucking joke.
Such a bitch.
You're such a bitch.
Maybe there's something in mentioning that, that you know a lot about vagina, but not the types of things that other people know. Like you're a master of vocabulary.
Yeah, it's the
like
shit the shit that you're interested in. I mean, then it becomes a cool joke.
Yeah, I mean, I have other jokes about vaginas. I have other jokes about words and things. So, right. I just happened to put together 2 BCL jokes to make this minute.
Well, where does all this vagina knowledge lead you? I think that's what we want to know as an audience.
I saw a fantastic voyage of
see, and I want to hear about that. See, like a joke should have a big da-da, like at the end of whatever. It doesn't have to happen right at the end of every sentence, but at the end of the chunk.
Yeah, and a lot of times with the labia joke, the woodland vaginas, the infinite number of woodland vaginas will get a big laugh. Right, and I can see why that would be, but again, that's just funny words. It's just woodland vaginas. It's funny together. I mean, that was the first thing I thought of when I heard that. I'm just like, that's the epitome of not a joke. I mean, it's just really 2 funny words. You're just saying woodland vaginas, which is a great trick to do in between punchlines and setups and things.
And in Oregon, you don't even have to say Woodland vagina. You can
Well, it goes without saying. If you see vagina, you know it's
from the locals.
True. And they get their hands on that coffee. Anyway.
Is just having foreplay with an animal illegal, or is that still considered?
No, it's all illegal. Like, you can't even fucking ask a goat out anymore.
I mean, if you,
it's like if you kiss your own dog longer than a minute.
Yeah. Somebody kicks it over.
The rule is it can lick you, but you can't lick it. That's the rule.
Different states are different times. Like you're allowed to kiss your dog for 3 minutes in West Virginia, but in California.
Oh, in West Virginia, you can marry your fucking dog.
As long as it's not, you can marry your goat in West Virginia as long as it's not the same sex as you, right?
Yeah.
Isn't West Virginia the exact? What angle is that to a different city?
Now, believe it or not, West Virginia is actually east of most of the country. They should call it not quite as east as the other Virginia. Dan Lawler, thank you so much. That's Admin Dan Lawler.
Thank you, Dan.
That's fun. Trucking along.
Funny word.
I think it's a... Is it a funny word? I don't know. I don't think it is. Lady is a beautiful word.
What about pussy lips?
That's the most American you've sounded this whole time.
What about pussy lips? I'm the Mexican patriot.
You ever seen pussy lips so big it look like two stingrays hugging?
Yes.
There you go.
I lost you at pussy lips.
Brian loves those kinds of lips.
I don't like that word.
Definitely yes.
Pussy.
I don't even say it.
I don't either. Like, it's fun when, like, in the heat of the moment where girls...
I don't ever say it. I just point at it. Give me those stingrays.
Put your hands together for Clay Wiggins, everybody.
Not paying attention to the show. I decided going full retard is to white actors, but going full slave is to black actors. Like, good luck, 12 years a slave if not gonna wait went full slave. I actually cannot watch those kind of movies, like 12 Years a Slave, because I don't want to hate white people that much. I still need you. I'm not famous yet. And I got a screener of it, and I only made like 10 minutes in before I was just like, yeah, this is gonna make me never want to see a white person alive again. Like, it's the same reason why I can't watch The Color Purple. I don't want to hate black men so much. Every morning when I brush my teeth and I go to brush my tongue, I start to gag, and it makes me wonder, like, how come I can suck dick so expertly, and I cannot brush my teeth without feeling like I want to gag a whole pizza up with a whole dick.
There you go.
I thought that was just the sound of you gagging up.
That's a little bit what it sounds like.
Were you really reading a Star Wars novel?
Yeah.
That's pretty
Awesome.
Exile, Legacy of the Force series.
You know, the Tropic Thunder reference. Tropic Thunder wasn't the most famous movie, so I don't think a lot of people in here got the reference. I did because I saw the movie and I think it's fucking hilarious.
Yes.
But I was watching out in the audience and I don't think a lot of them quite understood. So if you're gonna do that,
It's a new bit.
yeah, you might want to preface something or I don't know. But even if you reference the movie, it doesn't matter if they haven't seen it. So fuck that. But I don't know. It's it definitely got awkward.
No, it didn't work.
Mainly because of all the white people.
And I think if you gave examples, I think you're sort of painting a picture when you say if the whites playing
Wait, I have
people.
I have a longer sort of version. if I do because
But at least have a couple of examples.
Right.
Throw an
I think
example
you
in
gotta-
there, throw Gilbert Grape in there, just
Right.
something so we know that
Forrest Gump, Gilbert Grape, you can hit it, but you got to sort of just, because if you're only mentioning the one side, the one example, and if you don't, I feel like if you don't compare the two.
Well, it wasn't working, so I switched.
Well, that's
I decided to abandon it, and then
yeah, but we didn't know that.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
I would
I
never
figured I would-
don't abandon too soon because the punch might be right around the corner. We don't know that it's not supposed to be funny yet.
And some of the
Yeah.
biggest,
No, it went very well downstairs.
some of the biggest fun come after the
A lot of
biggest
things.
silences.
Yeah.
Like that's what's great about what we do is you say something completely outlandish, something where the audience is like, what the fuck? And then you follow it with something that ties it all together and is hilarious. It pays off tenfold.
Because the audience, they don't want to be uncomfortable. So they'll be uncomfortable for a minute, but then they're fucking hoping you say something to let the room get their air back.
Right. But the second that you switch topics, because you're abandoning it,
You left it hanging.
then we know that you were done with that. But up until that point, and you're still blowing up this balloon that, if it pops, creates laughter, but then you're just letting go of that, letting it fart away, and then picking up another balloon. You know what I mean? Where that balloon had air in it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, all the white people in here think they're racist.
Right. Totally. We feel really guilty.
People did 2 centuries ago.
Yeah. Well,
The fact that you watched 12 Years a Slave and could only handle 10 minutes a slave, I mean, that's a joke. There's a joke in there.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's definitely funny.
And you can do it. I can't. Because I've tried it, you know. It's like I saw 12 Years a Slave after 4 years I got it. You know, I can't do that joke.
And the fact that you're the type of chick that's reading a Star Wars book, you know, I mean, there's so much there.
I got a lot. I have a lot.
Awesome.
That I've been doing for a while.
And you're easy to listen to. You're easy to look at. Just I would trust that you can make that funny at any minute.
Yeah, it's newish. I've only been doing it like a week or two, so.
But I think the key to making a joke that doesn't work is finding out what the audience is. There's obviously some sort of logic bridge that you're not crossing, that you're not helping the audience cross. So it's finding out what that is.
And I also think there's a ton of examples.
That was very affectionate.
Well, I just want to let them know that he's on the right track and that I'm about to interrupt.
Yeah.
But it's just like you have all these examples of white guys playing, you know, mentally challenged.
Yeah,
You get Shark Tank, you get everyone, and they all get Academy Awards.
Yeah.
And then the black guys who, you know, play the slaves. I think it sets up a good world, but you didn't set up the world, so we were just scared.
Yeah, you just assumed that we'd all seen Tropic Thunder and then we would get the reference. And we didn't really do her well.
In Color Purple, 80s, right?
Everybody's. But I feel like it's like, even if you've never seen the movie, like, it's like one of those, like, I've never seen Braveheart, but I know the references.
Fuck has never seen Braveheart. What the fuck you doing? Reading Star Wars books in the back of comedy clubs?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I've never seen Braveheart, but I can go, like, never take my Braveheart. You know what I mean? I figured it was on that.
But to some extent, you need to relish in the audience not liking you a little bit. Tony does it all the time.
Yes, one of my favorites.
Literally need a living out of it.
Yeah, like, and I know you have only a minute, and we're sitting here judging you, and it's fucking weird. But, you know, that's the environment.
And it shows you that these 2 minutes after the joke, we see your twinkle, we see your charm. But during the jokes, we didn't. Yeah, but we didn't see it in the joke.
Yeah.
In the joke, it sounded mean and bitter, and, you know, you hate me.
Like, we're all sitting there like, you know, that was a long time ago. None of us. I know you're all. And in the Midwest, you have every right to be, because all those people still hate you. But
San Francisco, I'm very, you know.
Yeah. Like, out here, we all don't give a
Place
fuck.
over a different
You know, we just want to get high and fucking Uber places.
And we're all
And what was the exact comparison of the white retard and the black slave again?
That's a
It's like, it's like it's sort of like an SAT phrase question, like going full retard is the white actor.
In Tropic Thunder, Robert Downey Jr., who's black at the time, has this whole conversation with how actually you can't win the Academy Award if you go full retard. Sean Penn did it. He didn't win. Forrest Gump won, but he was dumb, but he wasn't full retard. So that's what she was referencing.
And you got into trouble because you thought there'd be a laugh there. And the thing is, that's a hell of a setup.
Yeah.
The laugh's not going to be on that line because it's so good you're getting people thinking. And then you start giving the examples.
And plus, just the word retard really freaks people out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what I would recommend doing instead of saying retard is just going or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'd get out of the habit of telling rooms to get over it because they want.
No, I mean, that's just in this conversation.
Mongoloid's a better word.
I think that's more offensive than retard, I think.
No, it is. That was the joke.
Yeah, which is, but also Mongoloid's, that's more.
Well, and here's, listen, I don't know. This isn't CNN.
Yeah.
It could be if it gets
retard is in music. It means to slow down, and that's where it comes from. So that's why, when people say you're retarded, it means you're slower.
If I did what you said about, giving the examples clearer, then I feel like I could say full retard because that's sort of
Absolutely. Just don't assume that we've seen Tropic Thunder. You kind of have to explain that more.
Yeah.
Just say transgender instead.
The views of Brian Redman are not the views that Clee.
So did you say full retard and then full slave and then right? So now then tie in full Monty just so that you can maybe get someone laughing.
I'll test drive that and see how that goes.
Yeah, I'm just saying if you're gonna go full retard, full slave, when everyone's uncomfortable, then you bring in full Monty and they'll.
That's a good save. I like it.
Well, that's right.
There you go.
But you know what I mean by at least let them know that you're gonna get to a joke.
Gotcha.
Do you literally have a joke about your reading a Star Wars novel? Or do you just have jokes about being a nerd?
I just sort of have jokes about being a nerd, that reference in Star Wars.
Because I think it's funny that you're literally reading the book Star Wars.
If you can tie your Star Wars into how good you can suck a dick. Because you mentioned that, right?
By the way.
Yeah.
When you say expertly, is that did you take a test?
This is just based on
full expert
from other guys.
Yeah.
Like guys that finished me you're an expert at that.
I'm more based it upon their.
And I'll tell you this: if a guy's getting a blowjob, he will say you are an expert. And we all are. Fuck, I can't. You are an expert. I've never done that. Holy shit! You are one of the best. Do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
I do it again.
See, I do it the other way. I'm like, you know what? You should work on that. And I give them notes.
Yeah, that's maybe why you're locked out of your apartment. We'll be right back.
I love it. Lee Wiggins, everybody. There she goes. Yeah. She's on Twitter at Clee the Pimp. That's Klee. The Pimp. Fuck yeah. You guys
Change lives.
Now, Kirk, you probably heard this question before, so
Probably.
I guess
So
I'll just ask. I'll ask Chris.
Oh, okay.
I always ask everybody that is on the show this question. Do you remember a joke that you did when you were very first starting out doing stand-up that you're embarrassed about? That's short that you'd want to share?
No, it's not short. I used to walk up on stage to Notorious B.I.G. It was off the Ready to Die. The one where he's a baby. There's a baby on the cover. No, I thought Ready to Die was the one with the hearse.
Life After Death is
Oh, okay, yeah. So there was Ready to Die. Had that Notorious song on there. Notorious. Yeah, I would walk out to that, try to get everybody to start dancing.
And you're brand new in comedy, so you're literally less notorious than
I'm like, you guys want to get naked? And then I would take my shirt off, and then no one would get naked. And so then I would stop the music. I go, okay, here's my impression of a Greyhound. Because I was like a $130, 6'5", and I would get up on a stool, like on all fours, and suck at my gut, and you could see all my ribs and shit. And it might have been the most devastating. Like, it would kill. And that's when I realized how bad it was to be like why strippers did drugs all the time. Because even it was just my shirt, you still have to like be in the mood to do that shit. And some days you're not in the mood.
You do?
I do remember.
That's a great shirt, by the way, Chris. What's yours, Kurt?
My very first joke, I just remembered it because it was they had these commercials. It was like Cooktex Fins, period. And I was like, fuck, I should get into advertising. I can do that. It's like Charmin Soft, asshole. Then it's like, Trumfields Fit, dick.
That's amazing.
And Badge is so works, pussy.
Wow. That's a great... There you go. That's the most positive heckle I've ever heard.
Thank you so much.
To interrupt the show to
Thank
tell
you so much. Security.
Security's gonna love this
I'm
next.
gonna have to work that joke back.
Oh, it's amazing, by the way. Yeah, I was totally just about to say that. Is that, you know, a lot of the times, sometimes you'll find something that's so hilarious and they forget how funny it was, and when they say it, they get that. Anyway, that's a hilarious one.
Cut to I do it 12 times in my next set.
Yeah. Cut to Chris Porter later tonight in the original room with his shirt off, just sucking at his gun. Just worked 12 years ago. Now it's the descended belly. Yeah.
Or you're doing the full slave, full retard joke.
Right. That's what we really need is a slave retard. That guy's gonna win. That guy's gonna win everything, right? Fucking if Forrest Gump and Bubba Gump. That would be the worst slave ever.
Fox, right?
Don't pick cotton.
Oh yeah.
Stop peeing on shit.
Jimmy Fox could play a blind retarded slave. I know that
That
for a
could play the
fact.
piano, but not very well.
Get an Academy Award for that.
Your next comedian goes by the name of Al Gonzalez.
Congratulations to the United States hockey team for winning over the Russians. Apparently, Putin was so upset he put a shirt back on. My friend asked me if I was upset that the NSA was listening to my phone calls. I was like, bro, I got Metro PCS. I can barely listen into my own phone calls. I got into an argument with a white supremacist. It was pretty intense. At some point, he said this to me. He goes, just because you're Mexican doesn't mean you're tough. Folks, I was very confused. I didn't know whether to be insulted or thank him for not stereotyping me. So I said to him, you wouldn't like me when I'm Mexican. And then I stole his job and impregnated his sister in Chupacabra. Thank you.
Big Al.
Al Gonzalez.
Big Al just featured for me in San Jose this week.
Oh, really? Yes, wow. What are the odds of that? That's so cool.
Yeah. And he did a very great job.
Did he do more than you?
Yeah, most of the time. He did 25 times longer than that, which is a lot.
That's awesome.
Then we would get super baked and drunk and listen to rock and roll music.
Did the improv in San Jose?
Yes.
Where are you from? You live up there?
Originally from San Francisco, yeah.
Did you at the Dab House across the street?
I brought my own weed.
They were giving it out.
Yeah. A dude at the San Jose Improv handed me so much hash that I couldn't hold it all in my hand and like spilled all over the floor. And we were just picking like in Cincinnati we would have been arrested handily. Like we're just picking up grams of hash off the floor and I'm just putting them in an envelope like
That is awesome.
yeah. So
how long you been doing stand-up?
Several years.
What does that mean?
Several.
for a long time.
Since 2006.
Do you enjoy it?
I love it.
Do you ever get scared up there? All the time. Good.
You're a very, you're the very old school, but just joke. Like, and I'm not saying that as a slam. I'm just saying that's what it is. Like, here's the setup, here's the punch. It's a joke. And it's just boom, 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 boom. And there's something to be commended for that. Yeah. It's like, meanwhile, Tony and I go up, or Kurt and I go up for 30 minutes. You have to remember 6 things. You have to remember 48, probably. Just because, and Hedberg had to do the same thing just because his jokes were so short. His set list was 89 items. So I really did what you do.
Are you happy where you're at with it?
I'm never happy.
And would you like to work some stories into some of that as well?
I mean, I do.
I do. He's got more than a minute.
Yeah.
He does do stories.
I write a lot of setup punch jokes like that because I know in LA I'm only going to get 3 minutes a lot of the time because I don't have TV credits, I don't have a movie credit, but I have a lot of longer jokes that I've been writing that I've been working on for quite a while. And when I got more stage time this weekend with Chris, I'll do those longer bits where it's like a whole 5-minute bit, where it's set up, punchline.
My advice to you when you're in LA, especially, is you need to do the stuff that's working you. And if you're doing 3 minutes, write a 3-minute piece. The thing with the jokey jokes, not that the jokes you write aren't great and not original. It's just that there's not a lot of voice behind it. And when people are looking for comics to look for shows and look for hours and shit like that, they want a voice, they want a point of view that's different from others. So you need to showcase them.
And I'll tell you something. I used to do a shitload of joke, those quick little snippets. And then one day, I just took 5 of them and weaved them into one story, one little joke. And then suddenly it dawned on me like, oh, fuck. You can take 5 jokes that are in the same ballpark and weave it into a little story. It'll blow your mind because suddenly you're telling a story and then you start adding little things in there and then you start hearing your own voice as opposed to jokes. Because when you're just doing jokes, they're fucking jokes. They're just well-constructed jokes, which they are. But even Mitch, he was doing these jokes. He started connecting them, and he'd get those little moments in between. So it's those moments in between the jokes where we find out who we really are. So take 5 or 6 of those little snipers, fucking connect them into a little story, and it'll be exciting.
And it's just like, it's like the music we were listening to. It's like the music we respond to is the music we can attach ourselves to. And the comedy's the same way. The comics you really glom onto the comics, and you're like, I can fucking have a beer with that guy. That guy knows where I'm coming from. And so your audience wants to know, where's this guy? I like this guy's jokes. Where's he coming from? That's why like the music you love is because this guy's saying shit that he's putting words to feelings.
They want to know who you are. They want to feel your vulnerability if you're scared.
And when they feel that, and when they feel like they're invested in you, that's when they start following you, wondering where your next performance is. Because they want to know what you have to say. So just show them. I mean, you're a great joke writer. Show them. Show them
who the guy is that's writing the joke.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for me, that's been something that just recently happened within the last year.
And it comes like, trust me, I found out some shit about myself and in life. And it's like, it's kind of a therapeutic thing.
Oh, we're all learning. But we don't like it.
Very funny job, though, Al. Thank you so much. That's Al Gonzalez. He's on Twitter at Big Ass Comedy. You actually got that Twitter handle, huh? At Big Ass Comedy. That's that guy, Al Gonzalez. That's pretty good to be, be able to do comedy, feature around Cali. 7 years in,
especially San Jose.
8 years
like
in.
a small theater.
Yeah, Christie's. Made more money than we did this week.
Oh, put your hands together for Kill Tony favorite Kevin Christie, ladies and gentlemen, saying hello. Very nice. We also have another friend of the show that's here tonight who's going to do a spot right now.
You get to judge them?
Yeah. Yeah, whatever we've been doing, whatever you want to call it. But she is an awesome friend of the show. She had her first stand-up appearance ever on this show, and she's been back a couple times since. It's always fun. Put your hands together for Missy Martinez.
Fitting, very fitting. So I never realized how much me doing porn affects my day-to-day life. Besides not being allowed 50 yards from this school, I can't go to heaven, and my vagina looks like a twice baked potato now. Just little things. I go to the movies to get up in front of me. I just put both my legs behind my head. And it's convenient, but it's really awkward at funerals and family functions. And then even little things like I go out to relax, like with my girlfriend, she took me to the spa, and they said it was time for my facial. So of course I immediately dropped to my knees and stuck out my tongue and told the Korean lady not to get in my hair. Yeah. So I'm not allowed back at Tiffany's shopping for prom.
Fantastic. You know what I love about the way that you do it is you always make sure that you set up who you are and what you do first, and that gives that fun perspective, and then the jokes follow that. I mean, that's sort of like what we were talking about staying in the same sort of storyline and pocket, and she's talking about that. Those are funny. What's another one like that?
I did dig it. And it was funny when you walked up with those pants. The first thing I was like, we should talk about that.
My jeans?
Well, the thing is, like with chicks, man, it's like you're in sexual beings, and so it's like, especially with dudes, like if you go up with pants like that, like we're all just staring at your legs and your vagina and shit.
I just made a decision.
So did I.
Damn it!
I see your vagina.
The wrong fucking decision. Where do you want to get in comedy, but you're making the wrong fucking decision.
Yeah.
But, and it's like, my point is really, you want them to focus on words. And it's like, and there's so many things that can be distracting. Like, I see the same thing with comics are worded correctly, and I'm like, you're finding the audience wanting to talk to you. Right? And so, like, if you word it correctly, they're going to be looking at you and that's all. And it's the same way, like, if you walk in with those pants or jeggings, they're still like, can you see your fucking vagina? Can you see your fucking vagina? And it's like, but then you go up and you're wearing shirts that's filthy, and then you're like, I'm a porn star, and you're immediately talking about your vagina is like, looks like a twice baked potato. That's fine, and it's hilarious, but now I'm kind of looking at it going,
right. Even if you were wearing 10 pairs of sweatpants, when you say you're a porn star, every guy in the room's going to try to find your vagina.
Yeah. So
you could be wearing a snowsuit, and we would still just look for a few seconds like, maybe that's just a hole.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe just wear it.
I do suffer from chronic health.
Right, and that's something that
the pornography.
That's something that we've never been afraid to share that with female comedians on this show, is that because it's just an honest fact of life. Is you want to, you can walk a line, and I could tell that you tried with the shirt.
I did.
It's probably hard to cover up a lot of the magic that you have going on,
Yeah, what are some of there's some other tags that you can use, like you said, the pro.
Right, almost like an ATM, like if there's something.
Yeah, and a cash machine.
Right. Right.
Yeah, or
but I think the key.
Yeah, like I always just cash my checks because I refuse to even go to an ATM. Like if that's something that.
Well, and I think, but also you need to limit the number of taglines. Like you don't have a giant tagline where you're just like, here's the joke, and now here's 97 other taglines. Like, let's narrow it down to the 3 best ones of the 97 we have. And then just nail those. And if they're still laughing, then maybe nail out a 4. And do you have a lot of jokes that are porn related?
Yes.
Get rid of them.
Okay. Right now, I'm focusing on bringing the porn stuff to life because as I have an interesting perspective that no one else has.
Absolutely. That's usually catch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
Try to project your voice also.
Okay, I'll try to be more like this today.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not.
Yeah, that's another thing you can't do without guides immediately.
You know, like say something more. You should talk like this and just, you know, see what happens. If you can just do this a little more while you're talking. Listen, you're funny and you have a great delivery. And, yeah, no, and your stage presence is great.
Yeah, totally.
You know, just wear some pants and I'm not like I fucking can't stop looking.
My dad was right.
And I can't remember, did she?
Did he pick out that top?
Did she move
Because
the,
it's me.
did she move the mic stand or did it stay?
I moved it.
You did?
Okay.
You should try to find a way to like put the mic stand inside of you instead of having to move it on stage. That would be like just
Okie dokie. Yikes. Hashtag yikes. Missy, always funny.
Good job.
Stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say, I love how she left the mic after that, just flaccid.
She's done.
Yep. Got the money shot and out.
For that money.
That's Missy X Martinez on Twitter.
Good job, Missy.
Heck yeah, another,
Was that your fourth time? Third time? Third time.
awesome. Fantastic. And what's cool is that...
Natural.
What's that?
Natural.
It's true. Yeah.
And then you can fuck up Phil doing jokes on stage.
It's true. Son of a bitch. We'll be right back. We always have two regulars that go up at the end of every show, and it's always fun to watch them grow. They do a new minute every single week. This week, Marianne together for you. You know her from the Kill Tony podcast, and also she's been on a couple dysenteries recently, right?
Yeah.
We love her goofy sense of humor. Put your hands together for Sarah Wineshank, everybody.
Went to a mall. Wasn't fun. Was a big pain in the ass, actually. Had to find a parking spot. Had to try to remember where I parked. It was 5B. Had to create a riddle in my head to remember where I parked. 5, like how old I was when I lost my first tooth. B, like a butt. I'll remember it now. And then I get into the mall, and there's so much going on that I can't even remember who I am. I don't want to eat Ritzel's pretzels. I don't like Cinnabon, guys. Sapporo, it's not for me. Sweet Factory, could take it or leave it. What about the Sunglass Hut? I don't like the Sunglass Hut. I'm always afraid that if there's an earthquake, I'll be trapped in a mall. That seems like the worst place to be when the big one hits. Just like the referee for Foot Locker running looking for safety. This doesn't seem like an ideal situation. How about
It's the noise you hear when Brian forgets to hit the kitty at first.
No, I did. 2 kitties.
Oh, you did? Oh, I missed it. I didn't so quiet.
I didn't even hear the kitty. Yeah, I haven't heard the kitty all night.
I promise you I did.
No, I believe you. I just, if nobody hears it, if nobody hears the kitty in the belly room, then what's that?
Did anyone hear the kitty?
I heard one kitty.
There are 2
This
people
looks like
here
Congress right
not
now.
hearing.
the tree falls?
Hey, I admit I just like pressing the bear buttons.
Of course.
I really
love
dig your persona, man. Like, you came up. I've never seen you, first off. I'm a, like, I just thought you came up here and you owned it. Like, you were like, and the way you said it, like, it was all very, you were saying sentences that are just setups, but they were funny, just the way you were saying it.
You should. There was parts though that I was like the sunglass hut. I wish you would have went into why you don't like the sunglass hut. Like what? Am I on vacation? But I'm in a mall. Like there should be. If you just said like it's sunglass hut, I hate that.
There's so much mall stuff that I want to talk about.
Maybe it's like you don't want to be seen there, so you
Yeah, I
Is
don't
there a
want to be seeing that.
sunglass hut?
But if there's so much mall stuff, just pick a couple.
Right.
Help the
No,
shit
I
in the
just
mall
didn't know.
and they expand on it. But
Yeah.
find
But there's
stuff
something
in the mall
goofy
that
about
pisses
all
you off
those.
the most.
Yeah.
Now, granted, it's a minute, so there's not a lot of time to get real expansive. You know, there's shit there. You're definitely one of the strongest characters.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, are you really that angry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sensing that.
I just don't like a lot of things.
How old are you?
26.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is true.
You know, and I told you this last time. Like, I really think if you can be sweet and still hate all that shit.
I was thinking that. I was thinking I was being sweet tonight.
No, it still comes off angry, which is cool. But to me, you know, we're friends, but it sometimes feels like a character.
Too jarring.
Like you're trying to be tougher than you are. You can be pissed at everything and just be telling them a matter of fact. Because the way you look and the way you dress, I think it has more effect if you just say, you know, I hate everything. I hate all. And then have it build, because if you come out right away and you're that angry, there's no place for it to go. And I always think with you, it's a funner climb. So they at least see you for a minute, and then they're like, why is she so pissed? We'd like to find out why you hate everything.
So
Why do you hate everything?
build up to it a little more. I just don't like malls. That's like one of those things.
Well, then that's how you start it. It's just like, everyone in here hates malls, but, you know.
No, that chick definitely does.
But I always think you're so funny, and your brain's always working, but I'd love a little.
Do you ever go back to 5B?
Climb, right? For like the roller
Yeah, I was
coaster.
planning on it.
Right.
Yeah, 5B, because then I can't remember it, even though I thought of like this whole complex thing of how to remember 5B.
Right. Maybe there's things that annoy you that maybe it winds up so that by the time you get back to the parking lot, you forgot the parking spot. You can't remember whether
You can't see. You couldn't even see your car because you were wearing 4 pairs of sunglasses. It's just like you buy shit so you get out of the mall.
Yes.
Like maybe that's your angle. Is like everyone's trying to sell you shit, and you just buy it to shut people up. I mean, you're funny as
Thank
fuck.
you so much, Sarah. Sarah Weinshank. She's at Princess Shank on Twitter.
Very funny.
Yeah. And put your hands together for Kimberly Condon, everybody.
Hey, so when you guys were younger, did your parents ever do like magic tricks with you? You know, just like little joke ones? My dad did this trick one time where he vanished, and that was the whole fucking trick. He just vanished. I mean, like, he was around for a while, but then he decided to switch careers, and his friend introduced him to fishing. And you know that saying, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day, but teach a man to fish, and he'll move to Cape Canaveral full time and stop paying child support. I don't know, my childhood was weird, you know, like, my dad didn't let me watch rated R movies because he thought they were too violent, but he didn't have a problem hitting my mom. But, like, I think there's advantages to growing up in a household with domestic abuse, because, like, now I have cat-like reflexes, you know? Anytime anyone starts yelling, I run to the nearest TV and put the volume under it.
Oh, an extra loud kitty. That's awesome. I love that. I think that, especially the Cape Canaveral fishing, like, I love that. And I think you could probably sell that magician joke from the top if you tried a little bit harder. I mean, I think it would be more like, you know, my dad was sort of, you know, whatever, in your own words, but you want to sell the fact that he was a good magician. Like, he was such a good magician that, in fact, he made himself disappear.
And I haven't seen him since.
Right.
I have a huge problem with rhetorical questions in comedy acts because my philosophy is, are you not going to tell the joke?
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like, you guys remember when that? No, just like my dad was a magician. He was such a great magician. He disappeared. We haven't seen him since. Like, that's the joke. Like, when people ask me a rhetorical question, that's the question I ask them. It's like, if I had never seen that movie, were you not going to tell that joke? And they're like, no. Fuck it. Don't ask. Just go. Yeah.
That was an awesome minute. I can't wait to see what you and Sarah Weinshank do down in La Jolla on March 1st when we take this on the road to the La Jolla Comedy Store for the first time. They're both going to be there. That's Kimberly Congdon. She's at Kimberly Congdon on Twitter. Thank you guys so much for being on the show. Anything you want to promote coming up, or your actor talk?
Netflix special just hit last Saturday.
Oh,
Chris Porter.
wow. You came out with your new
I will
house
be
of
on Kill Tony podcast. When does this air?
next week.
Okay, next week catch me there.
An extremely huge thanks for Jesus Trejo. JESUSTREJO. That's at Jesus Trejo on Twitter. Truly one of our funniest friends. I can't believe I could even get a stand-up comedian so awesome to goof around and want to play around with such a funny show like this. Missy X Martinez, thank you so much. Thanks everybody for coming out. Eric Dallas, Chuck Geico, Art Yates, the love of my life. All right, thank you so much. Red Band, I'm Tony Hinchcliffe. Thank you. Market First La Jolla, San Diego.
Tony Hinchcliffe.
Focus! There's a backpack here. Hi, everyone. Hi, guys. How exciting. Another fun Monday. We're here. It's episode 39 of Kill Tony, everybody. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
So much fun stuff. We're going to La Jolla this weekend.
Yeah.
That's exciting. We're taking it on the road for the first time ever.
This guy, actually, I just read this Facebook. He's like, hey, I see that you're in La Jolla for the weekend. If you want, you can stay in my sailboat. It holds 4 people. I'm not using it. It's right on the water. And then I was like, oh, who's this guy? And then he's like, oh, he's a private investigator. Now I'm thinking, like, oh, he's just hiding cameras in his boat so he can watch me fuck or something. What should I do?
Maybe. I think you should take him up on the offer.
Really?
If he's a private investigator, it's good to have a guy like that on your side.
That's true.
If you turn him down, then he might start. I mean, if he's a private investigator, then he can already look through your windows.
Yeah, I guess so.
So you want to keep him close, and then this way you have a private investigator in San Diego where you might need it sometime.
That's true.
Should we talk about the other possible thing? San Diego?
Oh,
Is that?
yeah, I think we already said that, but Comic-Con 2014 will be at the American Comedy Company for 2 shows and another Kill Tony. So San Diego is getting all the Kill Tony love right now.
Yeah.
Comic-Con 2014.
That's a pretty big announcement, all right?
And I'm thinking that last year, we've been there for the last 2 years, Death Squad has, and last year there were so many people dressed up as Iron Man, like with like the missile rocket launchers and stuff like that. So if you know anyone that's listening that goes to Comic-Con that has an Iron Man costume and wants to join Kill Tony,
Army.
yeah,
We're going to have an army of Iron Men.
That would be so great, right? And if not, maybe a couple fans.
You can get tickets to Vancouver and Seattle and Portland
right now at DeathSquad.tv. All tickets went on sale. We're going to be in Vancouver for 420, and we're playing a casino, and it holds 300 people. It's this humongous fucking, like,
we get to do that. Speaking of the Iron Man and our always, the Iron Patriot left us about a month ago, and every week we have been replacing the Patriot with a different type of Patriot. We've gone through, the Iron Patriot, Justin Martindale, the Dark Patriot, Willie Hunter, El Patrioto, Jesus Trejo was last week. And we're going to keep the diversity going. Tonight, we would like to introduce to you right now our first ever female patriot, everybody. It's the Iron Hot Chick. That's right, Josh, get on it.
Yeah, grabbing the boots already.
There you go. Josh, fix the mic.
He's nervous around her.
Amateurs.
There you go. Yes, he's so nervous around a female patriot. Look at that. Damn.
Josh, come on.
Josh, get on it.
Now, is it the Iron Patriot or the Iron Sex Pot? Look at it. What is it?
I think
It's all of them?
fuck yeah. You can call her anything you want. Well, that's how open-minded the female patriot is.
Thank you.
Wow, those are some interesting sound effects.
Thank you. I'm patriotic.
I love it. Well, you look fantastic. It's so nice to have a little bit of female energy over there rather than the creep.
Turn the fucking mic up.
Turn it up, guys. Right?
That's what this is.
Put your hands together for the running around producer of the show, Josh Martin, perhaps the worst producer in the history of anything ever. Alright. He's truly really unliked around the Comedy Store, and we decided to give him a shot, let him run around and work things here, and he just spills drinks when he drops them off. He fucking set her up for failure. So there you go. So let me ask you something, Lady Patriot. Did you, I heard a rumor that you sent a song in. That was something that the Iron Patriot would normally do, and he would sing.
I wrote it myself. All that jazz.
Awesome.
This is actually a song that I've seen her do before, and I love it, so this is going to be a treat. What's this song called?
Mouth on mouth fucking.
Mouth on mouth.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the Lady Patriot.
Let's see if this works. It does. The internet here at the Comedy Store, by the way, is getting fixed, I heard. No, they don't. They have a dial-up here still, I think, like that. But here we go.
Put your hands together for the female patriot, everyone. Come on, representing all women. Who said that they can't be a security guard for a podcast? That's a woman. Josh, are you gonna boom like this shit, Josh? Unbelievable. I love how the voice that she's singing over in that sounds more robotic than the actual voice that's coming through the voice box. Hell yeah. Okay. That was awesome. So, fuck yeah. What do you guys say that we get this thing going? We have our new head of security for tonight, the Iron Lady Patriot chick.
Iron Sex Pot.
Yeah, she's a wild one. So let's get into it. You guys know what happens. A bunch of comedians sign up. Me and always two guests talk to them afterwards. And this week's no different. I have two. This is both of their, I believe it's both of their third times on the show. They are two of truly the best guests to have on this. Two of the funniest pals that I have. Put your hands together for Rick Ingram and Kevin Christie, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you. Smell the boners up here.
Fuck yeah.
It is boner central, man.
For anybody anybody with a robot fetish, it's going down tonight.
Also, just women. If you're into women.
Right, that too.
Or Jerry's and Laney's.
Jerry and Laney are here. Hands together for Jerry and Laney, everybody.
I got married to that beautiful lady on this very stage 7 years ago.
Wow.
And Jerry obviously was maid of honor or whatever.
Was that during a Ding Dong show?
Yep, during a Ding Dong show, and I think Jerry ended up registering as a sex offender by the end of the night. Very weird as always.
So it's so fun to have you guys back. I know that I guess you've both been on. Well, it's been a two-person format. What do you guys think of the Iron Patriot or Lady Patriot?
She's way better. Way better than the original.
Way better. Yeah, the original Iron Patriot just scared me. It bummed me out and frightened me and was racist.
Yeah, it was very creepy how racist he was.
I guess Doug Benson had a live show last week, and he showed up, and they wouldn't let him in.
Was he dressed as Iron Patriot?
Yeah. And he was like, I'm supposed to be on the show.
How weird they didn't let him in.
It seems like they're making good decisions.
I mean, there's a giant trash can screaming by the door. If he wants to come in, is it cool? No.
Well, I actually heard, and this is really funny. I don't know if I even told you this part, but somebody tweeted at me that the reason why they really wouldn't let him in was because there's no standing room. It's a seat-only theater, and he can't sit down in that suit.
It's a fire hazard.
Yeah.
He's like an upright speed bump.
What would happen if there was a fire? Like, if there was a fire here when he was here, he'd be dead. There'd be no way.
He'd be yelling, someone carry me.
Yeah. Well, another problem would be all of us throwing him directly into the fire, which would be my first instinct. Yeah. I'd risk my own life, you know.
Lady Patriot, do you have any questions for our guests? That was something that the original Iron Patriot always did.
Hey boys, I was just wondering, Rick.
Yeah.
I work for your podcast. You do it for the county store, right? County store podcast.
I mean, we haven't done one in about 9 months, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad you're an avid listener.
Thank you. I admire it. Okay. I was just wondering, what's it like now that you're married to go to Custer County?
That's an interesting question. I'm not sure at all what that has to do with the Comedy Store podcast. But, no, I mean, my comedy is me talking to people in the crowd. So as long as my wife doesn't sit there, it doesn't generally come up, I suppose. But, yeah.
Good question. How about for Kevin?
So, you also have a podcast.
I do.
She's good with starts.
She's exactly like the old Patriot.
She's like a rabbit.
So,
Quick
you
to the
have
beginning.
a podcast, right? With Nick,
Nick Youssef. Yeah.
and it's really good. What?
Canadian.
You like it? Is it fun? Good time?
All those things. You nailed it. It's like it, good, and good times. Yes.
I mean, that was the best question that the Patriot has ever asked.
Yeah.
Do you like that?
Do you like things and stuff?
Yeah, I feel like we know why Pierce Morgan is not getting renewed. Because we got a new interviewer in the house.
Nailing it.
Is the Iron and Sex Bot wearing underwear?
What? Yeah, I have underwear on.
Is it patriotic?
Definitely.
Can we see it?
You want to see my patriotic underwear?
Get on stage and do it.
How Brian has this kind of, how Brian pulls this shit off, I have no
That happened
idea.
so fast, dude. Yeah. Well done.
Zero to creep.
Or not well done.
Oh, wow. Same underwear the Iron Patriot wore. Amazing. They fit everyone. One size fits all. America. Beautiful.
America! And I have bush because I love pussy. Okay?
Whoa.
You have a full bush? I thought it's a full bush.
Yeah, like a woman.
Wow. That is very valid. Actually, like a woman, you're right. Yeah, valid.
I haven't seen one in a while. Can you show us?
Oh my god.
Brian.
All right, let's get this thing started.
Not while I'm here.
Now that everybody has red, white, and blue balls,
God damn it, that's you son of a bitch.
a bunch of people signed up. You guys know what goes on. Comedians get 1 minute of stage time. They know that their minute's up when they hear the sound of the kitty.
Wow.
I mean, the whole production has really gone to shit since last time I was
Top
here.
shelf.
Way more bush, which is good.
Top shelf.
People used to try sometimes and everything, but you'll hear the sound of a kitty. And then you don't want to run that light. That means that's your time. Because if you go much longer than that, you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
It just sounds like wind.
There you go.
It sounds like an episode of Wings.
Just like a lot of wind. God, I wish it sounded like an episode of Wings.
I feel like if you go over, you should play an episode of Wings as punishment.
What's Wings? Is that an old show?
It was the
Tony
USA. Yeah, it was the terrible show that the writers from Cheers were like, "Hey, we could just take this concept and put it in
Church is a mechanic.
Nantucket."
Yeah, it was about a small airline.
Wow.
Yep.
Listen, it was classic comedy.
It was on USA, though, right? Why do I feel like
They
it's
showed
on
repeats on
USA?
USA.
Crystal Bernard was on it, I believe.
All right.
That fat guy,
Yeah, that fat
mustache, that's always a winning recipe.
If you're fat, you gotta have a mustache.
Your first comedian tonight, everybody, doing a minute of stage time is Jake Beck.
Almost there. I will not take a shower in a room that smells like shit, mainly because I don't want to breathe in those poop particles that are responsible for the smell of shit. There's just a contradicting feeling that you get when you see a toilet right next to a shower. They don't mesh. It gets people to take a shit and then have a really hot and steamy shower afterwards, and I'm sure that some people skip wiping and they wash out their leftover poo in the shower. All in all, I find this to be a hygienic dilemma. The smell of shit mixed in with the shampoo you just used just doesn't mesh. If you took a really big and really mossy turd and then right afterwards you had a really hot and steamy shower, those airborne poop particles that are responsible for the smell of shit will mix in with the steam and it will soak into your walls and your skin. And that is why you will have a random instance later that day when you smell shit but you don't know where it's coming from. Worst of all, it's coming from you, and you are your last suspect because you showered.
Wow.
Huh.
How much actual time was that?
That was about 40 seconds. Okay. It showed up as 58 on. I downloaded it on iTunes and all that. I recorded it, got it on iTunes, and it showed us 58 seconds. It was somewhere in the time range.
It reminded me of a hybrid of Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High and the Micro Machines guy.
Actually, have you seen one of those videos on the internet where it shows a guy just drawing really fast, like and trying to sell you something? Like this is how like stomach acid works, and then that's what your voice sounds exactly
It
like.
feels like you're gonna get hired as the guy that says the stuff really fast at the end of radio commercials.
Yeah, you were the legal ramifications of leasing a Toyota.
Shit.
Must be 21, 18 and over.
Yeah.
Were you nervous? Do you usually speak with this quick of a pace, or you just
This is not in the time frame.
You didn't want to hear the bear?
No, I didn't.
I mean, at some point I was impressed with the memorization.
Thank you.
Because you were going fucking fast, and it's obviously written like it wasn't.
Yeah.
But I thought to myself, the crowd's missing a lot of this.
No.
Yeah, it's probably better to have
the moment's way better, but just
And it just delivery-wise, it stayed the same the entire time. It was just like you started and then just like went the entire time and then stopped. So it was hard as listening to tell which parts you have decided were more important for me to listen to.
But you also have like very definitive surfer stoner kind of cadence, which I have never heard spoken that
Yeah, I've
quickly.
never heard that fast ever.
That's awesome. Nice.
I mean, that was like, you've been smoking pot all day, and right before you got on stage, you're like, time to do a bump. Let's
like kind of slow.
do a little crystal, get up there, knock this thing out.
I mean, I think what we're saying is like I don't like completely lose your ability to go fast. There's something kind of odd about it, especially with the way you talk.
Yeah.
Like the fact you could be the only motivated stoner of all time.
Yeah. That's how it is.
Yeah. You're like, I weed to grow. Like you're freaking out.
I like it. Or whatever. Back to it now. Whoa. I guess that's what smoking weed for 8 years will do for you.
Okay.
She's already
Already
great.
We saw our underwear. She just did that. I mean,
I don't know where you get so far. Good
But yeah, I just think you're almost wasted a lot of the things you're saying because they went by so fast.
You defy the stereotype of Jakes, though, which I like.
What is the stereotype?
Most Jakes in general.
Right then, the way you said, what is the stereotype?
What is the stereotype?
Generally, Jakes are, pretty close to retarded in general. Like, no one ever's like, dude, my buddy Jake is the smartest.
Yeah.
It's a fucking stupid, wasn't it?
You gotta be my buddy Jake the scientist. That's not a thing that happens.
Oh my god.
Jake Ryan, though, 16 Candles, good dude.
Great dude. Great dude.
That's because of that fucking Jake and 2.5 Men, wasn't it?
Luckily,
Because of that fucking kid.
luckily, don't watch that show.
Yeah.
Good.
And for comedy in general, I wouldn't bring it up.
Okay, good stuff, good stuff. I wasn't going to.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
I just moved here about 2 months ago, and I just
Where are you from?
Colorado.
Wow. Well, can we discuss what appears to be the baboon heart inside of your chest there? There's some sort of an elevated...
What is it that you keep in
Oh, your side pocket?
No, just my wallet.
Oh, okay. Smart. You're at the comedy store. That's smart.
Yeah. I wanted to climb it, but I'm like, not the worst idea. Considering where we are.
Yeah, scoop that there. Yeah.
Big Jake?
Yeah, man, I got a 42-minute album on iTunes. I decided to hit the ground running, going into LA. I'll never
In 42 minutes, I guarantee you can do 70 minutes of comedy.
You have a 42-minute comedy album out?
Yeah, on iTunes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
The Jake Beckman Mindfuck.
Fuck yeah. All right.
And wait a second, you've been doing stand-up for how
And
long?
that's so Jake.
2 months.
Wow.
When did you put the album out?
January 5th.
Wait, 2 months?
Stop.
You've been doing comedy for 2 months and you dropped an album 2 months ago?
Yeah.
God, what a lazy as fuck.
Just thought I'd hit the ground running.
I can't wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new Louis C.K. Give it up for him.
All the time.
That's hilarious how fast he put out an album, too. You just must sit at home with piles of cocaine everywhere you go.
Just marijuana, dude.
One thing besides maybe definitely, I agree with everyone. You definitely need to slow down. You blew past so much stuff. I was just trying to figure out what
Yeah,
you're
maybe
talking
try an Indica.
Yeah,
That's what I stick with, man. Yeah, that's all I got. I can't smoke.
And
Some articles, though, is a nice touch.
Thank you.
also, don't forget the microphone stand. Just slowly try to put it behind you when you go on stage. It's one of those odd things, but like it is distracting. People just stare at it. It's like these guys are like it's right in their sideline, which is a bummer. So just get it out of their way.
I guarantee you're the first guy to do a 42-minute album with a mic stand left in front of him.
Well, I still gotta get that stage time experience, man.
Imagine Pryor live on the Sunset Strip. You just
I like his priorities, though, from what he just said. He said, you gotta get the stage time to learn where you put the mic stand.
All those little things. If you
don't need the stage time to drop an album.
Right.
Just
It's like, before I do this on stage, I'm gonna make an album real quick.
I gotta know, what's the album called? Like, I gotta be reminded and look into this, because I want to just fast forward through it here.
Don't fast forward it.
the Jake Beckman mind.
You'll think you're fast forwarding through it when it turns on anyways.
Slow it down.
Yeah.
How do you spell Beckman?
Beckman.
Is that your Twitter handle too, at Jake Beckman? Or is that spelled differently? Because you spelled it differently on this.
It's Beckman with M-A-H-N because somebody fucking stole it and I had to use the
So wait a second, your actual name is Jake Beckman, but you have the Twitter handle Jake Beckman with an H between the A and the N in man.
Yeah, because somebody stole my.
Why do you feel like Jake Beckman
Oh my God,
comments? Somebody took it. The real Jake Beckman.
Somebody fucking took it.
When you say they took it, meaning there's another guy named Jake Beckman.
Yeah, there is.
There's this guy, Steve.
He's just fucking stealing my identity.
And instead of
Steve Davis went with Jake Beckman, so I'm fucked.
Instead of adding a number to your actual name, you decided to throw an H in the middle of your last name.
Come on,
Make
like you're a Rastafarian or
Come
something.
on, Jake Beckman.
Made your birth certificate a liar. Hey, do you guys want to play a little sample for a minute?
Oh yeah, it was just in a random. This is great.
Just give me 3 minutes, man.
We'll try legalize cannabis. Just do a little.
I feel like this is going to sound like Alvin and
The solution. Unfortunately, our society no longer practices or promotes common sense anymore, so either a good amount of people won't know what the solution is, or you won't agree with me. This solution can provide our marketplace. Food, medicine, clothes, plastic, behaviors, you're talking slower in it, though.
And what I like about it,
why have an audience? You know what I mean?
yeah, if you're gonna drop an album and charge 99 cents a
It's
track,
a little Spicoli when you slow it down. I'm just waiting to go, those dudes are flat!
Why an echo track? You just make it sound like you're in a place with less of an audience.
right?
No, again, it's important. First guy to do comedy from space. No crowd.
But yeah.
It's primarily just protect my material, and then just also to have just something to show to the agents, to show them that I have something established.
Jason,
That's what you
I
said
love
to
you
me.
already, but no one is stealing your material. Better not.
I like that you couldn't help but mouth it as it was playing.
Yeah.
Like you had this thing along.
I just like
You went Britney Spears on us.
Yeah, you totally were like,
it's just encoded into my brain.
But you can do that 42 minutes again, exactly like that. Is that what you're saying?
Probably just as fast as I just did that. Coming up on stage and
go.
Yeah, okay. I really think when it comes to choosing the right job, I was very pushed.
And stop.
Oh my god. All right, Jake. What a first impression you left on us. First comedian I've ever seen to drop an album before starting stand-up comedy.
Wait to see where this leads.
Yes, solid gold. All right. Well, thanks, guys.
Jake Beckman, everybody. He's on Twitter. Hold on. At Jake Beckman. With an 8 between
Jake
the A and the
Beckman. It's Jake Beckman Town on Twitter for no reason.
They never taught Jake numbers.
There's a hidden L in Beckman on Twitter. And 6 in the middle.
Well, here we go.
Good luck to this person.
Where's your album next guy?
Antonio Houston.
Give it up for me, because I just found that I graduated. For real.
Yeah.
Seriously. So I went to go see my grandmother, and she's like, wow, you're a whole different person. I like the way you are. You're not a nigga anymore. You're a nigga. You're graduated. And I was like, wow, Grandma, you really feel that way? She was like, yeah. The room doesn't smell like reefer or anything. Everything's lovely about you. You're just so beautiful now. Who you been hanging with? I said, well, I've been hanging with different people, different crowds. And she was like, yeah, well, you're doing coke now? Because you had to bump up, right? I said, no, I'm not doing coke. Not just yet. She was like, well, you should try it because it's great. I was like, okay, well, I'll take your advice. Thank you. And my problem is I try to impress white people too much. You know, the first thing I say, hey, my name's Antonio. I like reading, like long walks and everything. Yeah, I'm not a nigger. I'm not a nigger. I'm just the average black guy out here. And I'm just trying to make a living. That makes me feel uncomfortable. Well, comfortable. Thank you.
Yeah.
And kudos to everybody that's a comedian.
What did you graduate from?
Being a nigga.
Oh, that was what you graduated from. Okay. Oh, wow. I remember when I graduated from that.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
First, I would lose a hat. I can't see your eyes, and I don't think they could either. Which that's a big. I mean, you use your like.
At least go King Griffey Jr. and turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you're wasting half your jokes delivery system by having this in shadow. So they just don't get to see. They get to see what you're saying, and they have your cadence, but they lose how you feel about it because they can't see from here. And I don't see any reason for you to hide your face, so I just wouldn't hide it. I mean, there's no reason to.
Unless there is a reason.
Yeah, unless you.
The reason is I graduated from being a nigga.
There you go.
Damn, I like that already. It's over on Derby time.
Maybe that could be a part of it. Yeah, turn the hat around as you tell them that you graduated.
It is that is a pretty big difference. I noticed immediately.
Yeah, like as soon as I saw, like even now with it higher up, I mean, like I see your face, like I just get a better sense of you as a person. Okay. Yeah, I just not a fan of hiding this.
And again, white people are terrified of black people in shadows. It really scares them. So like now I'm like, oh look, he's nice. I like him.
Yeah, I guess I would definitely explain or write the joke a little different because I also had no idea that you were graduating from being an N-word. What word? Yeah, which one you mean? Bacteria.
Everybody says it now. It's fine. It's fine.
Not everybody. That sounds like a trap. This is like the whitest panel of all time. I mean, we could get in a lot of trouble. Yeah.
As an American, I was uncomfortable with the heavy R. I was like, whoa, slow down, buddy.
There you go. Ever fucked a robot woman before? The best sound effect is the queen. Always a queen at the end.
Thank you.
I love that you wrote the topic down as crazy as family. No, okay.
I thought it was all right. You just know Jake Beckman. You know what I mean?
Big question. When's the album coming out? How long have you been doing stand-up?
For about 2 years, on and off. But I made a commitment this year that I'm gonna stick with it. Okay. This is my A, B, and C plan. So
I found the "you want to impress white people" part most interesting because you mispronounced Reagan. You're like, I like Regan. Like that. I don't know if you do that on purpose. That's sort of funny.
Did you say reading?
No, you said reading. Well, I said Regan, like the
No, like you said long walks, reading.
See, if I could have seen your eyes, I would have gotten that.
Exactly. That would be a much funnier twist. I'm like a white person. I like long walks, reading, Ronald Reagan. It's just like, that's what he thinks white people like.
Yeah, like that's sort of interesting. Like, what are the things you think white people like that are just wrong enough to be like, I don't really love that shit.
Yeah, whoever